Welcome everyone to day 2 of our hybrid interim, third day that many of you have been in Stockholm, if you count the interop. As always, this session is being recorded. I don't see anyone on the attendee list here that's new. No doubt from my encouragement yesterday, you all went and read all the references here on the Notewell. If you haven't previously, I encourage you to do so. It covers both the intellectual property implications of you being here as well as the code of conduct. Let me just run through the hybrid meeting tips one more time. We strongly encourage that any technical chat occur in Zulip. There is a link pinned in the Google Meet chat right now. It is archived for future consideration, unlike what happens in the Slack and certainly what happens in the Google Meet chat. If you have not already, please click on the notes link, which is also in the Google Meet chat, and sign the blue sheets, which is just essentially putting your name and affiliation down so we know that you were here, and, whether you're remote or otherwise. Just as yesterday, we'll use audio, video, and slides on Google Meet, obviously. I think queuing worked pretty well. Analog queuing in the room worked pretty well. So we're just going to continue to do that. We'll do the best we can to incorporate people that are online with their raised hands. I mean, I raised my hand a lot yesterday, and it seems like I managed to get the word in. So thanks for accommodating me and anyone else who's remote that wants to speak. We need a scribe for today, or let's just start with this morning. Who's willing to write down what happens this morning? We are recording this meeting. We don't need a verbatim transcript of everything that was said. We need sort of the key points and certainly the key decisions.
I can scribe, but I can't find the correct link, I think, because the notes is empty.
Change the date from 9 to 10.
The same as yesterday?
Yeah. Last 10 instead of 9.
No, there's a new blue sheet out for today.
Okay.
And
it's in Google Meet.
I've already signed it. It's in the Google Meet chat.
Can someone post it in Slack or Zulip?
Yeah.
Do we need a new topic in Zulip?
No, I don't think so. We'll just keep the same one. It's, it wasn't that busy. It is now in Zulip. Thank you, Zafar. Okay, moving on. This is the agenda for today. Thank you for helping us stay on schedule yesterday. Did anything come of the what was this? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm very tired from yesterday. What was the discussion that we didn't really resolve yesterday? It was one of Victor's issues. Was it the object ID thing?
The last issue we were talking about that we didn't spend much time on was how to, should the extension types be using the bottom bit to determine whether it's a length or length prefixed or variant. I don't know if that's where we really want to start today, but
no. That's what I'm asking. So we had a cover. Victor had his presentation about object IDs, and I don't think there was a super conclusive decision on what we were going to do there. I think we need to get to a super conclusive decision on that.
Wait.
Because I disagree with the chairs on this.
With the object IDs or the filter issue that Victor presented.
I mean, I just closed.
Oh, pardon me. It was maybe it was the filter thing. I'm sorry. I'm struggling to remember what happened yesterday.
So do we want to? We said we might pick up filters again today after having some space from yesterday's discussion.
Yes.
Do we want to put that on the agenda at some point today, or do we want to? What do we want to do?
If we can't come to a universal conclusion on what was agreed, then we should.
Yeah, put it on after next interim planning in the afternoon. I think that makes sense. Before the editor's time in the afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Oh, should we just slide it in for the 11 o'clock editor's time so the editors get a nice solid block of fun?
I just wondered if we needed the lunchtime to.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Is there any other agenda bashing to do? Is everyone happy with us? We're just going to have Will talk about the other drafts. Then it's basically going to be editor's time, modulo a little bit of time for planning the next interim, if there's one, and yes, to follow up on this filter, subscribe filter revision that Victor was discussing. Okay. Doesn't sound like there is, so let me keep clicking through here. I think that's the last slide. It is the last slide, so I'm going to stop sharing. And Will, the floor is yours.
Okay, can I share from my machine?
Yes,
Yes.
if you join the meet.
Yeah, I'm on Meet. I'm gonna present now. Sorry, it's disappeared from my browser. Very weird. I can't go full screen on the slides.
If you click on slideshow, you should be able to.
Well, I can't. Sorry, I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, the page is here. Work update. I'm going to share entire screen. Okay, sorry for the delay. So this is a warp update. This is not core transport now. This is a streaming format that will help us deliver media over mock transport. Start with a summary of PRs merged since last IETF meeting. So at that one, we decided to replace the JSON patch mechanism with a much simpler custom implementation, because previously catalog was its own spec. We wanted a super generic mechanism for updates, and there was a standard for doing so. And then we decided to bring the catalog into Warp and basically hard code it for Warp, which we did. So the update mechanism is much simpler. We have a key called Delta Update to basically indicate that this is a Delta update and not a full catalog. And then we can add tracks, we can clone tracks, and we can remove tracks. So adding them, you just supply the attributes, they get added. Cloning them is just, it's a compression. It saves you having to repeat attributes. You just say what you want to clone, and then any attribute you supply overwrites the prior attribute, and you can remove tracks. And those are your operations are now atomic around tracks. Also added a scope section that defined Warp to be a general purpose video streaming format that's accommodating a range of latency spectrums with log packaging and features, and also a scope include features for commercial deployment, which is authentication, captions, content protection.
Just a question. So it means that when we join a live stream, we need to do absolute joining fetch 00 to have the first catalog.
Yes.
And then to have a subscribe to, and then to have all the updates from the beginning of the.
If you read the spec, it says that the catalog at every group must be an independent catalog. In other words, it must be the correct state of the broadcast at that time.
So a regular joining fetch.
Or
It doesn't have to be absolute, right?
You can just do relative joining fetch. It'll get you a
relative joining fetch. It'll get you the last full catalog, and then every player must subscribe to the catalog track to get updates about any change in the broadcast. New tracks coming, old tracks going. So the updates don't come at a group boundary, right? If object zero, group zero, object zero of any catalog track will hold a full catalog.
Okay, and so the update is in one group.
The updates within one group. Now you might choose to make your group 2 hours long, right?
Okay.
So you could issue one at the beginning and then just updates after that. These are small, right? They're small little bits of text. So the interesting thing about this is the relay has to cache this. If you do one catalog on a live stream for 2 hours and you only publish it once, the relay has to cache it for the full 2 hours. Or I guess if it doesn't cache it, it goes back to origin, gets a copy and comes back. So that's all right.
And catalog is an example of fetch 00, which we say that it's one use case for.
Wait, why do you need to fetch? What is fetch 00 and why do you need?
It's a track in a live stream. It's a live track catalog.
Yeah, but if it is a group, see, if it is a 2 hour long group,
But you might choose to just push out a catalog every minute or 30 seconds, or you pick the interval. Depending on the frequency of your changes, of your anticipated changes. You don't want to accrue too many delta updates. If stuff's changing every 10 seconds, I would recommend have a tighter group duration. Okay. So we actually have an implementation of a walk catalog from Torben, which I just wanted to promote his project. This is Mock Live Mock. Close enough. This was something very useful in when Dash started, right? When Dash was there was no one had a server because no one had a player to test it. And there was this chicken and egg problem of kickstarting things. So Torben wrote a live Dash simulator that produced a Dash stream from VOD assets. So it wasn't an encoder that you had to keep running. It was just software. So it never went down in 10 years, which was fantastic, other than the VM going down, but that's not its fault, right? And he's built something similar here for Mock. So I just recorded a screen very quickly. Torben can work you through it. So he's got a publish component there that we start up. I know it's too small to see. That's the publisher, and then there's a player. And the player is going to load, and what you see down there, well, I'll probably scroll back to it, was the catalog, right? So the player retrieved the catalog, it found an audio and video stream that it wanted to play, passed the information, and then was able to successfully request the content, initialize the decoder, and play it back.
Yeah, this is a very quick hack, so it doesn't do fetch actually. It does a subscribe to the catalog, but anyway, it is the last version of the catalog, and fetching CMF tracks and then multiplexing them so that I can, in the receiver, so that I can pipe them into FFmpeg and play audio and video synchronized. And everything is synchronized. The 10 seconds loop and is synchronized with the wall clock every 10 seconds, so you can actually see on screen how much delay it is from the wall clock. But yeah, looking at your wall clock and see how many seconds do you have modulo 10.
So I think it's fantastic. So the hope is that this is, as Warp develops, this will be you can connect to this Warp stream at any time.
And then it's sort of 3 video tracks and 2 audio tracks. So the intention is to implement this
ABR
there, and then you can switch language because there will be different synchronized audio for different languages, and there'll be this bitrate switching and so on. So this is a playground for testing. Built on Matti's code. So I just upgraded it, so now it's draft 11.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, so I want to now go through some open PRs. The first is constraining group numbering. So in mock transport, we have a deliberately open and flexible group numbering stream, but in Warp, we can restrict it. So in Warp, we're saying that the first group of any walk trap must be 0, and each subsequent group must increase by 1. This is a constraint for Warp. Alan raised the point, what happens if it gets interrupted, right? So if we assume it gets interrupted at group N, object M, and later recovered, in that case, the publisher can resume publishing on the same track and track namespace. And they start at group ID N+1 object 0. And then we have a timeline track. And in that timeline track, you can down here, invented a metadata entry called warp.discontinuity. So we're saying at this point here, we had a discontinuity, and then we jump forward basically to the media time. Victor.
Do we need to mark discontinuity again?
That's a good point. This has been raised. We don't, right? Because you can look at this and decide that there's an obvious discontinuity. So we don't need to. But I thought, okay, but the reason for it is it's explicit. If I've got a list of 1,000 of these, I have to parse all of them looking for a gap, or I can just parse for warp for my metadata and find it very quickly. So that was the thinking of explicitly marking it.
Yeah, my only fear is that we will need to define some precise metadata, and if we need to do this, we will need to enter into new debates about what is significant metadata.
So what I'm doing, I've got a prefix, right? My thinking and for adjustment is warp dot is this specs prefix, and then we define an enumeration of things that are important to us, and it's that. There can be other, and this is a very simple track. First of all, it's CSV intentionally because it's easy to innovate on. This will be binary in the future to make it more compact, but for now, it's just easier to think of it as text and comments.
So I think
Cullen was next.
somebody else is.
Suhan.
A couple of observations, like is the group ID n+1 works if the endpoint knows to maintain a state before a crash or something, but many times you will not have that. So let's say because of software, it rebooted, it would not even know what was the n to start with n+1. So usually the way we do at least is that's one way, which is basically to take the time and use the last 32 bits or 62 bits of the time as a group ID. That way, no matter what happens, the relays would not get confused, and at the same time, the client does not maintain state, it can still continue. And another thing is the timeline track is an optional thing. It's not a mandatory for warp. So if that's the case, then that n+1 would not work.
N+1 will still work. You just won't have it identified in a timeline.
Right. My point is what is n? I don't know what's n after I did a reboot.
You'd have to track statuses.
An encoder that's publishing knows what it's just published. It does publish group n.
Right.
It does.
App crashed and app restarted, and I'm publishing the same track. The encoder is fresh encoder. How would it know what it published last time? It has no clue. It's starting fresh.
If the whole app crashes versus
That's very common,
it
actually.
loses connectivity, which
Yes,
is
and
the assumption.
it starts and downloads same catalog. It's still authorized to publish on the same track. It starts publishing it. So it can't start at 0, because if it starts at 0, again, the group 0, for example, the relays might think it's a duplicate and drop it. So it has to.
Well, it can start at 0 on a new track name, and that track name can be the time.
Right. Those things are.
Okay, that's a good point. So the point for the minutes is that if it crashes completely, it may have no idea what happened. Victor?
Well, it crashes completely. I mean, we have an open issue that's been open for a while, and I discussed it with Ellen like Monday, but there are basically like 3 potential answers to this problem. One of which is, let me remember, there is unique track ID, which is the variation. Like one of them is basically you add whenever you start publishing a name, you make sure that you only use that name once, and if you ever lose the state, you have to publish under a different name. And there are some issues with that, but there's also the reason for doing that specifically is that you are not at a risk of like restarting in a state that contradicts the previous state. And it is always clear then when you switch from one to another that a crash happened. It's specifically not just a crash, but a crash that caused you to lose all of your state. Then the second approach is you can attempt to like track status from really your latest group number and publish a 10+1 and hope that this works and no other clients are alive. The problem if it happens if like you crashed, but you actually didn't crash, what happened is like
Forked.
like some weird fork thing happened. You are now like have two publishers that are publishing in the same track, so really will shut down one or both of you eventually. Probably one. And it might be not the one. Yeah, it might be both. It might be one. But like those are like the two approaches, and
You have a preference?
I generally believe in like the first one mostly because like there are risks with the second. It's like the risk is if you lost your state, what are the possible things that now do not matter?
And the first one, to reiterate, was some type of unique
You
attribute.
change the track name.
Change the track name when you restart without knowledge of prior state.
The one complication with that is that other people now need to know
Yeah,
your new
so
name.
my immediate question is, how does the player know what your new track name is?
I proposed the third approach, which was randomizing the group being the time. Every time you restart.
Right, that's the third way to do
Yeah.
it. Same track.
It's been working for a while. That's working for us. I'm saying that will work for us. Doesn't mean that it will work for
So
everyone.
you take the starting group ID to be war clock seconds,
when we
whatever.
start basically.
some unique.
Yes, I mean
Okay, Colin was
Just the starting one though?
just starting, right?
starting one. Yes, whenever you restart. Yes.
You know what? I want to come back to the must start in group 0,
Yeah.
but let's just pin that for a second and continue this conversation about the in restart issue. And one comment I'll make on that, it comes back to this. It'd be very nice. I'm sure that here we will say, oh, you should start a new track name. I guarantee you that causes enough confusion in implementations that implementers will be like, no, I figured out a clever way I could stay on the old track name so people don't have to do this.
Yeah.
So we might as well have a plan for that, because that's what's going to happen no matter how much advice we give that that's a bad idea.
Yeah, the unique track token was basically you add things that is not a part of track name, but a part of track name. And the reason for
I
that,
see. So it's like track one dash random 12 bits or whatever,
Yeah,
and then you
like-
use wildcard
yeah,
subscribe to
basic-
find the ball or something.
yeah, basically.
see.
The original saying is like you didn't even have it in a name. The original reason we did this is it's kind of if it doesn't match, so that you can purge your cache if it doesn't match. Because what the other risk that this was supposed to address is you have a broadcast, and let's say like you're designing a system where I have something like a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel where I start a live stream, then I end the live stream, then I start this live stream like under the same name like 2 hours from now, and now I need to make sure that like my own live stream like under the same name. So I need to tell the relay to that if it has anything cached for that name, it has to reset it.
We have no way to tell a cache to reset things.
Well, that would implicitly help.
That was my confusion, right?
Yeah.
Like if a publisher crashed 10 times,
Yeah.
and every time is track some part of the track name changed.
Yeah.
So now on subscriber, I want to fetch Victor's tracks.
Yeah.
And I want to fetch like how it becomes harder to say all these 10 different things are Victor's. And in
Yeah,
and
I definitely see the logistical complexity when you have a lot of traffic.
especially we do also fetch as
Yeah.
well at the same time. That's a nice idea, but I'm trying to see how can resolve that question though.
Yeah, I understand that this is a major pain point.
I think we have that same challenge no matter what, right? Because if even with group IDs, right? How do you know which group IDs Victor had published and which ones to fetch?
Oh, that's a different thing, right? I ask for Victor's track name. And if every time you start the group, restart the group, right? You know there's on the receiver side, there'll be gap. That's all it knows. But other than that, I know this one, I need to ask for only one track that represents Victor's history in my cache.
But you wouldn't know which groups of Victors to fetch.
Totally agree, but that's the only thing you have to worry about it. Otherwise I don't know of the 10 different tracks that came, in what order the track should I pick, or which of those tracks belong to the Victor in this session. That's confusion for me. I don't know how to solve properly.
Torben was next for Q.
Yeah, I'd like to have some very easy deterministic ways. It should be possible to write 2 generators which are generating exactly the same thing without a lot of communication between them and so on. So like this mock night starts from group ID 0 at the epoch start. So actually the group ID is the second right now.
Okay.
So I can start 2 of these guys and I will generate exactly the same output at the same time with the same group ID and things like that. And if I restart them, they'll also generate something with the same group ID. They do not have the same history maybe, but at least it will be very easy to have 2 parallel sources which can be synchronized and we get the same thing. And changing track ID would make things quite complex, I think. And how would you know what one is doing? And
I agree. So I'm quite liking the idea. We change this not zero and we start at the rounded millisecond since epoch.
Do you run into time? Go ahead, Colin.
So yeah, I'm going to speak to exactly is that. So I was on the starting on zero thing. So the other use case that we probably want to deal with is security cameras. So you got a security camera that's been running for a couple of years. It's very typical, producing one video stream at that time. Whatever the original portion of that track was ever there or catalog that was published is long gone. It's never cached or anything, right? Like from all intents and purposes, somebody joining and trying to use that camera at this point in time is going to look like the catalog starting at long past zero. It's going to look like the tracks starting at long past zero. And I just don't think we need, to, I mean, I'm on the +1 page, okay, but I don't think that we need to necessarily start at zero.
Yeah,
so
so
we can support exactly this idea. Yeah.
Let's assume that we change the PR for the notes, that we start at a rounded wall clock time, because that solves a number. It solves the restart. You never repeat. You're always going into the future. Victor, no?
I am really afraid on clocks and consumer.
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be clocked.
It's not a consumer. I guess it.
No, just a minute. It will be a consumer device, but it does, as bad as that clock is, all that matters is it goes up.
Yeah, it just goes forward in time, right? It doesn't have to be
It
accurate.
doesn't need to be clocked.
Yeah, it's not UTC synced or NTP synced rather. It's just a number that gets bigger in the future.
Right.
So you have to assume that the sender has stable storage for one number. And that, so it knows that this number comes back. That's all you
Yeah.
want. That's all you want to assume. If you don't have a stable storage for one number, you have to start a new track.
Yeah.
Because you have to guarantee that you have a larger number than before. But don't call it time. Don't call it anything.
But I know, but I
Remember
like.
that increase.
But no, this is just one Carl talking. There is no device that we have in this room that has stable storage for a single number other than time, right?
But it's not storage.
Reality.
It's not storage. It's being able to get it again.
No, it doesn't.
Rederive it.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. What API would you use to have stable storage on that? You don't know it's written. It's a surprisingly challenging problem to know that you have stable storage on any of these devices.
No, if you don't know, you have to.
So, let's see if I understand where we are. From my perspective, it sounds like the start at zero is not.
Yeah.
Let's remove that,
Yeah.
but keeping basically the main property we're talking about here is keeping the +1 for each new group.
Okay.
And how you realize that is
And where to start it.
Where you start, after that, you do +1 for the next couple
Yeah.
of groups.
Yeah.
I think maybe we should just word it in terms of what we actually know. We don't, the problem with this is that we don't want colliding objects, right? So maybe we should just word it in that sense that must not repeat a group number.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Which is already
Must not
in
reuse a prior group number. And so that forces you to either use something in the future if you have state, or find out, do track info, find out what the state from something is in the relay network, or find out a clock time from something else. So some mechanism that we don't have to specify, just as long as you don't repeat.
But here's the argument for tying it to time, is that when you debug these things at scale, it's very useful to be able to look at the group ID and know when the stream started.
I think real implementations will do that. Like we are doing that, but I don't know if you want to codify that so that our receiver absolutely relies on it and it forces the encoder to have a specific view of time.
Well, every encoder has a view of time, so that's not a difficult challenge for an encoder. It might not be precise.
Sometimes the time jump, the wall clock time jumps back.
Well,
Yes.
not until 2
leap seconds is
By leap seconds,
Yeah.
but
So by clocks diverging and then figure,
NTP updates things like that.
NTP does, but the monochrome clock doesn't. I mean, like,
So it can take time.
the monotone clock doesn't, but it doesn't have a well-defined zero.
That's why I was saying, just word the text only for the thing that we actually care about, which is don't make the objects collide. You
no,
must
but
use a
I
different-
also care about the determinism of knowing when the stream started.
Yeah, I
We
pick
don't
which
know that.
+1 on what will.
It's close enough for real world work. Like
Yes. But
dash
And I mean,
players
it-
rely on time, right? We do a lot of dash every day, and the clocks aren't super accurate, but it still works, and it's useful.
Victor says.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm just gonna point out.
So, okay, assume you do that for media, how does it work for catalog?
Catalog, we just publish a group update, like it would, why wouldn't it work for
So
catalog?
you have to do the like track status find last n and find n plus one.
You would just do a join to the stream and it would give you the last catalog, full catalog that was produced. And that
Assuming it was cached.
Are you asking for the publisher or
If it's not
subscriber?
cached, it's going to go back to the origin and fetch.
But you're the origin who crashed.
You're saying what is
But
the,
so you would over the original publisher crashing in this case.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You're the one producing the catalog.
So you
why is
just,
it different? Why can't the catalog also use a group number?
Yeah, why would that not work?
Because it's not timestamped.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to do.
To go to Bo's point, can we say what we need, like what must occur, and then say like, but you
can maybe use time.
like using time might be useful because it make everyone's life a lot easier, and but you might, it might be in micros, it might be millis, it might be like seconds, like goodness knows, but like there's the must of like it must be monotonically increasing something like I don't know, separate those two iterations.
The question is, do you ever want the subscriber to be doing something with the time number as if time, like it looks at its own clock and then guesses the group number to join? If you don't want that, then don't say it must be time.
well,
Just
but
say it
I
must
do
increase.
want, from experience in debugging live streams, knowing where they are. Is this stream been running for 5 hours or 2 seconds?
If you say the publisher must put time in, then the subscribers will start thinking they know that it's the time. If you say the publisher must increase and can use time, and everyone will use time, then the
But then it's loosey-goosey and at that point.
But actually, I think that's the problem with it. You can't ever, the subscriber can never rely on this ever being time because it doesn't know what the increment was in the group number versus when it started. Like when the subscriber starts getting this group number, it doesn't know if that's the original group number from the publisher that has a time encoding, or this is 10,000 increments later. And so it needs to subtract 10,000 to get the actual time. So I don't think the subscriber can ever rely on the time being in the group number.
Fair.
The publisher can maybe encode a time in it, but the subscriber will never be able to determine whether that time.
Yeah. And we can put a start time for the stream. Actually.
So Callan, next.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna go on the say with the properties that it absolutely has to have, that you will never restart and use a number. And it's not just number that you previously used, it's all the numbers you might have consumed while you were running before you crashed, right?
Yeah.
So like if you use seconds, this isn't gonna work because our groups are going up faster than seconds. You hit like whatever number you put in here, if you're converting time to this integer, obviously it
Yeah,
has
so
to be
it
faster than your
must,
group,
all
right?
future users of this must be new. You cannot start a stream in the past and somehow consume these.
Yeah, so we put that, and then we suggest an algorithm for that, which is you take your idea of local time and convert it to milliseconds as long as you're not doing more than 1,000 groups per second. And use that will meet this property. It's an easy way to do
Okay.
it, just as a like we define the requirements and then we provide a possible implementation you might choose to use that's non-normative.
And the nice thing about that is that many people would end up using that one if that fits the use case.
It probably will. And I realize we can be explicit about start time for a stream, put it in the catalog, stream start time, and then it's unambiguous, right?
Right, and we can also put an attribute with, I mean, we're very likely to end up with an attribute with some sort of time in each
Well, this
object or group. Or something,
Timeline
right?
track gives you group ID, right? So you're able to
okay,
buy in
fair
groups.
enough.
So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
realize
Yeah,
my
fair enough. Okay.
argument for it is not. So I acknowledge it's just we define the attributes. We say time meets this requirement, but you can invent one of your own.
So okay, so summary now and conclusion is
We don't start at 0. We start at a number that is guaranteed to increase in the future. And then once we start, we increment monotonically by 1.
okay, good.
And also a default implementation proposal.
And we propose that time meets these requirements in most cases.
Do they increment by one? Time is incrementing by one?
No, it just defines your start point and then you just add 1. It's an integer.
So if you're doing 100 millisecond groups, it's going to go 10 times as fast as time from there.
Yeah, seconds.
Yes,
but it's-
yes, but we're not
doesn't matter.
claiming it's bound. to
Right.
time. Another way to do this is you bind your group ID to some millisecond, which is like what Smooth used to do. But I don't think it's
So we
necessary.
need gap signaling again.
Yeah, then we need it in this round. Okay, so I'm going to moving to next PR. Adding the track type field and updating examples. So there's now a new string that defines the type of content carried by the track. And I've defined some reserved types here. And these are types that are actually important for commercial media. So video and audio, we all take. Timeline is particular to warp, caption, and subtitle are there. We've also added for accessibility, audio description and sign language. And you can use this type along with the MIME type to describe the content of a track. And you can invent custom types if you want, as long as they don't collide with these reserved types.
The MIME people are going to kill me. Would it be a good idea for this audio description, have it be audio plus description? Because it's an audio track and the information description, and for sign language, for it to be video plus sign language. So it's a video track. You're going to find video in here. Like that's what you're going to find in the video.
Okay, so the knit has just changed the type name to make clear that it's visual, because I say a visual track, right?
Define it as base content plus sign, and then more detail about that content. I said I was going to freak somebody out here.
What is this for? This is so when the player gets a catalog and the user has said, I'm visually impaired. I want to get a descriptive audio track. How does the player tell which of these tracks carries that information? Okay.
But should we then have a general mechanism? It should be text plus subtitles, text plus caption. Text
Well, then we get back to MIME types. Which, I didn't fully understand. You're looking for a structured way to define the type name versus simply saying.
I'm looking for an extensibility mechanism where when I see one of these I've never seen before, and it says audio plus something I've never seen before, I can guess how I can deal with it anyway, because I sort of know it's audio. Okay. And this may be an awful idea. Let me just.
It's an idea, though. It's noted.
I think along lines of.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Do we?
Refer. Oh, me? Okay. I think this is mixing the type and purpose.
Mm-hmm. Maybe type's the wrong word. Maybe purpose or role or something.
That's going to be my same comment. Are we talking about what you need to tell a decoder? Are we talking about what a semantic meaning to an app is?
This is more about
what I was
like caption and subtitle. It's a bunch of time metadata at the end of the day. So its MIME type is text, BTT or something like that. But the player builder needs to know, these are subtitles or these are captions, and I need to insert them. So maybe type is a confusing word. I agree with that.
Intent, role, purpose, all three works fine.
Are all, I think.
Also, speaking from the experience of MIME type registrations, plus signs are awful. If you have a type, you should have that reserved for saying, what do you need to know in order to decode this? The semantics of the thing needs to be carried in attributes, some kind of attributes.
Yeah. Which,
for instance, with subtitle or sign language, you want to know which language the track is in. And in some cases, for subtitles, you want to know whether the subtitles actually appear next to when the language is the same or when the language is different. I mean,
yeah. So we have signaling for language and all things like that.
And so use that.
Yes.
Don't mix it up in a type.
Who was that?
Now I'll boss.
So this categorization kind of makes sense for traditional live streaming tracks, but like for a conference, you almost always have slides or something like that, slide share. So that is usually also a video track, but it's in a lot of cases it's broken up separately, video content or something like that. And so that gets back to this. Is it the type of media? And so something relevant for what decoders do I need to be able to,
so that's why I say with MIME type. So if you look at an actual catalog, you'll see that the MIME type is video/MP4.
Mm-hmm.
And if we say this is slides and it's or screen share or something and video MP4, then I think your player knows which decoder to give it to. So it's the combination. This is more of like a business description. It was a
Role is at the
role.
top.
And I think I maybe had it there originally, and then we took it out because Luke Curley said the MIME type was explicit. If it's video MP4, I know what I'm going to do with it. But then we get back to the accessibility issues. So maybe this is more about extra data to the type, for all the video MP4s, right? Is it slide share? Is it primary
Exactly. So
speaker?
Luke is right if there's only one video MP4, but if there's
Right.
4 video
And then we need
MP4s,
some other
what's
attribute
the role
to
of each one of them?
differentiate them. Okay. Who was next?
Yeah, I would say just decouple the reason or type into 2 parts, like type, audio, video, and intent, like it's sign language and description,
Content
etc.
specific.
So
Yeah.
it will be more easy to parse.
Okay.
I think it's picture than window and then.
Yeah, we do actually have MIME type as video MP4 currently in the draft.
Mhm.
It's not video MP4. There's no MP4 in the draft. It's locked.
That's a good point. Well, wait till we get to my final slide. But
Yeah, like the thing is for media types, like
Yeah.
we need something like MKV, which is like there are 4 types, like video, audio, subtitle, metadata.
MIME types you're talking.
No, they're not MIME types. They're specifically types. Well, I mean, we only have currently defined one type. That's a lock, right? That's the only way. That's technically the only type we have. And then we need like specify what's in the lock.
But I think what you need there is actually, you need to go one level deeper beyond it's not only lock, it's actually what encoding format is it inside lock.
Yeah, but
That's probably what you need in the catalog, or? Yeah, we were, let's see, it was when,
Handle me.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that in HLS they have characteristics and they use it for, typically setting the audio for the away team and the home team. And they did a presentation recently about this at the HLS
Characteristics.
group.
Okay.
And it's useful for the decoder to have this information written in the type. It's home audio, away audio.
Those are labels, though. We have labels already in the catalog. Yeah. So in the label you can put home commentary that exists.
Yeah, now, just a quick observation. We need 3 levels of information, right? One is encoding information, packaging information, and third thing we're talking about semantic information here. In the way, at least in the HTTP world, we saw this, basically there's no packaging, but at least the other 2 is by defining the codec type, what it is, the payload type, and what it defines, like it's explicit. Another thing, for something is a slide or something different, there was a description attribute that was added that says this track is for slides. The same video track is for main video versus the third camera. That's a description attribute.
Yeah, we have a what's called label today.
Label, like any of those things would work. Like type is the only thing that's.
But I want reserved for accessibility. There's strict requirements for identifying these tracks. So I do want some other attribute. I don't care what the name is.
Agreed.
That tells you what they are, like a reserved set of enumerated.
So yeah.
Roles types track. So what I'll do I'll go back to the issue, propose some names, and maybe people can.
So I do think we separated into the different parameters much better than the plus thing I did. Said so like build the plus thing. But so if this is role here, I think that what sidepack people down like the wrong thing is video and audio are not a role. They should not be in this list. Nor sign language perhaps or whatever. But like this is mixing those 2 different things. So that's why we got confused on this slide, I think. So that might help you separate this apart.
That's fair. I see that.
Maybe be things like actually main would be like
Main or slides, that's fine.
Like primary, because if you've got 16 tracks, which 2 should you start with? What's your primary audio, primary video? Yeah. Okay.
It looks like the dash rules more or less.
Well, we got to be careful, right? There's IP around that. So I'm really not wanting to use the word role, and I don't want to use characteristics.
Description. I'm not.
Description is fine. You claim IP on description.
No, it's HTTP.
Okay.
Okay, so, but okay, the conclusion is to divide up the spaces into,
To focus on what, it's not video or audio, right? It's a track, and does it have a reserved description? Like a role is real intent or something. I'll try to find a word that is not used by other streaming.
But are you saying that you don't want to specify the top level media type? Audio,
No.
video?
No, that's specified via MIME type, or we have an initialization string which sets up your decoder.
Okay, you're saying the track type field is not going to encode the MIME type, not going to encode the top level media type.
it's not
Top-level
level
media.
type, so it's, I guess
What do you mean by top level media type? Audio.
Audio, video, I think there's haptics,
Well-
audio, video, text, and maybe haptics, whatever. What are there's a registry, right? There's a top level,
media types, yes.
top level media types registry,
Image too, in the top, but that's,
image, yeah.
What's the MIME type of a lock packaged track?
Application.
yes, I think you're,
Application plus
but this is, then we go into the called codec bucket type 4, which had this, like, it's like actually you need, I think you're gonna need the packaging and you need to have the encoding for.
We have the packaging. Yeah. I want a player to be able to look at this and decide, what are my video tracks?
Mhm.
What's my options?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And there should be a clear way to do that.
Yeah, so Ian,
I have a quick question. This is kind of a processy question, but like, is there IPR I should know about that we're trying to avoid? Because you kind of,
Well, there's existing streaming formats, HLS and Dash. Dash definitely has IPR around it.
really?
On the names?
Oh, that's fine. Okay, sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Victor,
I mean, my answer as to what tab is that nothing in MOQ has MIME type, because MIME types are defined continuous blobs of bytes, and MOQ tracks are not continuous blobs of bytes.
so this is, I think it's where the catalog might be depending on which packaging format is used, how it describes the encoding format inside it. I think we're gonna have to have,
Okay, I want to move on.
Yeah.
We got a lot of issues.
Put our stream into email.
So we've got, did you get the feedback that,
This is for role and intent of the
Yeah.
track and not for the media.
and to find a term and make sure that we can independently describe.
So that would
Okay.
be a separate term.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, and the combination of the two will then help a player decide.
Here's what it is.
Oh, so here I have an example actually. So this had type video, type audio, and type timeline. And here I was giving an example. We've got a track called audio 1, track called audio 2, and I don't know which is the accessibility track. So I wanted some mechanism to be able to separate these two. Okay, I added a generated at field. This is to solve debugging problems in the field about stale catalogs, right? If the problem happens a lot with streaming formats, anytime you have a text file describing state, have you got the latest version of it? But you have no idea if we have the latest unless we put some type of timestamp in. So I made a generated at field that just tells you when this catalog was made. So if you get one that's later, you know if it's fresh. Hopefully there's not too much excitement about that. I added a timescale attribute. This is at the request of Torben for initialization, especially for certain types of content. It can make your initialization easier.
Yeah, it's a matter of there are timed samples inside the tracks. It would be nice to know the timeline of these guys. So that's basically the only thing that the image segment is doing, giving the timelines. So it would also be nice to know if the two video tracks have the same timeline, if you want to switch to between them.
Well, switching is signaled by render group. So render group, if you have the same render group, then you're switchable.
Including
timeline must be at mode.
So just a note, I think Loke is also going to add time base as a header, as a payload extension or header extension, whatever we decide. So the time base may also be signaled at the beginning of a group, and then you know what the timestamp extension, what units that's in.
Okay, so time base is the same as time scale. It's units that pass per second.
You can have it in the catalog, and you could also, it may also come in the.
Okay, it might be duplicated in then.
Yeah.
Do we need to do it in band if we do it in the catalog? Or I guess you do for look because you don't know if there's a catalog that's describing it.
It's good.
Colin?
This is sort of to the video experts in the room. Could we strongly recommend that that be 90,000?
No.
Okay.
It's a number, yeah, I don't have a basis.
Fortunately, NTSC exists.
Do we still have any NTSC?
59.94 frames don't display well with 90,000. When need one?
I mean, I get all over. I mean, I understand why we have other numbers. My question was, are we at a point in time
Where we can drop.
where we can drop the reasons for the previous other numbers? Like, that's my question. I don't like, and I don't know the answer to that.
Wasn't the 2994 evenly divisible in 90,000?
Yeah, it works.
Yes, it does work.
That's why it's 90,000. That's why it's such a large number to start with. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not large enough in all the cases.
Yeah.
I also want another time scale for audio.
Sorry?
And want another time scale for audio.
Well, 90,000 will work for audio in almost all cases.
Well, it's a lot of rounding. I don't want round.
They want 96,000 for audio.
Yeah.
Even that doesn't match up. AMR wideband, I can tell you, it does not. It has
Okay,
72,000.
I'm moving on. Time scale.
I think my question was answered.
I added a is live attribute, which is actually quite interesting if we want to differentiate VOD content from live content. The definition of live is that new objects will be or might be added to the track. And it's not live if no new objects will be added. In other words, it's fully complete. Victor.
What happens when your transmissions stream from being live to being DVR?
You would change, no, DVR is just, there's still live. So if you have a DVR track, right, meaning you can go back into a live stream, the stream's still live because new objects are being added to the track.
Well, like imagine like in some service, like let's say like Twitch does not transcode things, like I just have a live stream and like you can replay it after it's finished. But
Then it would be VOD because no, at that once it's finished, no new objects are being added. So I'd produce a new catalog that says.
Do you
This is-
replace a catalog wholesale or do you just update the existing catalog?
I would update. So I haven't got into that, but at the end of broadcast, what should the encoder do? And I have an open issue on how do we signal the end of a broadcast cleanly? We need an explicit way to do it. A lot of streaming formats just stop and it's not clean. So I'd like to solve that problem. But it's a good point. So DVR is handled by the definition of live, but how you transition from live to completely VOD to playback next week, I think you should update the catalog.
Yes.
Is this purely informative or do you expect some normative requirements around it? Like if it is live, is the only time you can subscribe and you must not subscribe. Otherwise you can only fetch if is live.
Well, but if it is live can still include components that you have to fetch because they're behind the live head. It's mainly for the player to construct its timeline, its visual UI. A live timeline is quite different to a VOD one. A VOD one has an explicit beginning and an end. A live one is a sliding window that's moving forward.
But is the intent to prohibit subscriptions to things that are not live?
No.
Okay.
This is mostly for a player to decide how to do it. I think there's gonna at a deeper level. I don't think we need to prohibit subscriptions to VOD content. If you subscribe to a VOD track, it's still valid, right? You'll just get nothing.
Clarification question.
Yeah.
You can't update objects in MOQ, at least during the current spec. So by update, do you mean like add more metadata to some portion of it, or is the
I'd
intent?
say new objects added. So the
Oh,
track is a succession of objects. A live track is one where objects will be or might be added in the future.
Because at some point, and you said like update the live catalog to.
No, I mean, when you finish your live stream, say your sports game's done, and you stop, you're at the end, and now people are going to watch it as a VOD asset. I think we should republish the catalog and say, okay.
No,
this
sorry,
is
but
now
you keep
VOD.
saying that. I think what he's trying to ask is, what you mean is publish a new object on the catalog track which updates the catalog
To say that
to say whatever.
that there will be no new objects added
Or
on these
there's
other
a separate
tracks.
catalog for VOD, just because that's easier. I don't really care.
Yeah.
But basically, you're gonna write a new group with a new objects on that
You
catalog.
repeatedly say you can never like change an object once you publish it. So, like,
Yeah, this is-
We're not changing objects,
Yeah.
we're just
Alright.
publishing a new.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I have this for live. I mean, there are two kinds of live. As I see, it's a live, linear, sort of continuous, and then we have an event which sort of have a start. So in one case, you don't have a sliding window. In the other case, you actually have a growing window
Yeah.
because you have an event start, like a football game example, that you should be able to get back to the start, but not further. So do we need to distinguish this?
We do. There's no concept currently in Warp of a DVR window, which is the sliding window trailing a live head.
Yeah.
And we should probably open an issue, if you can make a note that we should open an issue for how do we describe DVR. Okay, and then I added track duration. It's also useful for constructing timelines. So once something is not live, it has a beginning and an end. And the time delta between the beginning and the end is the duration. Hopefully that's not contentious. It might be contentious because I've put the track duration in the track. And if we've got 5 tracks and they all list a duration, they should be the same. But if they're not, what do you declare as the duration, the max, the min, the something else?
Yeah, if you do that, you have to add the offset
To what?
to every track if your durations are per track.
No, it's the duration is the delta between the beginning and the end in terms of walk clock time.
Do you have vocal time for the starts? It can be different.
We do.
It's the situation in which you have like duration different from like you have often files where you have like a video file and then audio starts 10 seconds in.
Yeah, so this would track it. Your video would have 10 seconds more track duration than your audio.
Yeah, but do you have an offset?
So we have the timeline,
Okay.
which binds together media time.
But I suppose the timeline is not necessary for playback
Well,
or for sync.
I think it's very useful that's why we added it. If you want to seek or do anything in the past, you need to know what group to fetch. So timeline is what tells you how to construct your fetch message.
Actually, yeah. How do we think of it? We didn't.
How do we seek? We fetch.
No, I mean in live playback.
Well, your question again?
How do you seek?
How
You
do
can
we
only
sync
seek
audio and
backwards.
video in live
Oh,
playback.
how do we sync it?
Using that 90,000 timestamp.
By seeking media time.
I mean, we should have a common 0 point or reference point.
Who's a media player developer here?
But I mean, we have a common sync point.
Well, Torben just synced them, so.
No, I mean, you have a common reference point, the 0 time for, I mean, basically you take all
Yeah,
times to be
the
linked.
encoder should be producing its audio and video at a common.
Yeah, but it's at group join ages. I mean, it's common at the start of the group that the audio track will not be aligned with the first video image, and you.
Well, I align them within sort of times and sort of within 20 milliseconds within one frame. So if you take the same group, I mean, I make basically the audio groups and video groups the same duration as far as possible. That is within 20 milliseconds.
Yes, but if you need more precise, you actually need a persistent
If
timestamp.
I mean, yeah, and of course there are timestamp in there as well.
Yes.
Which one should look
Yeah.
at. So I mean, so the timestamps are the thing which are really using for aligning. There is one problem here, a little problem with the duration, which is not end minus start. It's end minus start plus the duration of a last sample. If you should be really careful, and we don't really have durations of samples in. But that's a very
Okay,
thing.
noted. We must write the definition carefully. Lest we miss this one. Okay, going to Anish. This one might be. That's a bad title. Should be CMAF packaging support. So we've previously agreed, right, that we would do lock, and I'm good with this. But the first two implementations of Warp, which is mock live, mock, and Vindrel, have both forked it, right? They forked it to add CMAF. And to me, this is an early and strong signal about market demand. Like, is everyone just going to fork it and use the video that they want to do? So I want to go back and revisit the idea of adding CMAF packaging support alongside lock. I like lock because it's very clean, it's lightweight, and IETF have a resource for Colin had previously objected because he couldn't review the spec. But it turns out IETF have a person assigned to give you specs for free anytime you want to review them. I also listed also other RFCs that actually reference MPEG documents, including RTP, which we're trying to beat for performance.
Actually, just to be clear, I had no objection to that. I'm fine with that. I said you don't need a normative reference for that. For how you want to use CMAP, you can do it with an informative reference, and this whole issue comes away. But anyway, this is sort of side thing.
That's
I'm
fine
not,
to me.
Keep high point. I'm not objecting.
I would like to add the ability to describe CMAP packaging and make what Corbin's produced compliant with the spec, without losing anything from the lock side. And those who want to use it with lock would only use it with lock, and those who want to use it with CMAF would use the CMAF side.
Okay, but the critical thing for me is for me to have a compliant implementation of this RFC. I do not want to be bound to CMAF IPR. So that puts my strong preference with put it in a different RFC that extends lock. I'm not against doing that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to avoid, is putting in another RFC.
Why?
Because then I have another RFC that is basically, we take this and we change 4 fields, or we define some packaging. And that seems to me...
That's fine. It could be a 1-page RFC for all I care.
Yeah. I mean, as from my perspective as a chair here and producing, I would say that the CMAP format, like the lock format, should be its individual document, because there might be others specifying, other than warp, specifying a usage of MOQT and the CMAP format. That might want to reference this too. So I think there's a point of modularity here.
The CMAP's already a separate document.
No, but the CMAP usage, something, how you package CMAP into MOQT objects, that specification. Yeah.
I did have that draft.
Yeah.
I put it up there.
Yeah. I think that should be its own document. I think that's what Colin asked for too, if I understand it correct. You want it as a separate draft.
And it's around IPR, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to trade carefully and make sure that your needs are met and that we can still put CMAF inside warp easily without making...
I'm 100% aligned with your point that we have customers for this, people want to do this, and it should be easy and well-defined. I'm just saying from an IPR point of view, divide these such that we don't contaminate one with the IPR of the other.
Victor?
I think we separate documents would be preferable, just because it makes sense. And my general intuition is like, this working group currently has 2 really giant documents. And there are good reasons for that, but also like general extensibility is good because, and also ability to focus on one format it is. Now, it's true that there are 2 deployments that use CMF because they use existing infrastructure, but also, for instance, like I think like the interop format that Jordi has does not use CMF, right? And
That's what.
That's lovely use.
That's what.
Yeah.
And the things that we use in our internal prototype is closer to locks and to TMF. And the main reason and the only reason we've not switched to lock is because like it was not ready when I started writing the code.
Mo?
Yeah, so I've been doing a lot of thinking about this for Loc, and first of all, I wouldn't want to, these are great demos, but I don't know if anybody's actually going to production with anything like this. So I wouldn't want to bias everything towards a demo, but I do agree that there will be market demand to simplify the conversion of CMAF assets to on-the-wire mock streaming. And one easy way that I could see doing this is the main constraint in Loc is not at all the headers. The main constraint in Loc is that you're packaging a frame. The main difference between CMAF and Loc is Loc wants to have frame boundaries. CMAF does not have frame boundaries. You can package a CMAF fragment with 20 frames if you want, or a subframe if you want. So that's the fundamental difference between the two. If you were going to package CMAF with just, frames, we could even use LOC and have the very last header extension of LOC be a CMAF wrapper, a CMAF box, all the CMAF boxes you need right before the MDAT. You could have that as a LOC header extension, and then you transparently copy your CMAF output into a LOC payload, and you're done. But the main constraint there is still that you want to transmit frames.
Yeah, but all the legacy content is not frame packaged in most cases. And what I want, this is really coming down to advertising support. All the ad inventory out there right today is not LOC packaged, right? It's CMAF packaged. And I want to be able to inject ads into LOC streams. So that's one of the reasons why.
With no constraint on the CMAF package, or it could be.
Right, it's just pulling
It
like
could be 200
people.
millisecond fragments. You have no idea.
Yeah, you have no idea what the size is, and typically it's 2, 4, or 6 second fragments. So I get what you're saying about it, but I don't think the whole point of being interoperable with the industry is they're not forcing it, being able to use that existing content.
Then I agree we need a separate spec from.
Okay, so we need a separate spec.
That defines the packaging.
So I'll start a separate spec. Is there agreement on that?
Yeah, I think it's the right way, because you can start with it, publishing the individual, and then we can adopt it.
And what do we call it, like WARP plus CMAF, or?
It's a bit like RTP payload format, so maybe for the.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you call it? Is mock CMAF packaging or something like that, or.
Oh, but it's the actual spec people would. Yep. They would have to say, I'm implementing that, not I'm implementing WARP.
It's like the old way that we had is defining a packaging format and then
referencing
catalog
it in.
references the
Colin says
packaging
he
format.
doesn't want to reference the CMAP one in this normatively, which it would be because it would tell you how to package it for WARP.
And what CMAF works.
When the first sentence of the introduction onto WARP is a media format designed to deliver LOC.
Yeah, we changed it. It used to be different. It used to
So,
be exactly.
and it is
yeah.
everything is written, so we will need to say that it's to deliver media.
To deliver.
And so it means that do we need to do it for LOC as well in that case? A separate document saying, well, WARP for LOC? And
Yeah, we can build a house out of Lego
Right,
bricks,
this-
or we just build a house.
That doesn't have an IPR problem
Yeah.
wrapped up.
I'm
with it.
okay. I'm okay building lock into it, and then if we can't do it in, we write a separate one.
Please resolve that like today, because I'm about to yank the catalog from LOC, assuming that it's in WARP.
Yeah. So let's leave it. Lock is a packaging spec, not a catalog spec. Lock just says, here's how you package content. And then we will reference that inside WARP. And then I'm going to create WARP CMAF, which will tell you how to do the similar thing with CMAF content. And the WARP CMAF will basically just be a shell. It's going to reference WARP. Everything will be the same, except it'll extend the packaging definition and maybe add some fields that are unique to CMAF and not required for lock.
Who else did you want?
I think the conclusion is good.
Okay. Okay. Issue 59, how do we signal the end? I just need some thought input here. So we get subscribe done for each active subscription. However, tracks may begin and end at different times, or new ones can be published in the future. So we need an unambiguous signal to tell the client that we're done here, you can go. So some options are send a catalog with no tracks. This is kind of the language in there, but this doesn't solve for the case that there might be future tracks. We make an explicit catalog field to say we're done, or some other signal.
Number two.
Number two?
Are you trying to signal the end of the entire, everything the
Yes.
catalog is done, or just?
I'm calling it a broadcast, right? But it's a broadcast is me producing a bunch of stuff, and there might
No new tracks.
no new
All
tracks.
tracks are done, no new tracks.
No new-
Will
Catalog,
never
no
be
new
another,
tracks.
what its meaning should be, there will never be another object on this track. That's what the.
This is broader than track. All tracks in
All
this.
the tracks in the catalog.
On the catalog.
Right, but it's interesting because for avoid content, there's also no new stuff, but there is old stuff.
In that case, East Live is 0, right?
Yeah, so I'm saying end of broadcast only makes sense if is live is true.
Mhm.
And then I say, by the way, the live broadcast is done.
Just say that the catalog is final.
Yeah, there'll be no new changes to the catalog, but then it should signal VOD. But I don't think we need to signal end of broadcast for VOD because it was never, it may never have been a live broadcast.
Remind me, is the is live flag on a track or the entire catalog?
That was on track, if I remember.
Let's see where I put it.
Because you have a mixture of is live tracks and
Yeah.
live tracks.
That's okay, right?
Yes, because you may well have tracks that are live and tracks that are VOD in the same broadcast, right? In fact, we're going to have ads that are VOD, and then we're going to have live tracks, and the player's got to subscribe to them at different times. So it's on a track. It's definitely on a track.
What I was going to say is if you could have it is live at the entire catalog level, then that would be the effective same thing as broadcast end. When you move to is live false, the broadcast.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. Who was next?
I think, oh, okay, I can go. This is nitpick. It's like broadcast is a good term for streaming world, but I don't know what is, we can still call.
Yeah, I don't care. I use broadcast because it's the same thing. I don't have a better word. I also want to describe web conferences or what's the collective noun for a bunch of tracks?
Yeah.
A confusion of
Track
tracks.
set.
A work group of tracks. Yeah. Who is it?
Yeah, I'm thinking about this is live. Can we make it a bit more descriptive? So it's like something like is live no or is live ongoing and is live finished or something like that, so that you can actually have
So a state, an enumerated
I mean,
state.
some which is not live at all, but then you have a live state, because this is basically finishing the live state. Okay, now it used to be live, but now it finished. So maybe that is good to know, and just not okay. It's a VOD because it might.
But it might not be VOD. It might be it's live and there's no VOD. You can't access any. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but then if you said maybe it's all live gone or something, I mean.
Okay. Your point is enumeration of states versus a Boolean is live or not live.
For live, yeah. To see this as live, it's ongoing live. It's ended, but not accessible anymore, or it's accessible as a VOD or something like that, and that will be a possibility.
That could also solve the accessible all the way back to 0 or accessible only last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You could have an enumeration for.
Well, if we got to have a signal for where the DVR window is, and we would just retract that. We would, in the catalog update, we'd say you're done, and by the way, there's no DVR anymore either. So,
I didn't understand. I thought this was about telling that the catalog was over and never was going to be updated, not the track. So do you also need a signal?
well, the catalog describes the track. It's your
No,
state.
but do you need something that says this catalog will never change again? Don't subscribe to it. And like, this is it. Don't wait. Don't wait on the state to go
Also
live.
not, also that the broadcast is done and you can't play it and you can't like subscribe. I mean, you can subscribe, but you'll get nothing.
That's
I don't know. I guess I don't understand the use case you're trying to solve.
think
But
this
that
is-
doesn't matter.
So you log on to watch a sports game
Right.
and it finishes. How does the broadcaster tell your player to not just sit there with a spinning wheel looking for more content, which is what happens.
Rock T has, when you subscribe to a track that is not live, you get a subscribe done immediately. That's like
Okay.
a subscription or track ended. Like you can't subscribe after the track has ended.
Right.
That's
So
not the transport.
there's a use case which is the tracks are done, but in half an hour they start again. Like it's a sports event, and there's only you've subscribed to the NBC live feed. I mean, that's a silly example. You subscribe to the high school live feed or whatever, and in half an hour there'll be a new track coming. So just sit here and wait. The catalog will update when it's there, and you can subscribe to it. That's a case where there's no actual live tracks, but there might be tracks in the future. But I just want an unambiguous signal for it. We're done. I'm gone. I'm packing my encoder in a box.
The use case you just described of the track, so,
In that case, it would not be broadcast done.
right. But I'm wondering what happens.
Catalog is still a track that's active.
Yeah,
There's
but
no other
So you're saying there's no
content tracks.
publisher for that track now, but the track has not, it's gonna start publishing again later.
I publish tracks with content in the future.
So I want to go back and ask so after this, did you say that the catalog is going to be different when it becomes VOD? Like there'll be a different catalog?
Yeah, it'll have
same
a
catalog.
no,
will be
same
used-
catalog, but stuff will update. The state will change. The duration field will be added if it's accessible.
So I guess I'm trying to understand, is that a totally different track or that is like
It's
When
a
I-
new group in the track catalog name.
it's a new,
Yeah.
there's a new group.
New group in the track in the catalog track.
The catalog track name.
So
It'll be a new group.
okay, so end of broadcast is somewhere before that happens. So like I'm reading, I have my catalog, everything's done. Then I get a catalog
You gotta be
update.
subscribed to the catalog.
Let me finish walking through and then you can correct me.
Yeah.
So, I'm reading the catalog. I get to a point where it says this broadcast is now done, and that's an update to my catalog. And then if the publisher wants to make that into a VOD accessible thing, it'll publish a new group on the same.
It probably wouldn't publish in a broadcaster, but goes straight to VOD.
Well, maybe it takes time.
Yeah.
Right. So I might get one that's like broadcast ended, and then 10 minutes later it says, here's the catalog if you want to VOD this. Is that a potential?
My assumption of end of broadcast is there's no more changes in the catalog, and you should shut down your player. Like, we're done here.
I don't think so. But more cleaner.
Yeah.
Okay, so then no, if it's going, you wouldn't do that then. Okay, so if it takes me 10 minutes to go from live to VOD, then you don't send in a
Then you
broadcast.
give the player another URL the same way you, or
Okay.
Like that.
I think it's not normally that 10 minutes later you get it. Usually they usually just shut down, and then like an hour later they say, oh, here's the VOD, and you can go watch it.
Okay.
But with Mock, we don't, like, the stuff's there in the cache. There's no reason you can't instantly go back and watch it as a VOD asset, assuming you've cached it.
I probably don't know enough to like meaningfully contribute here, but I think I want to understand
Okay,
more about the evolution of the catalog, and maybe it would help to just draw a picture of like the whole life cycle of a live stream. Like, we're publishing tracks, catalog's updating, this thing ends, then you get sort of this final state of the catalog, then you get a VOD version of the catalog, or like.
I think it's a good idea. So on the
transition?
issue, I'll try to just enumerate these states, right? And then let's see if they make sense before we do a PR. Just recommendations. I do want to merge lock into warp, and I am going to make a separate spec, not the packaging for SEMA.
Wait, do you mean the catalog aspects of lock, or do you mean the entire lock spec?
No, I don't. I want to reference it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just want to say
The real recommendation is that in the log spec, just remove the catalogs.
yes, because we got duplicate catalog definitions right now. Okay.
Victor has a question.
Yeah, I was listening to the description of that case where you like stop your broadcast and then 2 hours it starts again. And this is very much definitely in every system I've seen, you have to make a new internal name for this.
Okay.
Like you have to give it a new name because it's like otherwise it works really poorly.
So I agree with you. Most people not going to have a 2-hour gap. But the interesting thing with the catalog, it is a live track. So you haven't really stopped your broadcast. You're just adding and removing other tracks while the catalog continues.
If you do it like that, what will happen is like people will connect to the broadcast and it will show the spinning thing.
Yeah, it's gone. Well, it won't spin because it's got a catalog update that says there's no tracks. So it'll just say waiting for content. And it'll wait for a catalog update to describe some content that it can then play. Okay, I'm way behind time. I wanted to shift to the next subject, if that's okay with chairs.
Yes,
Okay.
I think we keep on running this.
Okay, let's try to go quick. So this is now authentication and access control for Mock. There's a spec. This is an outside spec. So within Mock Transport, we've defined tokens. We've defined aliases for tokens. But the question is what goes inside them. So this is a draft that says what goes inside. Some again, updates since last IETF. So we decided as a work group, what I just said, Mock would define a framework and APIs over which multiple token-based auth schemes could be implemented. So we're not restricting Mock Transport to only use one, but we want to be able to have one that works, and that's what I'm attempting to define here. We added the authorization alias parameter with a lot of back and forth on that, but it is in there right now. So then I introduced this draft of a auth scheme that uses an existing token called Common Access Token. We reviewed this. The feedback from the Wave group was from at the last IETF, we said, hey, we need a new mock claim. And we thought that the CTA Wave group had to make it for us. But I went to them and they said, no, you don't. You can just extend our spec and make your own mock claim inside your draft, which is great. And they agreed to help. And they have actually helped a lot and come back. And we've got a couple of open issues here. One is how to handle composite claims. The other is, do we need essentially proof of possession field? And I think we do for this, but we'll get to that later. So here's the first round of edits. So there's a PR there from Chris Lemons of Comcast, who's gone ahead and written the CDDL for a new mock claim. It's called TBD mock because we have to register it right now. And it's essentially an array of action limits. And each limit has 3 elements. It has an integer that specifies the action. By action, I mean publish, subscribe, announce, fetch, and track status request. And then he's actually a separate match object for namespace and name. I actually believe we can match against the concatenation of namespace and name. And I think it's unambiguous here. So I don't feel we need to separate out our namespace and our track name matching. So that's a question for the group. Is there any reason we can't concatenate our tuples for our namespace and our name, put them into one byte field, and then match against it? Suhas was
Yes.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to do that. And also an observation is that so many match types we don't need. It will complicate.
I agree, absolutely. I said we should only use the first 3. Exact, prefix, and suffix. Contains was indicated as being cheap. But before we get our knickers and a knot over those, those are string matches. And Chris didn't know that. And we're bytes. So we're going to have to find our own matches anyway.
And is there a reason why we can't just go with prefix match and not have anything else?
Well, exact is useful, right? Prefix allows you a lot of slop. But if you say, I want you to publish one thing and one thing only, you can't do it with a prefix.
That would be a default case of prefix, right? Prefix matching the entire length is.
But there's no length notion. It's just
what is the if I send the full track name as an input for prefix match, it will match the full track name. If I send only the namespace, it will match the prefix, right?
But I can with the prefix, I can extend it and it will still authorize it, right?
Yeah.
So it's not hard to do exact. I think exact is useful, prefix is useful, and contains may be useful. Suffix, I don't think is that useful. So
You're getting rid of the string matching, right?
we're going to get rid of stream. So what you see up there was what exists. We thought, oh, we can use it. It's so nice. It's already predefined. But we're going to have to define our own. And we certainly won't define a regex for bytes or any of the more complex ones. But I think just exact and prefix would probably be sufficient.
Okay, so I want to talk about those in a second, but I want to go back to the first question, which had to do with can we merge the name, track name, and namespace?
Yeah.
So right now, you can have, let's say the namespace was A/B. Inside of that, you can have a namespace called C and a track name called C. That's allowed today. I think that's an awful idea. We should probably get rid of it, but that's allowed.
Right.
And that would doom that type of matching if we don't disallow that type of thing. Did you get what I'm talking about?
No, I want to restate it. So if we've got ABC, ABC can either be a namespace of ABC and a name of empty, or it can be.
So it's valid in the protocol today to have two tracks. Okay, the first track is going to be called has a namespace of A, B, and then its track name is 1.
Yeah.
The second track has a name of A, B, C as a namespace, and then a track name of 2. That's legal in the thing right now today.
Yeah.
Yes. So if that first track name was called C, and we had a namespace called C, those are like, we have 2 things with the same name when you merge them together into like a full track name. I should write this out.
I think you're saying that, I don't think it's. No, it is true. We should
When
say
we
you should.
concatenate them, we lose the difference. But do I need to reserve the difference? Because it's the combination of them that uniquely identifies objects in the cache.
So fair enough. I'm just sort of flagging that I think that that you asked, do we need separate ones?
Yes.
Okay. If we allow you to have both a namespace and a track name, they're the same. Yeah, I think we need separate ones. Like it's nuts. Like you might have, right? But I think a better solution to this would not, doctor, it hurts. Let's not do this. Like we should disallow this sort of thing.
What?
Disallow having inside a given namespace, you may not have a track name and another sub namespace name that are the same. That's what I think we should disallow.
And just to clarify that, you're saying the tuple of the track name, any entry in the tuple of the namespace should not have the same byte value of the track name.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Victor was waving.
Okay, I'm reinserted on my other topic.
But that's an issue for mock transport, not.
Agree,
Yeah.
but that, unless that's
If that's, okay, if that's in case, then we can concatenate and do a single match.
yes, exactly, agreed. And then I want to talk about matches.
Yeah, the things that Colin pointed out sounds like it's true. It's definitely A, confusing, B, terrifying, C, sounds like extremely good argument to merge track name and track name space.
Yeah.
Like, because
Well, there goes lunch.
if those are different entities, we're like in a bit of a
very different. What's our primary argument for separating them today?
Every time we try to merge them in the draft, it gets really confusing to talk about.
And I mean, if we allow prefix matching in a lot of places, that just like doesn't work if they're merged together, and you have, because of this whole ambiguity of you don't know if it's a prefix or a full name.
But if it's only ever one thing.
Okay, so I want to talk about matching for a second, because I think this is really important too. So exact and prefix are the only things I think we should have. And in fact, I don't think we should have prefix. I think we have a very limited form of prefix where each one of the tuples needs to fully match. So if you can add, if we have tuples A, B, C, or
You mean you must need to match the whole?
you have to match all, in a given tuple, you have to match all the bytes in it. But you don't have to match all the tuples. That's what I'm trying to say. That makes sense?
Yeah, that's scary, because now we got to define 32 different fields that you might have to match against.
No, you define, so your prefix match would say, okay, if the namespace is 5 components, you could say a prefix match that only contains 3 components would be, each component will be fully matched.
But if you just, isn't it simpler to just say, take your tuples, concatenate them?
Oh,
And
just a minute. That's a security nightmare right there. You can't, no, that's a total non-starter.
Okay, why?
Because I might have one tuple that's called foo bar, and I might have another one called foo
Dot bar.
with ins, and then inside of it, one called bar. And those can't
I think
concatenate to the same thing. Like
I think you'd have to
that-
concatenate with the linked prefix.
What he
Linked
said.
prefix concatenation would work. Linked prefix
Yes, I had
concatenation of blobs.
a name for it,
And separated.
It'd be,
that I put in.
And separate.
Look, the current draft in Mock T has a great comparison algorithm for how we compare these things that somebody put in recently, right? Alan, like you know what I'm talking about? The one where you say you match the bytes in each, the one that you use for the wildcard
we could-
subscribe.
Yeah, so, but I'm about to take out a publish.
That is exactly the compare, I think. we
Okay,
should use.
so we can inherit that and make
Yes.
sure that we're consistent.
Right,
we
and that
match the
provides
same way.
you exact and prefix.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Oh, more questions? So the actions that we want to protect are in there. So right now there's 6. We defined one connect. This is not an actual verb, right? But it's a behavior, and we want to treat it like one. We want to be able to make a token that protects the initial connection before you get to doing anything on it. And these are the other ones. Publish is in there, even though it's a twinkle in the group's eye at the moment. And then for each of these actions, you can independently apply any of these claims to it. And that's the cool thing, that we can set different expiration times, geo requirements for each of these actions. In practice, you might make it all the same expiration time, but there's the flexibility of.
A clarification question.
Yeah.
I just noticed this, the token ID would be same as an alias?
No, it's a unique number baked into the token.
Okay.
So that you can look at, is token reuse happening? Because it's you don't have to hash the token or something. You just go extract its ID, and then you go to a global database and you go, oh, people are using this in Australia and America at the same time. So the question is, instead of defining our own enumeration, should we inherit the mock message types? So we actually, aside from connect, we have an existing message type for these. The nice thing about that is it's extensible in the future. If mock invents new messages, it's just we just say refer to the mock spec, and then you know which one you're protecting, which I quite like that.
And isn't connect the same as setup?
Connect. No, I want to 0, because 0 is not an existing message type today, so I would allocate it to connect.
I kind of think setup matches the connection more than the hard-coded value.
It's not setup though, because setup is after you've connected.
Right.
How are
I
you
want to
gonna delete-
protect the actual connection. I don't even want to get to
How are-
setup.
Okay, there's no point in mock T to do that though.
In mock T, there isn't, but this token can be appended. So in warp, we'll append the token in the path or the query arc, and the HTTP connection that's
It's gonna be bigger than 4K.
no, it's not. Oh no, it's not. It's not that big at all. No, I have tokens. They're not that big. Yeah.
Okay, so the intersects mock transport issue, which if you're using raw quick, where do you put that thing? Where do you put the?
Sorry, I missed the question.
This intersects an issue in mock transport, which is if you're using raw quick, where do you put the token?
If you read, we put it in the path, which gets sent
There's
when you're doing
setup.
So in the setup path, so it's not really connect.
No, it's not. I call it connection.
Okay.
It's not. It's the quick guys are going. Oh, it's connected.
Establishment or
It's
something.
the
I don't know.
connection process. I want to protect the actual connecting to the resource that's going to speak more.
Okay. Can I just?
It's a different it's the messages 1 through 6. We have the auth token field, but connection, it has to go through either URL or path or cookies if you support it, right? For
Okay, so
web transport.
does that also mean? Okay, I have mock transport questions, but I don't want to necessarily derail that are very related to this. Which is, do you want it in path? Or do you want it as a separate setup parameter that can also use the alias token cache?
That's an interesting question. I don't have religion there.
Okay.
I mean, reuse what we have. Why not?
Yeah.
Just allow but now we have setup parameters, and we'd have to define another parameter.
Yeah, no, we get this. Anyway, because we have the issue saying like, are you allowed to send these in setup?
All these things, the token can.
1 through 6 are, the token just goes in the field that we have.
Yeah.
We have a container for it.
Off token field, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was a thumbs up for reusing the mock message types. Was that
As long as
as long as we handle connect differently. Connection.
Look, I'm fine with connect or whatever, however you do it. Remember, you can always put an entry in that table as well, right? There's going to be an IANA table for those, and you could put an entry in that table from this draft. So like,
reserves
didn't work
using
for
it.
Or
That stops people. That's otherwise somebody
it
else.
just reserves you a code point.
Future work group.
Yeah.
I still think setup is more logical because for raw quick, it will be the setup.
For raw quick it will, but setup is after connection for
I agree.
web transport, and I want to protect the web transport connection.
But you can using the same code point. I mean,
I mean,
It's not argue about names. I think we
No,
know what we
no,
mean
I'm
here.
gonna poke on this from a security point of view. What are you protecting? What is the attack case? Because you have to send a setup as the first thing you do. So what's the difference? I mean, what is the threat that you're protecting? I'm not arguing against it.
Edge resources that I want to be able to reject at the web, right when at the web transport before I've even.
Okay, I think the more I think about this, the more I don't like that, because now you're making how it works with raw quick and web transport be substantially different.
Path is already kind of like that though.
Yeah, but I mean, we've tried not to use path for things because of that, right? And now you're putting the whole authentication model into path.
I don't think we should put the authentication.
Because there's nowhere else to put it currently. If we make somewhere else to put it,
But it would still be in setup.
okay.
I mean, I think the logic.
We would.
Where else would you put it? You can't
set up parameters.
And then we would negotiate setup, and then we would reject you.
Yeah.
And then throw you off.
And it would all arrive in the same flight anyway.
Victor has this.
And then you don't need a zero connect anymore. It's just a setup message.
Well, it's set up which has a message. Okay, I like that. Can we? Victor, wait. What's your comment?
Connection level of historically with HTTP works very poorly unless you're an RPC client. And that's because like imagine you're trying to reuse your mock connection between multiple clients and they might have different off contexts.
I don't think we should reuse one mock connection. We can have parallel connections each.
Why not?
For precisely the reason that I want to authenticate them independently.
But if you don't do the connection level auth, then you can reuse, right? That's a good point.
Okay, so we'll still connect, and then so I'm fine with putting it in setup. Is there? You're not disagreeing with that?
Like my observation is that like we currently only define auth that happens on like subscribe. because we authorize individual methods, but like Connect itself, like we do not want to create any state.
Okay.
And in fact, like I feel like if you're required to handle parse, like verify your tokens on Connect, that's just like adding more work. Since you're like you have a connection, but you're not committed to doing anything in it.
Okay. So for the notes, I'm going to open an issue that we need auth for setup.
In mock transport,
In mock
already an
transport.
issue.
It is.
Yeah. Well, there's already a question.
Okay. And then I'll adjust cat for mock so that we reference setup here.
Can we skip talking about those mock T issues? Can I say, yes, we're going to put tokens in set, like we're going to create a parameter to put a token in setup. And then there's another one about what is the unauthorized message session error for? And it's for this. If you give a token in Connect and you don't like it, okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay.
And Alan, on the mock issues, if you're listing down, you should also add that thing about the tuple.
Already did.
Okay.
And if you, Alan, will you add those all the issues right now?
I'm going to go update those issues right now.
Okay. Coolio. So just some quick examples here. So if we want to, now I'm using strings, but I know it's not a string. Okay. It's just easier.
Why are you using strings?
Just to renew the token.
I have a separate slide for that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get there. This is just showing you, so with this new claim, so I say, these are just the numbers, right? You don't actually put announce. This is like 0, 1, 2, and we're saying you have an exact match against example and prefix Bob. But we're gonna just have a single match now for example.com plus Bob. So that's a prefix match of that. Here's multiple actions on the same token. So now we have essentially, this is a prefix and exact match. So there's a common expiration time for both of them here, but if I want to publish, or subscribe example.com/Bob123, it's going to succeed on test 1, and test 2 would never be evaluated because the logic is you go through, you find the first test that passes, and then you accept the token. And if I go /Bob, it's going to fail on test 1, but then succeed on test 2. And if I just try example.com, it'll fail on both. Example 3, this is where we have different claims. So now we introduce this composite claim itself. So this is defined here, composite token claims and, or, nor, and. Chris had extra ones in his proposal here for Cozy, and I asked him to remove the ones we don't need, and no one else is really interested in composite claims besides us, so he's agreed to do that. So this says or, either one of these. You can publish here, you can publish example.com Bob by this timestamp, or you can publish logs by a different timestamp. So we can have Boolean combinations of our claim sets, which is a very flexible auth structure.
Why do we have nor?
Because it's part of his, we could argue that really we just need or. But nor is a cleaner way of excluding a bunch of things, right?
I mean, the thing is, as soon as these become order dependent, they become impossible to merge. And so I'm trying, obviously these are going to get merged with other policies as well. And that's always my concern, is merging policies when it comes to auth. We don't need to resolve this today, but
So you're arguing no nor, but or and?
actually really or.
Just
I'm arguing if we don't have a strong use case for anything other than or, it really simplifies a
The way
lot
it
of
is
stuff.
part of the cat stuff with comes anyway.
So back in the
It's not
90s,
mock
we
stuff, it's
tried to
cat stuff.
specify
But we could subset and just say we will only use
LDAP
or.
and discover that if we had arbitrary combinations of and or, it was very easy to specify access rules that where the guy who specified it couldn't figure out what he had specified.
If you don't have a composite, the previous one, isn't everything and by default? Or is it or by default?
It's
And, right?
First one,
no, either one of these can work, so it's an or.
It's an or by default.
Because but it's an or just for the mock action, right? Our claim here is a common claim. expiry claim in this case. Down here, we have two different claims. So when we have claim sets, we need to OR them.
But within a claim, it's or,
Yes,
always.
yes.
I had one thing, like, I think we discussed composite claim last meeting. One of the things that we came to conclusion was that it adds complexity. And unless we get to a point where we want to really use it, we'll wait on it. Is there anything changed?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
But we agreed on that. So what changed?
No, I don't think we agreed on that. We agreed to discuss it more in the future. There's very clear use cases for composite claims. Like I want you to be able to publish to the stream between 6 and 7 p.m., but then subscribe to it, or subscribe between 6 and 7, but only publish at 8 p.m. Those are two different expiry times. I can't do that.
OR claim you just described.
That's an OR, yeah.
Look, composite ORs, 100%, no question about it. We have to have those.
So is a takeaway that we just try for the composite, we just look at OR until there's a compelling use case to expand beyond that?
That'd work for me.
Okay.
So,
Here's
so and of or and or of and are both reasonable to reason about. But if you have multiple levels, you get confused. So if you want to revisit and make it only one level.
Single level, okay. I don't think it's restricted right now, but that would be a good suggestion. So single level only.
The decision coming out of here is we're going with
Or a single level.
Like, no. I want a decision coming out of here. I don't want to be where Suhas was. I feel we already decided this, but so I just want to be crisp that what we've decided here, we might change in the future is
It's okay to change it.
we're just doing or. And if somebody comes up with compelling use cases beyond that, then we'll look at expanding.
I just agreed to the same thing.
What's that?
I said the same thing.
I just want that. And then you started to weasel off of that. I want that.
I just said single level, which is the other constraint Harold. Like that's the most constrained thing we can agree to.
Okay.
So it means that if we receive a cat token with and it's not
For mock transport, we'll say it's not valid.
it's not valid.
That exists.
Anything other than or.
We need to process the token.
Yeah, we can put, that's all right. There's stuff in cat that doesn't make sense. Like there's no URL field for mock either. So we have to say if we're using cat, there's certain fields that we can't use and there's certain restrictions we can place on it, especially on the composite side.
So mock cat is a special cat.
Yeah, okay, no, I mean,
Well, it's a
like
subset of cat. We're like, that's the important thing. We're not making a new token. We're just changing what you're allowed to put in that token.
it's a valid token, but for mock it's not valid. Which is
Valid cat.
No, it's valid for mock too. A general mock, it's a valid cat token, but not for mock,
Yeah,
yes.
look, if you get a valid cat token that doesn't have the mock claim in it, even it's not going to be mock
Yeah.
valid for mock.
But the relay will go, you're not authorized and reject you.
Yeah.
Right. Another thing, which is really interesting. So all the cat claims, and in fact, every other token that's out there for HTTP is request based, right? It's evaluated at a single point in time when you request it. And now we have mock actions which persist over the life of a session. So the real question is, when do you reevaluate the claim? And we have to draw a line in the sand over this. For example, like expiry time is the one thing where a relay probably has a clock and it can set an interval or something and say expire at this time. That's built into the operating system. But things like IP address, geolocation, what's the interval we expect this to be constantly reevaluated?
IP doesn't make sense for QUIC.
Or QUIC, can't you with V6, can't you migrate?
I mean, I would say connection ID before I said IP address.
Well, we have IP address in the cat, not connection ID, not connection
I
ID.
mean, a quick connection, what is the IP address?
Mo, if I can just clarify, I think what he means by here is in the claim, you could say the IP range needs to be in this set of IP
You can
addresses.
give a cider and a block, yeah.
I know, but
If you migrate, do you have to reevaluate the token?
yeah.
Well, I think you should, but I mean, and
you're dual honed, you have two tokens?
Yeah.
yeah, like I would firstly not recommend putting IP in a token at all.
Okay.
We can maybe even prohibit that. So let's not get it hung up. I just put IP address down.
Geolocation is
Geolocation,
based on
it's
IP,
usually an
right?
expensive lookup. So how often should the relay have to do it? Yeah.
Okay, I have a proposal. Not sure that I'm pretty sure the MPAA is not going to like it. I'm going to say that when the transaction happens, like when we get the subscribe request, that's when we do the authorization evaluation. If it's for a subscribe, right? That's when we evaluate it. And then that's valid until you need to do a subscribe update or a resubscribe or something like this. Now, we had originally talked long ago that we would put timeouts that forced you to redo transactions to refresh tokens. So if you had a subscribe, we would say this subscribe is going to expire and timeout and be canned down after a certain amount of time unless you refresh it with a subscribe update. And one of the reasons you want this is, let's just say with UDP, you'll say you did a subscribe for a UDP only stream and then the client just crashed and went away, right? I mean, how do you know that the session's gone away and you need to redo it or something like that? So we might need a whole nother mechanism in mock that extends when we refresh our transactions.
Okay.
How does it work today for streaming? Have a 2-hour
Because streaming is requesting a segment every 2 seconds.
So it's reevaluating the token every 2 seconds.
It's constantly reevaluating that token every single time it vends a segment. And we make sure that the time in the token now time doesn't exceed expiry time.
So for us, the equivalent would be like almost group level.
It would be, I put there group millisecond. That's
the way it is.
2 second group level.
But now you only parse the token once, right? You're not doing a crypto operation multiple times. We are, for HTTP, we are doing crypto every single segment. It's terrible. So all you do is set a timeout. So I think timeouts, we can reasonably say can be evaluated to the millisecond or something.
Setup as well, right?
Yeah, but the problem with timeout is that if the client knows that when it is refreshed, and I wrote that into the issue, that it's a pirate can just change its parameters just for the time of the refresh to be validated and then come back to something which is nasty.
That's true of any timeout fourth token.
Yeah, but if you do it at a random time, or if you do it at an event, which is something changed in the QUIC connection that make that this characteristics is no longer the same, and it's one of the token characteristics, then you will have something which is cleaner. I mean, we are here to prevent piracy, and so the pirate they are clever, and if you are deterministic in the way that the token is validated, then they will exploit this.
So the pirate knows the tokens. I mean, we're not evaluating any tokens on the end client. This would be the relay that was.
Yeah, it's a relay, but it's the token is based on the information that the relay has about the client, and so IP migration is one. You can check the IP. If you check it, if you need to change your IP every 1 second, every hour, and then you change it to every other, it's fine. So this is, or we need to make it undeterministic, this refresh, something that the pirate cannot do.
But that's the token vendor is the one that determines the expiration.
No, it's not expiration. It would be like the refresh. If we do a refresh,
this is not refreshing. This is just when do we evaluate?
This is a refresh. Is what Cullen was proposing.
Okay.
To do a refresh of validation, and if we say, well, we will do a refresh every 10 seconds, and then
the pirates know they have 10 seconds.
I totally agree with it. Okay, stop the pirates. I'm not arguing that.
So I don't think we saw. There's an open issue. So you've already commented. I appreciate other comments on it. Issue 4, token revocation. I think this is actually reasonably solved. So tokens can include an ID. We can recommend that they always include an ID when you use them with mock. And the tuple of the action and the token ID allows us to selectively revoke any or all actions that have been enabled by that token. So if we know that pirates are using this one mock stream to feed a whole lot of other pirated streams, we can send the relay network a message and it can look for that token ID. It can see which connection it's being used in, and it can terminate that connection.
I object to anti-piracy. I mean, we're here in the land of the Vikings, right?
Publicly noted that Ro objected to anti-piracy. Yeah.
Well.
So,
no, I mean,
much more thundering.
Boom.
So currently it's out of scope for mock transport and cat for mock revocation, right? We can, within cat for mock, we can recommend that you add a token ID because that'll help with revocation. But I'm not sure, either of these drafts need to specify the revocation process. Maybe some other group can, but we have enough stuff.
But we can revoke for some actions.
Yes, which is interesting. I can stop you
Oh,
publishing, but you can
publishing.
still subscribe,
Yeah.
which I think that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Does that mean that the publisher will have to talk to the issuer in order to get the information about revoked tokens?
Yes, there's a back channel that happens. There's a controlled, secure channel where you figure out who the pirates are, and you send a key to call an API to start revoking tokens, and that's done today. Well, sorry, we're not done. Last one, token renewal. So this is Cullen's question, right? So CAT defines 4 methods for renewing them, but they're all biased for HTTP delivery. Cookies, headers, redirect. They're nothing we can use. So how can we do this in mock? And I give some examples. We can invent a control message. We can do it out of band and simply say, we don't know. You communicate with your client. We can use extension header. We can invent something else, or we can examine the question, do we even need to renew tokens? Because the difference with mock is you have this TLS tunnel, basically, a persistent connection, which is not present in the other workflows. So the other workflows need to renew it. So our question is, once you've authorized this person, what's the need for renewal as long as their TLS connection is not disturbed?
You said.
So, well, we can renew tokens because we want to fight CDN leeching, which indeed in that case we don't need it because we have this TLS connection.
Yeah.
And we can renew token because we want to change the policy of the. So we want to suddenly, okay, I grant you right for publishing.
But you would just supply a new token.
You would supply a new token, yeah.
Okay, but we wouldn't do it from the relay side. This is all about the relay renewing. The client is free to get a new token from somewhere else and do a subscribe update and supply its new token.
So in that case, the 6 is okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think I lean to though I like some of the cleverness that can happen with relays renewing for you. I think in the first version of this, we should just be only the client gets a new token when it knows it needs to get a token and does a subscribe update or whatever the operation is when it gets that new token to install it.
I like that answer, yeah.
Okay.
Again, what happens today? What's the typical time of these tokens today, and how are they renewed?
So different tokens. So at Akamai, we have dual level tokens. So we first give you like a 20-second token that lets you get a manifest. And then when you get that manifest, there's a different token on the segments that might be an hour. And that's where the pirates come and leech, right? Because that token is good for an hour anywhere in the world if it's not geo-blocked, and they just build a routine.
And so today we try to change this to make it like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Something like this, but we need to have a renewing method, which is complicated to do.
Yeah. So I prefer to avoid that. And I think let's just go with 6 for now. We say the client and the application can figure out how to give the client a new token, and the client can.
It could be a simple mechanism where you just signal that a token renewal is needed, and you don't actually, and then it's up to the client to use whatever method it has to get.
I don't even think we need to signal it because the relay's not going to know, and we have to. Yeah.
And the client does know. Yeah, I mean,
if he knows
has the token. The
yeah,
client has the token.
No, you cannot read it. Huh?
The client can't read it.
They can't read the expiry.
They're web pages.
No, it's,
the clients. You can't trust them, and they can't read the token.
It's completely shuffled.
But the CMS system can tell the client this token's good via a separate channel, but not the client can't read the token.
Because coming from the JavaScript, is that the main reason?
Coming from the distributor network.
Yeah, it's a group of bytes. The client could maybe parse it. It's not necessarily encrypted. It's signed, but not encrypted.
It can read, right?
I think
it could read it if it's not encrypted.
It may read it, but it's not.
But it's not how it's done.
Yeah.
Right.
But the client does not know its expiration time.
No.
It has to be a separate extension parameter.
It's blind. And the client doesn't even know it's sending a token in many cases. It's just part of the path, and it requests an object and magically gets stuff back, and it didn't do anything.
But there is the Qatar. So in CAT, there is one field where the relay asks the client to renew the token or renew the token directly because it knows the expiration time will come. So we cannot have Qatar here. If we do...
Unless we invent a message to say...
Unless we invent a message. But we can say also, okay, Qatar.
Does it have to be a message or just a signal in an object, like an extension header?
It could be extension header.
Yeah.
I like control messages though, they're cleaner. Like I want to put important stuff like that in a control channel and not have it randomly attached to some object that the player
Maybe
might not.
lost, yeah. And look, everybody does.
Okay.
You're not going
Right.
to be looking for control messages in the data.
No,
plane
We
either.
should like
One observation, Will, is that I think having control message was useful because a subscriber knows when to, you can use subscribe message to update and say new token to the relay, but a publisher would not have any message. There's no publish update equivalent, right? Publisher, if on the other hand, a relay can tell a publisher, okay, give
well,
me.
we might need to invent publish update if we invent publish. Right?
But if a control message that you're saying, the way the relay can say on the backside.
Yeah.
We 100% need that.
Time to update your tokens.
Okay.
That would be a.
Okay. So that's a separate. That's an issue for mock.
Yeah.
I'm making the issue.
Okay. Okay.
Publish update.
Yeah, that I found yesterday.
Extra.
One step ahead of me.
I mean, you can comment on it. I can send it to you.
Okay.
Publish update here?
Huh?
To say you need a new token?
No,
No, general.
That you generally need to.
Yeah, it's just generally.
Change priority or something.
Yeah, change priority.
Am I still sharing?
Again, I mean, we can file a definition for this particular use case if we want seconds. I'll try to send to Slack.
Okay. Thank you for the time.
Yeah.
Or you went over.
Or are we just gonna,
It's-
we're just power to lunch?
20 minutes.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Will. Yeah, I mean, editors can use 20 minutes proactively.
I mean, can the room handle 20 minutes of editors droning on, or what's useful? I can, or Ian
Go.
can.
Leave it.
You were like in the middle of
Do you want me to, we can pick up and where we left off yesterday.
Well, hold on. Denise, what happens if we show up at 11? If you guys show up at 11:30 at lunch, is that going to be too crowded or?
That might be an 09.
11:30?
Yeah.
Oh, so we should wait 15 minutes, you're saying?
Probably better, yeah.
Okay, then we'll talk for 15 minutes. Hold on, let me join the meet. Sure.
Look, actually, maybe we could go spend a little bit of time here to discuss that one issue that I was going to take an action on to resolve yesterday around the alias stuff. Okay.
Okay, do you
So, yeah.
have more thought?
Yeah.
Want to put a figure that's helpful, or?
I don't even know you need to start. I think you're gonna like this one. I've just like, I think that we should move to basically what you have in your PR.
Done.
Remove the must. Just make it like relay is gonna do what relay is gonna do with this track alias. That's it. Like not say anything about it. No.
Okay, so just remove the line about what relays should do.
Yep.
Which is how it was before. Like, it's our relays can reuse upstream alias, relays cannot use upstream alias. And that works for your use case here?
That does not work for my use cases, but I think that that's the fastest way to move forward to get done. So it'll be fine.
Okay. Here's what I'm worried that we're gonna come back and have to have this debate over again, and I would like to be done debating it. So when will we be done? When will we be done talking
No,
about
no, no. I think we should be done talking about it. Like, let's just move to that.
it? You mean like if we had working group last call tomorrow, you're happy to shift the first person to RC
Yes.
with no normative language?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't constrain any relay network to do anything. So if we build our own relays, we can do whatever we want. It only constrains us to be able to use an Akamai relay that we don't know what it's going to do.
Okay, but we're here to make interoperable solutions. So like,
Look, I think a longer conversation about this, I would argue there were some performance considerations and some other things, and I think we could spend another month discussing it. And I think after that point, the working group would probably disagree with me and do exactly this anyway. So I'm trying to short circuit that discussion and just be done with it.
okay, I mean,
I do think there's some performance implications to this, but whatever, like, version 2 of the protocol somebody pointed it out yesterday. You could always add yet another number that gave you the end-to-end uniqueness property, right? So I like, this does not stop doing that at some point in the future, right? So I just think that like, we need to get done, even if there's going to be some compromises along the way. This is one of them. That's sort of how I view it.
okay, but you're not, I would be very sad if you're like, because of this decision, we will never use Akamai.
No.
So would Akamai.
And that's not, and I'm going to join Luke on dropping the word humor. No. I'm like, we're going to move forward with this plan in our implementations, right? Like that's.
Okay, okay, that sounds fine. I will do that. Yeah, because I don't know, we put some research up in one of the past IETFs and showed that like we looked at the WebRTC ecosystem across like every like Zoom and WebEx, like all, and like basically none of it is interoperable at all. Like, everyone has their own walled garden and their own specific extensions, and like I don't want to end up there. Okay, thank you for doing that.
Which, did we have an issue or number or something?
It's the PR 977.
Yeah.
And if you,
I'll
just,
update it.
just say like remove this relay text and you'll be fine. Okay, I need to find which tab has that so I can control it. Or not.
Do you want to finish up the thing?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go back. We were here.
Oh,
Weren't we?
yeah, we were. Why don't you go to the next one?
I don't know. Does anyone want to pick this up or should we start fresh?
So look, I think there's a really simple one. This somewhere Mo sent an email. Somewhere there's a description of like.
I saw a proposal maybe on the issue.
Yeah, I added what our email was. I added it to the issue last night.
Okay.
So
Which do you, I don't.
794.
Yeah.
It's allowing booleans and subsetting the space so that there's the small 1 byte space is partitioned into boolean and small variant values, and then if you have something larger than 8 bytes, you're in the 4K and up enum space, and you also have booleans and variants in the 4K plus space, so you can have
Okay, I put it up there.
4K plus extensions if we need.
If we need booleans are 0 to 31, 32 to 4K is variant.
So the point of it is to give at least the main point is to occupy the small space with the small extensions. Okay, so the small space is 0 to 63,
Or maybe 128 now, 127.
right? So 0 to 63, or 0 to 127, or 0 to 255. I think Victor had a proposal for that. So the small 1 byte space, partition that into booleans and variants only. Or if we don't need booleans at all, then just partition the whole thing into just variants. And then anything bigger than a variant that needs a linked prefix, those all go into the non 1 byte space.
But one consequence of this is we have some object types that have lengths, right? So now we're going to have bigger numbers than are commonly occurring.
What do you mean by object types?
We got our odd even, right? So the even ones are just variants.
This is to replace the odd even.
I understand. But if you look at what we actually send over the wire and objects, it's not, it's like 50-50 variant and
You're talking about parameters and setup, or are you talking about extension?
Who's registered anything yet? I mean, Loke has 3, and that's it. I haven't seen any relay extensions at all.
No, but our parameters.
Who cares about parameters?
Parameters are not in the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
This is not intended to govern
Because I wanted
parameters.
to optimize for the wire efficiency on the parameters, and my point there was that we've got some length ones. So I wanted to pack some length in the lower.
Okay, so that means we're going to unmerge.
Yes, that's why I said don't do that PR that merge them, because they're likely to be different.
Yeah, but we merged saying that we'll unmerge at some point.
Well, we merged
No, we said
saying
we'd
that
optimize later.
Yes.
The optimizing didn't imply unmerging, otherwise we wouldn't have merged them. Anyway, this is only intended for extensions.
Yeah,
Object. And I have not seen anybody propose an actual relay header extension, so I'd like to see what those are.
Well, there's one in the spec, gap.
Well, that we haven't closed on the gaps, right?
Sorry. I think we
I mean, I'll explain one. I mean, like a trace ID, basically, right? I mean, I'll write it up. I mean, somebody should
or
write
an
it
extension to the priority algorithm.
Dude.
I mean,
Big
if I want an
priority?
extension to the priority algorithm, I would define it as a. This is how.
Yeah, I
timestamp.
agree.
As individual feedback, I think I would prefer to just like keep the even odd thing from once you go past 1 byte, just like do the thing we're doing today, because I think it's mostly fine. And then for the 1 byte, do either half boolean, half variant, or whatever, rather than like 32 to 49. Like, it's nice to have some length encoded binary blobs that are like only a 2 byte identifier, I think.
This allows 2 byte. For
The 128.
8K and up. 8K and up is a 2 byte with length.
Yeah.
8K is in QUIC var encoding. 8K is 4 bytes.
Yeah,
But we got our
With our new fancy ones, I think what you're saying.
No,
is-
in QUIC streams that borrow 4 bits, but QUIC variants only borrow 2 bits. So you can go 8K is still two bytes of QUIC variant. You're thinking of stream IDs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay.
Stream IDs borrow 4 bits.
I was just going to say, I think that the only critical thing here that I'm really arguing for is in that bottom 1 byte zone. We can control the percentage of how we split it up between the two classes. Like I think everything else we could.
Instead of making it 50-50, make it some other.
I think that the first major decision is, do we need Booleans? So Alan asked for it.
I know. I'm asking, do we? I'm not sure we definitely do.
I haven't seen a use case yet for Boolean, but keyframe or not for a media format or something.
That's what I've heard over and over is
Yeah.
a keyframe.
On merging and not unmerging thing, that going back to the Ian's point, if we create that the 1 byte thing, we go with Boolean or the value one, and everything beyond that we'll have the odd and even thing. Then we'll have both parameters and extensions be optimized.
No. But the problem was, the very first thing we need to decide is Booleans or not Booleans. If you decide on Booleans, now you have 3 types. So 1 bit robbing doesn't work anymore. Now you need to rob 2 bottom bits to signal 3 different types. So we first need to decide on Booleans.
You can always code a Boolean as a variant.
Yeah, like if we're
Add
doing
an extra
byte, there's no.
Then it's not a Boolean anymore. It's just
It's
Boolean.
it's not a
Zero
true
or one.
Boolean. It has a payload. Booleans don't have payloads. They only have the type.
Alan,
That's the first question. Do we want a true Boolean with no payload, just the type? The existence of the type is true.
an absence.
The absence of the type is off, false. That's the first question.
This is kind of relevant to the discussion we're going to have after lunch. If Victor's plan to split up the subscribe works, then forward would be a forward parameter would be an excellent Boolean.
Just a second though, that's all control plane. That won't matter about saving bits in the slightest. So nothing to do will matter there, right?
Sure, but I would let's please have the same parser. Like, I'm not opposed to saving space and parameters, and let's just have the same parser. Whatever you need to do for extensions is great. We'll do the same thing for parameters.
Even if it means parameters are slightly longer in some cases. Right? We don't expect a lot. I mean, how many subscribes per second are you sending?
So I want to flag on this one case, the iframe Boolean case that always gets used. It's one case where categorically it doesn't matter if you save that byte.
And also in practice,
Go ahead, Victor.
in practice, no one will send an iframe bit because everyone will check whether object ID is equal to 0. That's what people will do. in
It'll be
practice.
coded another
Unless
way.
you want to do your object thing where it's object 5 in group 1 and object 10 in group 2.
Yeah, no, but you can have keyframes in the middle of a.
Yeah, anyway, so I'm not hearing wide support for Boolean. Is that?
But I mean, if we're going to split it up on some ranges anyway, I mean, look, we could do 0 to 4 are Boolean reserved there, okay? And at the point we get close to an RFC, we could remove that space and add it to, we could return it to the space on either side of it, right?
If I look at the things that Loc used to specify, which pointed to frame marking, a lot of those were Booleans, but I'm trying to eliminate all of them. For example, there's the IDR flag. I'm trying to eliminate it because object 0 is the IDR flag. There is the discardable bit. I'm trying to.
I mean, you can. I mean,
Are
object
there
0
any
is an idea frame, but you can have idea frames in the middle of the group, and you can even switch for this. And, I mean, this is not
in Loc. In CMap, yes, you can do what you want, and not in Loc. Loc, everything is a frame. There's no multi-frame object. So the frame is either an IDR or is not an IDR.
Yeah, but it can be not the group 0. It can be not the object 0. It can be the object 17. And
But object 0 must be an IDR. But it doesn't matter if there's object 17 that I think is intro only.
We'll loosen that requirement anyway.
We'll loosen which requirement.
The IDR frame, I don't think we should require all the frames. But okay, but I will Talk to you about that. I mean, I want to have this possibility to having a gradual intra-refresh. So you never have any IDR frames.
Yes, so the wording is not, it must be an IDR. The wording is that the group must be independent. You don't need anything before it. So if you signal GDR in band in the group, that works. Yeah.
Martin has a hand up.
Yeah, so I mean, just to brainstorm, like the reasons Booleans might have, if there's some sort of capability advertisement happening, like I can do this, or alternatively a command that you're issuing to people. I guess the endpoint is sending to the relays. That would be the kind of thing that would be efficiently expressed in a Boolean. That said, like a Boolean can be a variant that's one additional byte. So.
Let me finish what I was saying. So the end of start and end were also Booleans from low frame marking and discardable. So independent, discardable, start and end. All those were Boolean flags in look and base layer sync. There were 5 Boolean flags.
So if we have use cases, what's the discussion? What's the problem?
I think Moo's about to say that he's going to move them all into one.
I'm trying to eliminate them by using the mock semantics that 0 means it already is independent. So you don't need the independent flag anymore. Discardable is a little hard because you could say that the highest subgroup must always be discardable. But that doesn't work when the subgroup is 0.
Or how do you know what it is?
0 subgroup is obviously not discardable.
You could also merge all your flags into a single variant, and that's cheaper than 5 bools.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Config.
Yeah. Okay, I just don't think no one seems to be arguing hard for Booleans. Or Martin, you are arguing hard for Booleans?
I'm arguing for this is a stupid conversation. We can eliminate it by allocating 4 code points for Booleans. And when we get close to working group last call, we can move that forward to 0 or 50 based on what we learned between now and then.
I was going to argue that Booleans are dangerous, actually.
Oh, okay. That's a good argument.
Under Victor's argument yesterday, which I think of the protos and optionality of the fact that you're inferring information by not specifying something, like makes extensibility and like it's like implied information. It gives me kind of the heebie-jeebies. So like, why bother? It's a byte. Like if I basically would go to like calling point of like a dual, like if later in the process, we decide that Booleans are like super valuable because saving that byte's like critical in some use case. That sounds great, but like I think a lot of cases are better served by like exactly what Mo's doing, which is like burn a byte, do an enum, then you can encode like 8 Booleans.
Okay.
There is a danger where like if you have extensions that does this as a keyframe, if it's absent, you imply it's not a keyframe. So you don't know if it's absent because
Yeah.
So
I think I'm
an extension, but
I think I'm buying Ian's argument combined with that if you have one, you're likely to have more than one, in which case you're better off making a flags extension that has
well, or an enum extension as we discussed.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. But yeah.
At least we know what to do on this issue now, right? We are removing the even out thing from.
I don't know that. Okay.
So if you don't do Booleans,
the
the bottom is if you don't do Booleans. Okay. The first paragraph is if you do Booleans, that's the recommended breakdown. If you don't need Booleans, then just make 0 to 4K all variants. So the small space, the small 1 byte space is all variant. The 2 byte space is mostly variant, but the 2 byte space also includes all the way up to 16K. So you have 4K and above for length prefixed values.
This is annoying from an IANA perspective. Or it's nicer to have like ranges that go really high because then you can designate like very high numbers as experimental and then like less experimental.
Oh, and so you can't have a variant higher than.
Yeah, like I mean, just from like a quick registry perspective, like
we could do that as
different
well.
portions of the quick.
You could also go from 64K and above, or the 4 byte would be 16K and above, 16K above experimental.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think it'd be easier just to say like 1 byte's of variant and then everything else is what we're doing today or something like that. And
I think you're gonna need more than 1 byte of variants because that's only 60. That's only 63 variants.
like no, but if you do the every other.
No, but same thing you said, but use 4K as the terminating line. So it's all variants up to 4K and it's even out after that.
I guess.
Or just say that bit 12 is the distinguisher instead of bit 0. Then you get exactly the same number.
Ooh, that's spicy. I love it.
I mean, I would argue that IANA is easier to write the range.
Just make a range in the
You know,
IANA
say a byte.
much less clever and easy to understand. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get what Mo said. What did you say?
For IANA, ranges, I think, are the simplest, most explicit way to, you specify this range means that. It's pretty hard in IANA to say this bit means that.
No, okay, yeah.
You're gonna translate that into ranges again for
If you want
IANA.
to implement it using Harold's thing, you can. But like, yeah. So the way you write it down should be like it's written down here. So it's the difference from what's written down here. The proposal is that instead of everything bigger than 4K is length, everything bigger than 4K is even odd. Does
Okay,
anybody want to argue against that?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want?
Just take those two spaces and split them in half if that's what you think it should be.
So 4K,
Being odd is crazy. It's like it's not how we do any of this stuff, right? Just make them ranges.
The annoying part about ranges is like usually you want like the very high numbers to be completely experimental, like
Of course, the
and
range
then
is
the next range down. And it's nice to be able to have variance or binary, like both types. And either the super experimental, the less experimental, and the actual like standardized.
But you can split, you can do.
I really need ranges for all the things, every possible
So
combination.
experimental variance and experimental fixed length is what your Cullen is suggesting.
Yeah.
but the point of this was that anything that has a linked prefix means it's already bigger than 8 bytes. So
I think
you're already big. What does it matter trying to get a 1 or 2 byte extension header?
Yeah. Oh, it's just annoying.
Get a 4 byte extension header. All 4 byte extension headers are for the big blocks.
It's just annoying to have something that's actually an int also have to prefix its length because you created an error condition.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have them.
Can we agree that like all 1 byte values should be variance?
I think no one's arguing against that, I think.
And then just like do something, I don't know, figure something else out for everything else.
Yeah, but you and I write the text, dude. We got to figure out what that next thing is.
Here's a concrete proposal.
Lunchtime.
Yeah.
The first byte is all variant, no disagreement. The 2 byte variants go all the way up to 16K for quick variants. Okay, so you're up to 16K for all of those. We can partition the space in half. The first 8K are all variants. The next 8K are all length prefixed, and that's 8K each. I don't think we're going to have more than 8K extensions. So I think the 4 byte encodings matter.
All right, guys, we're bike shedding on the ranges here. It's lunchtime. Is someone going to write a PR about this that we can argue about in GitHub for all this bike?
Mo, do you want to write this PR?
I can write the PR just as I would.
Excellent. Okay, Mo, you will write the PR, and then we can bike shed about exactly how we split up the bits. Then great.
Okay.
Okay, so your guys are going to go to lunch. When we come back, we're going to talk about when we're going to have another, if we're going to have another hybrid interim, when we're going to have it, and then where we're going to have it. So get your calendar sorted out. And immediately after that, we will follow up on Victor's. Oh, now I'm drawing a blank again.
Filters.
Filters. Thank you. Subscribe filters, parameters, stuff. So if you guys want to pre-argue about that would be great. Otherwise, enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you at let's just make it 12:50.
To jump into the pre-argument without having a pre-argument.
Let's sort out the bill.
Yeah.
Probably mine.
Yes, that's one.
Sorry, you call code by. No, it's getting audio, video, it's sending stuff to the screen, and it's also.
Yes, I think that's the debate.
No,
I propose not making it mandatory. Like,
This is what I
These
because most of the time we.
These microphones.
So what's the point of sending it over the wire?
And these speakers.
Keep saying we got to send it with an empty payload.
Yeah, but it's the media, I mean,
From Kodak.
they would subscribe.
No. Yeah, no, they're not.
Systems are not, I mean, not an implicit.
They would subscribe to rooms.
I mean, versus
But this can.
that deficiency value because it's not there. That's not Boolean really, it's something else.
Presence or not present, yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
And it's doing all the
New names. Okay.
And also,
I mean-
this thing has a connection, this thing has a connection up to Homer, which may be WebEx, right? It may not, there may be no, but you could use mock in the room, but you're still talking, you're not talking any mock
Like
to
if
the rest of the web.
Homer is present, audio, will come to codec Pro.
Yes,
Will go as like published as what name?
under speaker one.
Okay, it's not speaker one, it's not the speaker one, it's a speaker one.
No, sorry. Yeah. This thing needs a track name.
Oh, I understand
And
what you're
this
saying.
thing is going to send audio
So
to
you're
it.
saying the Cullen's audio can be heard here.
No, I didn't say anything about Cullen. This device,
Publishes
well,
on the
this
track.
thing used to have a wire that ran from here to here.
Okay,
Now it has a mock connection that runs from here to here. Call the track name whatever you want.
okay. The track name has nothing to do with the track names that we use in a meeting for.
So speaker may be the wrong thing that we should use for that because it's
Because
too
speaker
confusing.
has like a user speaker.
Yeah.
and the
No,
single
no,
speaker.
yeah. That's what's confusing. Yeah.
That's what confusing to me. Okay, now I understand. Okay.
Actually, why don't you just label, why don't you call the track names inputs and outputs?
Okay, audio input, audio output,
Yeah, audio in,
audio out, yeah.
audio out.
Yeah,
Video in, video out.
And the display, is it connected through wired or is that, that's too wireless now?
Oh.
Like where should I put a display in that picture?
Put a display with a line between them with a question mark on it.
Right. Between the codec and the display.
Between the codec and
Okay.
the codec. So this is the Oslo way of thinking. The codec is the center of everything.
Okay.
Everything comes in to and from the codec.
Makes sense.
Right.
Okay.
But the one of
And
the
the way
things
it's written is that because in your
we need to
picture,
get lunch.
yeah, like in your picture, you have said the speaker is subscribing to, the connection is going to the switch. It's not put switch then. Just go to switch because the switch has a relay. That's the only reason it's going to switch.
So, yeah, it's only going to switch because of that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The connection is, all
Yeah.
subscribes go to the actual codec, but
Right.
relay is the.
Okay, cool. Then we'll call it the next. One more action for yes. So we go to
Slices this many ways, but there's one that I oh, I not. No, it doesn't have. So in the graph, yes, this is a pendant for throw. So you need to yeah, yes. Yes, we can have both before, but there will it will be some pro.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree. Trust me, the problems take so long. Yeah. But yeah. Much longer than I anticipated. And then we should like very shortly, was that looking in the next bit? Yeah, I can. Yes, yes. But that will hopefully be quick. Yeah, hopefully. Can you do that? That would be awesome. I've never done it. I complained to the web people, but if you can do it, that would be. I mean, I haven't done it either, and yeah. Yeah. We need to also have. Okay. Yeah, that's yeah, just like. Especially since it takes so long. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. New everything. Yes, yeah, enterprise profile or something, a Chrome something that I don't even know what it is really, but approvals. Yeah. No, for DTLS we said was only for DTLS we just gonna roll it out and fingers crossed everything that works. That we would see on so.
It's a special ammonia salt with a little bit of licorice, like so it has been like
So yeah, open source.
Hey, we're supposed to begin in a minute. Can you round people up?
Yeah. And then the Bangor Trust.
But anyway, you should have money in your PayPal now, or towards the claims.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sure, I did the thing.
Yes, I have money.
Are you familiar?
Yeah, I heard.
It is not just like glitter.
Right.
Exactly.
Like
People coming.
All right, it's 51 after. We're gonna get started. Would anyone like to articulate the position that we do not need another hybrid interim? That we can achieve what we're doing with the purely virtual interims and regular IETF meetings.
I wish I could, but I don't think it's true.
Okay.
Hybrid interims have been effective.
Yeah, there's effective, and we have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
All right. Very well. All right. So I sent out an email for comment and didn't get really any responses. Our intent is to meet somewhere on the North American East Coast because we had a meeting Denver, which is Westish. Obviously, we're in Europe right now, and then the East Coast is kind of in between and much more convenient for our European colleagues than going all the way west for a few reasons. Our default when we meet in the East is Cambridge, Massachusetts. There are 2 offices there. I know Will's looking at Akamai again. If that doesn't work out, Google is probably an option. Would anyone like to propose a different location?
One thing with Cambridge, the hotels are all $400 a night. So
Yeah.
somewhere like Montreal or somewhere else that's also, or Atlanta.
Toronto.
I think Colin is Colin here?
Yeah, Colin was willing to, I think he's willing to offer Toronto.
Oh,
Toronto is great. It's more affordable.
Like
that
it's
works for me.
very close to a lot of hotels too.
All right. Is Colin
you know where
outside
Colin-
then to have this conversation?
Do we know where Colin is?
It's easier to assign it to
he's in the
him if he's not here.
He's coming back in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Well, regardless, let's start running through calendar dates. I think end of September, early October is typically when we would do this. So let me just throw out 23, 24, 25 September. This is a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, of course.
No objection.
Let me just give me a minute to look at that.
Well, they had a question about Toronto.
Yeah.
As a location.
I mean, we'd need to know the exact dates to check that the rooms were available then, but definitely would be willing to offer up Toronto, and like 99% we can get it.
Okay, that sounds great. I mean, we've had a couple people complain about Cambridge, so that would work. But the main thing I want to do is lock down the week that works for everybody, and then we can figure out the venue later. If for some reason Toronto doesn't work, we'll do it somewhere else.
Martin, what are the dates?
23, 24, 25 September.
The week after IBC.
Oh.
Not the week of IBC, but the week after.
Where's RBC?
IBC is in Amsterdam. It's the big media trade show.
It's ending on Monday.
It ends on a Monday. This would be the Monday after that. A week after. It's a week after IBC ends, which is good.
Yeah, all right.
And there's another RTC conference in Krakow, 17th, 18th, 19th. So it's also good. It avoids that.
The SVTA meeting in Montreal in September as well.
Is there?
Or October.
Je ne sais pas.
I think the DMUXT is also in October.
Oh, good
It's
point.
the end of October, but it's in London.
Yeah.
Have I magically picked a week that works for everyone on the first try? That doesn't sound right. given how this went last time.
I think this might work. I think it's fine.
It avoids potential postseason conflicts for the best baseball team.
That had occurred to me, Alan, but I didn't want to jinx it.
Just, can we make it a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday so that we don't have to fly on the weekend for a Monday?
Yes, those are the dates I suggested.
23, 24.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Well, hey, all right. That was easy.
Also, just a second. So, and with, so should I go pursue Toronto as a location for that? On those dates?
We need to confirm dates on list first, or
we do have to
I don't
clear
know.
it
I
with
can
the-
pursue without being, I mean, we can I'm not, we can cancel it, so whatever.
Yeah, I mean, don't put a deposit down and don't buy plane tickets to Toronto yet.
Yeah,
But all right. So all right. So that seems to have worked. I will contact our AD. Well, our AD is actually here.
That seems fine. Let's confirm on list so we don't have the potential bias of people who are at the interim pick where the interim is and other people are excluded. But if nobody on the list objects, that sounds fine to me.
Okay, excellent. So Colin, please investigate the venue. I will do the appropriate work on the lists and then data tracker to schedule the dates. And then I hope that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, be able to confirm that this is right, and you guys can start making formal travel plans. Any questions or comments about this plan?
I also like the date because it is closer to midway between the two ITFs that bracket it lately.
Yeah, we've had bad luck with that recently in terms of being too close.
Yeah. Question to the chairs. How many more physical interims do we plan? Because we have 6 physical events now per year, which is a high demand for travel.
Well, I mean, I keep asking for someone to say we shouldn't have any more. I mean, that's the first thing I brought up in this call. No one said anything.
They're very useful. We do way more work here than we do at an IETF meeting.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, it's just a question for budgeting and travel planning. How many more? Is it going to carry on throughout all of next year? Or do you have a sort of timeline horizon on, or is there a way to attach it to an IETF meeting? Not that
They don't let you do that.
They don't?
No, you
Okay.
can't do that.
If
We
you want,
actually
slightly
just
different
had
take of
that
it.
conversation in the ISG. We had another working group that wanted an exception to the rule to be able to meet right before the IETF meeting. And the ISG did not have consensus to move forward with that. You can have a design team meeting, but not a formal interim.
We can do whatever we want, but
yeah, well, like, I think, I mean, it's really a question of where the MOQT draft is, right? I mean, I think at some point, you know, with two editors, we're actually burning down issues quite quickly, maybe even faster than we're generating them. So I mean, actually, maybe okay. I think we'll stop doing this once MOQT is in relatively good shape, stable. Unless you, as the Warp editor, think we should keep having these for Warp.
Oh, it's super useful for Warp. I got a bunch of stuff addressed today that's very difficult to resolve on issues, right?
I think could it be resolved in we're using the virtual.
Could we do a WebEx?
Yeah.
So
If we're using
transition to WebEx online ones only.
Yeah, I think it should be a stated goal that we're not having them the full next year. That's
let me put it another way, which is like, where is it reasonable to think, or should we set an aspirational goal for burning down the issues in MOC-T to some nominal level by some time? Like by the end of this calendar year, do you think we can get it down to things we're waiting on implementation experience in order to decide? Is that a reasonable goal?
Yeah. That's me.
I was going to say that my gut feel, I think we're far from done. And if we expect to be done, if we expect transport to be an RFC 2 years from now, we will probably need to continue at this rate of progress for at least another 12 to 18 months. And I really wish I'm totally wrong on that. It'd be great to be wrong, but like this draft's far from done.
Yeah.
Is there any appetite for more sessions during an IETF? Are people oversubscribed already during IETF week? Would you rather have 3 sessions? Would that kill people?
Will they even do that?
Can you have 3 sessions?
Yeah, you can, but
You're going to get ugly scheduling.
Yeah.
Like we already have a scheduling constraint, which is we usually don't like to.
it will be the last session on Friday.
First on
Yeah,
Friday,
if you're
last on
requesting
Friday.
multiple sessions, odds are good. At least one of them one's up Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
There's no barriers to requesting 3. It's just what we're able to accommodate in terms of what other people request as well.
And honestly, like another hour and a half of formal agenda time is not, in my view, is not going to transform our prospects. Being together and being able to meet and talk about things is going to add value. But another session in IETF is it's like another virtual interim on the phone. It helps, but not that much. Okay. Does anyone else have questions? So yeah, I hear you, Will. Like, I don't want to do this forever either. I kind of don't want to go to Denver next February, although I think I probably will end up doing so. But it really depends on when MOQT stabilizes, I would say. And, the editors gave you the best clue on that.
Can we maybe do we have time to just talk for a few minutes about what we think? Like, I mean, I haven't gone through and cross-referenced. Like we tried to get everyone to flesh the issues with the 2 recent consensus calls, and that got that doubled the size of our issue list. So hopefully everything people don't like is there, and we know that Publish will probably produce its own set of issues after it lands that we have not anticipated. But like we're getting through a lot of our needs discussion issues now. So I mean, like Cullen's, I agree the document needs a lot of work, and a lot of that is editorial work, and there's a lot of work to be done in security considerations too. What else is worrying you or thinking that we've got to meet 6 times a year for the next year and a half?
I worry that we haven't even started doing what we were actually supposed to do with the media.
Okay.
We have a few demos from, canned single vendor only POCs. Nobody's been able to demonstrate, interoperable.
And do you think that's because the spec is not ready or because people have not committed the time to building that?
But well, I mean, I think, mock.
The editors are too fast changing the spec.
Okay, I can move slower, but that's not going to pull in the end date of when we're going to be done.
Combination of needing the core transport semi-stable to do the media over it, and also that we need more people interested in doing the media interop to get.
Like me and Johnny have been trying to do media interop for 2 IETFs right now. It's just that like versions are different again. He's at 8, I'm at 11, so I have to go back to the older version. That adds more work.
No, I think you can use, we should be able to use MyRia to speak both 8 and 11.
That was not the case when we started.
Well, Monday it was, and I'm done now. But like, yeah.
Johnny's not around here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say those are some of the things that will, if we can't do at the time of the meeting, it'll push us for another month and a half.
That's something I would say for the next coming IETF. I would much rather see us have working audio video interoperable on 8 or 11 or whatever than see us implement 12.
Yeah. QUIC used to, all QUIC interims had 2 days of hackathon. So maybe do we want 2 days of hackathon? So we keep Wednesday, Thursday. What we just scheduled was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with Wednesday, Thursday meetings. Do we want to add Monday as an optional hackathon day? So there's, people are often traveling. They only come half of the day on the first day. So it would give a full, people are doing that, then maybe we might get a little bit more of that interop progress. I think this week we would have gotten further. We had more time.
But really have 2 days of entry?
Yep. All the QUIC interims were 4 days.
I would also like to provide as another data point that we received roughly a day's worth of agenda requests for this meeting, which is a bit less than previous instances, and so we're essentially giving a day to the editors, which is in no way like wasted time, but also maybe things that conceivably could be done in a virtual interim. So I can't speak to the quality of the side discussions that have been going on, at dinner and whatnot, and if that's really moved the ball forward.
I think it's the sheer amount of time, right? Like in 2 days, like it's like this is like 2 or 3 months worth of interims happening in 2 days.
Sure, but it's like 6 months of it.
Because we get an hour, we get 2 hours a month versus like, yeah.
So I do think that we should focus these on the topics that absolutely require us to be in the same room. And that, some of the things that we've had on agendas, that some of these could have all been done on one of the weekly calls as well, would have worked just as well, right? So we should think about that when allocating time.
Okay. I do also, like I know it was a little bit late, but if there's an issue that you think we should be talking about, please tell us and we will prioritize it. We're not the only ones who can prioritize things. So, and if is there something on your mind right now that you're like, we have 3 hours left today that you want to talk about first, like, let's do it.
No. I didn't mean it like that.
But I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything wrong. I want to make sure
somebody requested agenda time is not a reason to give them agenda time. That's what I'm trying to politely say.
Okay.
And that we might give them agenda time on a call, or preserving valuable.
Okay.
I'm not pointing at any way that agenda time is allocated in this meeting. Okay, just in general, right?
Yeah, it's fair enough, Colin. But at the same time, as I said, we don't have enough agenda requests to fill the time. So we really haven't had to make those sort of tough calls because we're just taking out of generic editor time.
Well, we're certainly not getting we're certainly not giving the editors as much time as they need. So I think that we are making those calls. But look, you asked the original question, which are what are some of the things that I think are important. Like Victor brought up extensibility, right? I think we have a very broad discussion. I don't think we've thought about every part of the protocol and be like, if we need to extend this, how would we do this? What's our strategy for this? How will this all work? Like I think that's a big topic. I think obviously the security stuff is a huge topic. I don't know if these are big topics, but they certainly sound like they could be to me. All the stuff around ad insertion, making sure that works. All the stuff around server side ABR, making sure that works. Are there some other topics like that other people have in mind that are going to be, things that are going to take us multiple meetings, multiple hours to get to a good solution to?
I'm going to look at our parked issues real quick. So that probably, most of these things we've already thought of.
They've all come up at times.
And then we've just said that we've parked them.
I think I have this feeling that if I wasn't so tired right now, that I could name 4 more that are equally equivalent to those, but
Zero RTT is on our parked list.
Yeah.
Subscription filters.
I don't think we've described our challenges with active speaker switching in enough detail.
Yeah.
Give people an inkling of what's to come.
Yeah.
And talking from the Google Meet team, I think they're going to run into the same issues, and I think they have potentially different ways that they may be solving it that we should talk about once published stuff
Do we
lands.
think that is going to impact the mock transport?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Course to subscribe, course pub sub.
Meaning that,
handling.
so you don't know how you're going to do it right now, or you do know and you know that
We
it's
have
not-
hacks. We don't like any of the hacks.
Oh, okay.
To do it, and it proves it's working, but that's,
don't like it.
that's not the best way to do. If you think about it, it's not a cleanest way to do.
Okay, that sounds like a great topic. So I'm gonna throw 0TT on here. This
All
is
right.
all good. Thank you. We
Okay,
will try
let's-
to- we can get that. I mean, aside from getting our mechanical issues straightened out, which is very helpful to us, like also getting these like bigger things, and knowing which ones to prioritize. It's not a
right,
huge.
Let's exit out of this interim discussion then. So Colin and I both have action items. And you will hear from us once the consensus call is complete. And okay.
Quick question. Do we know yet whether or not there'll be any interim after the November ITF, or we're done for the rest of the year after November? Will we have any interim after November ITF?
And before January
Yes.
1? I don't think so.
Okay,
No, I don't think so.
just making sure.
My current intent is to continue to align with Mile High, whether it be the week before or the week after in Denver in February. Although I don't want to do it at Comcast again. Okay. Do we need to spend some time on the parameterization of subscribe, or does that need to germinate more?
We made some slides. You want to
I
talk
made
to
a slide.
You made
yes.
a slide. Do you want to talk to you want so do we want to
All
time
right.
box it, or do we want to talk it to death?
It sounds like you fit this in your rubric, so I'm just going to hand the rest of the meeting until 4 o'clock to you editors, and if that's an issue you wanted to cover, then we can talk about it.
They're awesome.
Okay, this is the slide.
Okay, so I made the slide. I also posted an update on the issue. And I had more time to think about it. And one of the things that made me sad about the parameter discussion was originally I was thinking it was only for subscribe and subscribe update. And it's kind of seemed unfortunate to have so many parameters that were kind of only useful for two of the messages we had. But I started thinking about it more, and I think most of the parameters we're talking about actually work for they work for fetch. They actually work for subscribe namespaces once that's blended, especially if we're not going to do this, like try to shove everything into a subscribe thing. I think we want something in subscribe namespaces that allows us to set things like the initial priority and the initial value for forward. And then also I want publish update now, but which also could use params like this. It seemed like more often than not, whatever parameters, if we did parameterize things, they could be used in basically almost all the methods. And so it almost becomes the messages become more like, I don't want to say like HTTP, but kind of like that in the sense that there's various verbs that we have, and for most verbs, most parameters make sense. In the same way that for most HTTP verbs, kind of they're like common headers that pretty much make sense across all of them.
Clarification question.
But
wait, see what I said a clarification.
Yeah.
The subscribe namespaces, the forward and priority field does not make any sense to that, right? Because whatever we are setting, it would be used by subscribe or publish. So a forward on a subscribe namespaces, does it mean that any publish that comes by default inherits that forward, or it's saying that the control messages will be forwarded or not? I think those two does not even apply to subscribe namespaces.
I mean, the intent is that those are the default values that the publisher will use on publishes that match the subscribe namespace. Basically, they will when a publish comes in, it will come in with the values that I am requesting in the subscribe namespaces by default, and then I can update it with a publish okay or whatever. if I want to, right? Right, because if I do a wildcard subscription, I want some control over like what's going to happen. Like, am I actually going to get the data, or am I just going to get published? What's the priority? Like, the delivery time? I don't know. Like, think of a video conference. Like, you want the delivery time up probably fairly short. You want VOD, maybe it's much longer. I don't know. So like, a bunch of the things that are parameters of subscribe make sense or subscribe or publish makes sense, I think, in subscribe namespaces, assuming, it's basically just, these are the defaults that the publisher should use when I'm servicing that subscribe namespaces. But I don't know.
Yeah, that was my only confusion, because both those, like the forward and priority, felt more of a track level thing, not the namespace level thing, which is enough meta construct.
He's not saying they apply to the subscribe namespaces. They
Yeah.
apply to tracks that come in response to the subscribe namespace.
But we're saying it applies to all the tracks. So every track expects the default to be inherited. That's the expectation here, right?
There's a couple ways you could spell it. You could say, if my subscribe namespaces says forward 0, then the publishes that don't have forward set at all are implicitly set to the default that I set in subscribe namespaces. Or you could say that if you set it to 0, then all the publishes better come with forward 0, because that's what I said I wanted you to do. The semantics have trade-offs, I think.
Yeah.
I don't feel sorry about this one way or another, but I will point out that like allowing the namespace level to set up defaults for the level below that makes our almost impossibly complex priorities even more complicated to describe. And I'm not sure which use case it solves.
I don't think it
might not need that at all.
Remember, all of these things will get set in publish okay, would have gotten set publish okay anyway, but now they can be set earlier before the first publish comes.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that changes how priority works. It's just like you inherit priority for the subscriber priorities that you're controlling here.
Yeah, the default subscriber. Right. Yeah. But nonetheless, and we even talked about fetch, and as I said to other people, if you don't specify a start and an end.
Did you make a slide for that?
No, I didn't. Then, you get everything. That's kind of what you would expect for HTTP GET. If you don't specify some sort of byte range filter, then you're going to get the entire object. So, I think the only one that kind of doesn't make sense is forward combined with fetch. But
my concern is if we start parameterizing things is I want a design that allows us to say, if you don't understand this parameter, it's required to be an error, right? And that seems to be a sticking point. But that's like, if we're going to use that's the thing that we have with the way we're doing extensibility now. And if we switch to this other form of extensibility, we lose that. And that would be the key issue I would want to deal with if we switch to that form of extensibility. And look, obviously that's no big deal to add. We can, we have a range of code points and
Wait, can you say what you said again? Are you saying that you think right now it's an error to include a parameter that is not defined in the draft?
No, not that.
Okay.
So in HTTP, which is people's mental model for this, there's no way to say, if you don't understand this header, send me an error.
Okay.
I want that.
You want that.
Yeah. And I would.
Do you want that to be the default for all?
No. I don't care. No, you certainly need to be able to say, if you don't understand this header, carry on, right? So I want both of those. And I mean, an obvious simple way to do this would be on the types, set a range of value. If it's even, you have to understand it. If it's odd, you don't. No, it
makes no sense.
Something slightly different. You know what I mean? We just allocated.
Undivided ranges.
No, but we just have ranges where, and you'd pick a code point, and you knew from the code point whether it was mandatory to understand or not, right?
Yeah, that's one possibility. Also, the service B record has a defined extension that is a list of other extensions that you must understand in order to parse the record. So if you see something on the list that you can't understand, then that record is not parsable as a whole.
This is like the X509 critical flag.
Similar, I think.
Yeah.
On the critical flag.
Okay, so there's different ways to spell this, but I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I want to not lose point of one thing Ian said about fetch with forward. That actually made me think about some interesting things. I think it may make sense to think about that a little bit. And the general view of forward is I want to pull things down to my edge, but I don't want to pull it down to me. And whether that's subscribe or fetch, I don't think matters. I think both use cases could easily, be beneficial. I want to fetch it to my relay, but I'm going to fetch parts of it later. Or
I mean, you might be right. I didn't have a use case for it, but it's not to say there couldn't be one. Yeah.
Is your proposal, this is param more things, and I'm unclear if you're saying param more things or param all things. I mean, I get think filters, so priority and forward are listed here.
Priority and forward seem like,
and they seem like they make sense.
they make sense.
Group order, there was an issue open about group order, which is part of, for subscribe, it's part of priority. So it kind of makes sense.
I
If
think that
priority
makes
is here,
sense.
then group order needs to be here too.
And I think start and end makes sense still.
Okay, so I think that was the one that people tripped on most yesterday. It was like how filters work and and our start and end easily parameterizable. I mean, do people want to talk? Also, it's okay. It's end in subscribe anyway. It's end group, but in fetch, it's end group object.
You make a good point. We don't have to do subscribe at the start and end, although it is really nice to be able to do like subscribe update and like just be like, I'm just going to update the end. Or I'm just gonna,
I agree.
Was there a good reason why we omitted end object from subscribe? Maybe now
it was changed in some draft in the last 6
It was
months.
at some point.
Yeah,
that's decided didn't need it.
good answer.
I think Martin, were you the one who asked for end object to get removed from subscribe update, or was it you, Ian? I linked the issue in the.
It was probably done in the spirit of simplicity, but now if we go to symmetry, simplicity may argue that it shouldn't be different. It should be symmetric and do everything the same way.
I think the idea was.
Okay. End object was removed from both subscribe and subscribe update to make the to solve that subscribe done problem.
What was the subscribe done problem?
Subscribe done. Do you remember, Martin?
I guess I thought the answer was like you use subscribe update to be like I just want to end this subscription at a different group, but I need everything in the group, versus if you want something less than that, just unsubscribe when you get the thing you want. Like, why are you terminating in the middle of a group? How do you know already you want to terminate your subscription in the middle of a group?
You don't know that you got the things that came before that.
Because if you're doing this ABR switching case, and not necessarily on a clean group boundary.
Do you ABR switch on not group? I don't know.
You want to cut point. You want to.
Yeah.
My code is kind of the same either way. I don't care.
I think the end object, it probably is worth us. Is offline going back and like looking why we killed an object, because I thought it seemed like a reasonable idea at the time, but now I can't remember what the reason was, and so I apologize.
I thought it was more for simplifying than actually removing a big problem.
I thought it was that, but I thought there was an issue with subscribe done that it made a lot easier to reason about, but maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, we don't need to.
Yeah.
Okay, but but you're saying to go to my first question, your proposal is essentially everything in subscribe that is not the track name becomes parameter.
I think that's correct. I have to go look at it. I think that's like NHAs, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Full track.
And the reason is because we think for extensibility, we may want to change them.
I think it's both. We might want to change them in the future, but also it's nice to be able to use the exact same params through like all of our verbs. And it turns out that those params have meaningful definitions in probably all of our verbs at this point, except for maybe track status, but we're going to kill track status. So that's kind of, or I don't know. I'm not sure if that's maybe not announced, but I don't know how that really works. So that's fine.
Yeah, I guess announce doesn't have hardly any of these.
I mean, I think we have to explicitly have, I think we still have to have text in each one of the verbs. about what each one of these things means in that context, right? I don't think you're gonna just be able to be like, oh yeah, this works.
Certainly, it's
Yeah, yeah,
different for subscribed namespace than it is for subscribed.
I mean,
It doesn't really change the text.
Yeah.
are we saying that the verbs are going to have a wire encoding that allows optionality, but a spec writing that says, no, they're not optional. You must include one of these. You cannot include more than one of these.
I think the intent is most of them have reasonable defaults, and then if you specify it, it's something else. And hopefully we don't have too many cases where you need to specify either A or B, but not both. I would like to avoid as many encodings like that because I just don't like them. I mean, we might end up like one. I don't know what that would be, but like if we can avoid those entirely, that would be really nice as a personal opinion. Because yeah, I don't like enabling illegal encodings if I can avoid it. So
This is gonna, but you're gonna have a lot of, you can't use this one in this verb. This is going to enable a lot of, like, if you're on a mission to stop illegal encodings, this is the opposite direction you want to go. I'm not against it. I'm just saying.
I'm aware of that too.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, that part is not. That's not what
I'm just, as long as we're both,
This expands the universe of illegal encodings.
It does. I mean, that's the nature of programmers.
It also slightly, like right now, when I parse a subscribe, I end up with a structure that has a pointer to all the things I need.
Yep.
I guess I still can do that.
Yeah, you're still gonna end up.
I mean, the wire image doesn't change that. So
Yeah, this is-
I just fill it in with a default if it's missing. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, like my argument for extensibility is basically like right now we have filters. We assume that we always have filters, but then like we use this for 3 years, then we decide that actually what we have is like lacking, and what we really want to do is we want to encode an eBPF WASM filter that allows you to filter all of the objects, and everyone decides to start using that. And now no one uses ranges anymore, but they still have to specify like no, like 0, 0 to infinity on everything. And the reason I'm saying is like we have a lot of protocols like that. Like look at, for instance, a client hello message in TLS 1.3. It is has a lot of interesting fields. It starts with a version that says it's TLS 1.2. It just goes on. So like there is a reason, like, and QUIC also almost entirely handshake is done via transferred parameters, which are key value pairs. That's like overall, like the two viable like protocols tend to evolve in like everything optional, and then if you introduce a new thing, you like start emitting old thing, and that's why I don't think that like having required fields that we're very confident about is a good idea in general.
You think we really have no invariants?
I mean, I'm not saying like track names should stay because that's an invariant, but I don't think filters are an invariant thing.
I think it's reasonable to say if you subscribe to something and throw anything else in that, probably you should get like all the stuff.
Yeah.
And like similarly with fetch, like you don't put any params in, probably get all the stuff.
I would argue track name is one of the most debated wire encodings. So maybe the concept of track name should remain, but the wire encoding of it is certainly not frozen and not guaranteed for time.
So a couple things. First of all, I went back and looked and refreshed my memory on the end group thing. It's not for subscribe done, it's for fins. So the deal is that there's a little ambiguity if you have a subscribe that ends in the middle of the group. Like, does a fin mean I got everything in each one of the subgroups, or did I only get some of it because of the limit of the subscribe? So it was to eliminate the possibility of having that situation.
And you can't use you could use reliable reset, but you can't use but we don't want to require it, which means somebody might reset it, which means they might not get the thing they asked for just because they asked for it to end early.
Oh, no, it's not a reliable reset thing. The point is the fin tells you this you've got everything there is in the subgroup.
You can't fin that. If I say end at object 10 and that subgroup goes to object 12, I can't send a fin. This fin has a specific meaning, which is that the thing you got before this was the last one ever in this group. I promise.
Right.
So if
Exactly.
you can't send a fin because you asked for it to end at 10, you have to reset it. And if you reset it without reliable reset, you may not even get 10. You may not get 0.
I don't understand why you can't fin something. If the subscription was for that. That's the end of that
Well, if
subscription.
you do it, okay, you could allow that, but then now you have no idea if it was the end of the subgroup or not.
But
Maybe that's okay.
But you, as the subscriber, you asked for something specific, so you know when you get a fin on that object, that's the one I asked for, so I got it.
Okay, and if it was also the end of the subgroup, you would have no way of knowing that.
Yeah, you don't know that.
But you didn't.
You're right,
care
you
about
don't know
the
that,
subgroup.
but you don't care.
You wanted the end right there. You didn't say, tell me whether it's the end of the subgroup. You said, give me the end of this object.
I could live with it, but it makes the text is already pretty messy about fin, and this makes it messier.
I mean, wanting it as the end of the subscription makes sense because it is the end of that subscription.
Well,
Not the end of
anyway.
the stream. It's not the end of the publication.
Have you read the
That's the end
section
of
on ending a subgroup? It's already like 5 paragraphs. So anyway, conceptually, I don't have a problem. Like I'm just
So my individual comment is I think it might be worthwhile to break this up into like multiple PRs because I think the case, for instance, forward being a parameter is considerably stronger than like the range stuff, for instance. And then we can argue the merits of each one individually rather than just have it all munched together.
Should I just put range separate from the other ones? Because it seems like
I think everything that's not range seems pretty.
What's range?
Sorry, filter. Start and end.
Okay, can we go through those piece by piece then? Because start and end was not even simple. There was 2 starts and 2 ends.
That's why we're saying we're going to make that a separate PR.
Okay, we're going to, okay. But we're not talking about that, what we want that PR to say right now, or we are?
Okay, let's take everything that's not that first, and because I think we're close, right? Is everyone okay looking if we make a PR for review that moves group order, forward, and subscriber priority to parameters
Across the whole draft.
for everywhere they appear? Okay, if that
Say them again.
group order, priority, and forward, subscriber priority and forward, making them parameters.
What about publisher priority?
But there's no publisher priority does not appear in a control plane right now.
The only thing I don't like about it was if things were fixed and upfront, it was easier to parse quickly and get something important like the priority. If you want things that are actionable like the priority, before having to go through your full parser, and get every single parameter parsed. Having the priority, I think we even argued that the priority should be the very first thing after.
But that's on data plane though, right? This is control plane. You have to parse the whole subscribe anyway.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's
not a.
What's the default value for priority? If
I mean, we would just have to pick one, probably 128, which I think is what the draft right now says. You should say 128 if you don't have a preference. I don't know. I'm happy to, you can pick a different number if you want.
It's a fine number. I guess I'd like to see us define how parameters are going to work and get the structure for parameters and then start moving the things to them. But I don't really care. I mean,
Okay.
whatever.
All right. I think we can write a PR based on this discussion. People might hate the PR, but I think we know what to write.
I kind of don't like the idea of priority being in this pile. It just seems like something it doesn't default so easily, but I don't have it's almost an aesthetic concern, and I don't have a substantive reason to oppose it.
Okay.
And that's partially because of this whole weird 128 thing, right?
Just the default's a little less obvious for priority, but I don't know. If you look at HTTP, the default priority is 3. It just is. And if you don't want 3, then you have to send something.
I'm fine with the 128 thing. Doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't really matter, right? Everything's going to be something.
It should be such a great precedent for priorities because it's worked out so well.
Yeah.
The new stuff's way better, by the way. And you haven't checked out 2 priorities in a while.
And it's been proven to be working so well.
No, the new stuff is provably good.
Okay, just I mean, I guess the thing is I think we should think about this holistically of is our policy going to be everything that could possibly be a parameter, we move over to parameter as the way we define our messaging, right? Or we don't use parameters and we version messages. Those are 2 options we can go to. I'd like us to do one or the other and pick a logical reason that, but not just sort of be a mismatch of half of this, half of that.
I prefer to use parameters for things that apply to the majority of control messages And if it only applies to like one or two, then probably like we should think real hard about whether that should be a parameter, unless it's like very frequently used. Would be like, I don't know. That's,
And is this to your goal being if it applies to two things to like reduce text in the draft or just to, I don't know, like I'm like
conceptual simplicity. I mean, we have publish and subscribe are somewhat
sure tons of
tools
symmetry.
and so, like it's nice to be able to use the same parameters for both. I mean, obviously, you know,
But I mean, if we just had things named the same fields, would that be any better or worse? Like, I'm not arguing one way or another. I'm just like, this is going to be a massive change to the draft.
I thought Victor's argument was for extensibility, not for editor simplicity.
Right. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I don't think this is for editors.
Nothing, yeah, forget it. We're happy to work super hard for you.
You already are.
Yeah, I know it's more about like, I mean, if you look at it, I don't know, like we can almost get to a place where every message is actually the same.
So if a field,
Like-
let's do a litmus test. If a field was known to be mandatory and expected to be stable for multiple versions, would we say that's not going to be a parameter? Or say that, no, that still could be a parameter? Why not encode it as a parameter?
If it's required.
It's required and we think it's stable.
If we
Parameter,
if we
not
think the
parameter.
message does not like make any sense without this field, I probably would be inclined not to make it a parameter because
And I agree for what it's worth. Like if those two things that you said.
Now, if either one of them are false, is it automatically a parameter?
Yeah.
I am inclined to go.
Can someone repeat once?
If it's mandatory, always in that field, it doesn't make sense to send that message without that.
subscribe doesn't make sense without
The track name.
Yeah.
You can't subscribe to nothing, right? So maybe it's an ultra wild card. Everything you got. I'm a pirate. I want everything you got.
I'll figure it out.
I'm very generous. I want everything. So like, what's the thing? If it's mandatory?
First of all, is it mandatory? And second, do we think it's going to be stable across multiple versions? And that's a guess. It can't really be stable, infinitely. It's a guess that it's going to be stable for 2 or 3 versions.
Then it's not a parameter.
Then should that be should that be never a parameter? And then if either one of those are false, should that always be a parameter?
You need to get clarification on that one.
I mean, again, I think if it has to be there for that method to make sense, I'm pretty strongly inclined to think it should just be part of the message.
What if we suspect that it's not going to be stable? If track name is going to change in the next version to a string?
Take track name away from me.
I mean, but I mean, like in HTTP, the URL is now encoded as a header. I mean, on the wire, it goes in HTTP2 and 3, it's encoded in the same way headers are. It's everything's name value pairs. There's a specific name called, Michael will get me, :path. I don't know, :URL, whatever.
Authority.
Yeah, that one I remember. So,
I mean, you ask your question about naming namespace is reasonable. I just rather not visit that right now.
But a general rule with an exception for name, for track name.
Yes, I mean, look,
This one thing is we ought to write down this stuff, get agreement on it, and then we could, and before we start bothering to move any specific fields anywhere.
But
okay, should we take an action as we'll come up with some set of principles and write them down and send them to the list for review?
Yes,
sure.
That sounds.
And then if people agree on the principles, then we can make the draft match the principles.
At the same time as principles, I think that they should include at what point we'd be like, hey, the subscribe V1 message had a track name we didn't like, and we're going to solve that by creating a subscribe to message, which has a different code point than
we can, right?
Which we could. I mean, that's one of our extensibility mechanisms, right? I think we have to sort of address what type of things we use different extensibilities for, right? Like, just think about that at the same time, because you can't talk about one without the other.
I mean, in theory, once we have ALPN, we can reuse the code point. But yeah,
ALPN is like shotgun, right? That means like we've revved the world, basically, right? It's a version of the whole protocol.
It could be.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and you're scaring me about like you're gonna have mock subversions negotiated via setup params, but I guess you will.
Well, I mean,
Optional features.
Extensions be negotiated that way, right? Like,
Yeah, that's true, but can you? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, in QUIC, like I guess there are 2 versions, but really everything is done through transport parameters.
Yeah.
And you have
Okay.
new frame types like act frequency, right? So that's a much more likely way to evolve than actually rolling new versions.
And multi-path and receive timestamps.
Right. I mean, rolling a new version out in deployment, particularly, when it's not all in web scale data centers, becomes even more painful, which pushes you way more towards adding new verbs to do what you want rather than revving the ALPN.
Okay. We've wandered out of parameters and into extensibility, which is, as you pointed out, bigger and needs more holistic thought.
I think that we should start from that. Extensibility is our goal. How do we achieve one tool can be parameter, another tool can be, as Cullen was saying, different message versions. If we can't go from a part of the slice and solve the bigger goal. We should start with the goal and find the solutions.
I think there's also, it's not just extensibility, but I think the other goal that's being achieved by this parameter proposal is making things consistent across messages. Like subscribe and subscribe update will work the same way.
That need not have to be solved with parameters. That can be solved with the fields being repeated exactly same way.
And optionality.
Exactly. I'm saying like, if the major goal is the extensibility, then I can really see why one works better than the other. But the only thing you want to say is that I don't like repeating the fields, a duplicate across message. I don't think that's okay. Elegance kind of kind of a thing that you can think, but people can think other ways more elegant than this way. Because I know exactly when it's some things are optional or some things are not included rather than implied by something being present or not being present. Right? It's weird. It's a different taste, I would say. But if all extensibility, let's work through that as a major goal.
Okay. Feedback.
Okay. Anybody want to talk?
Why don't we go back to your?
You want me to? Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah. I have two more issues that I had. Plus, I had this auth section of things that came up after the draft was published. So, I want to talk about track status. Track status is kind of a hot mess.
Is it actually a hot mess?
It's very hot. It's strange in that I think what people really want is, what if I sent you a subscribe for this, but I want everything that you would have said to me if I said subscribe, but accept the data. I think that's conceptually what people want, but that's not really how it works. If you subscribe has okay and error, but track status only has one response, and then it has this code, which is like not any of the codes that are in subscribe to error, and they mean all these different things. So, assuming that's what people like about, or the function about track status is what people want. Okay, yes.
So they're not equivalent, right? You're saying you can replace track status by just subscribe and don't forward.
No, that's not what I said. I said the use case that's trying to be solved by track status is what is logically, I want everything you would have given in the subscribe okay or subscribe error and no data. Like that's the information that I'm seeking.
There's a big difference under the covers. A subscribe is going to pull a stream.
No, I know that. That's why we'll get to the proposals. That's why I don't. Okay, that makes sense. Colin, are you raising your hand? Or
No, sorry. I was just
okay.
stretching to.
All right, you're fine.
My arm to go up.
Yes, power to the people. Okay, so what can we do with track status? One thing we could do is we could completely, and I think Ian made this PR, completely delete track status, and just if you want to get the information, then subscribe okay, send to subscribe, and if you don't want the data, send forward 0 and you won't get it. And then you also will have to unsubscribe to this track because the act of sending subscribe creates state. So that's one idea. Another idea is we do that same thing, but then we would add like a new parameter to subscribe, like track status 1 or something. And that's something different than subscribe, which is that it will, maybe the peer will send you an immediate subscribe, send you the subscribe okay, and then a done right after it. So like the state is immediately closed. And that doesn't require very many wire changes from what we have right now. Or we could do something like whatever subscribe message is, there's a code point called like track status request, which is the exact same format of subscribe. And then there's a track status okay and a track status error, which are the exact same format of subscribe okay and subscribe error. And if you send the track status request, you just get the information and you get no data. So I don't know, there could be more ideas, but anyway, yes.
So your view of a mess is because of the lack of symmetry between subscribe and track status.
Well, and then there's
The
also this
responses?
special code, which has a bunch of different, I mean, the original issue that was filed here was like, what is going on with track status code 4? And it's like, it has, I mean, it also came from an earlier, it came from like draft 2 or 3 and things have changed and it needs a rewrite. And if we're going to rewrite it, I want to fix it.
If track status was still its own verb, but looked on the wire just like subscribe, especially now if we remove everything from subscribe but the track name and make it all optional parameters, and track status has none of those, has the optional parameters but doesn't include any of them, does that solve your problem, or that doesn't solve your problem? They look the same. And we asked the responses to be the same, look the same.
I think that my only problem is that this track status looks nothing like the rest of the world and doesn't necessarily solve the problem it was originally intended to solve, and we should fix that. I care very little about what the actual spelling is.
I think your proposal, mode would be fine, which is basically like, it's a different code point than subscribe, which means you get no data, but otherwise it's like subscribe.
That's 3.
It's
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
That's fine. Right. I mean, part of the problem with track status that's unfortunate though is like no one really cares about it, so we keep like forgetting to update it and trying to like change something else. It's like the ugly stuff problem though.
But that's a good reason to define it like 3, which is like.
But that's an indication that like no one really cares.
Like, should we ask the question, like, do you really need track status?
Ask the question. I think we do.
Yeah. No, well, we thought we would need it for Switch, but in the end, no, we use subscribe in the end.
Okay. Because you actually want data to flow?
Yeah.
Okay. Will?
So I think there's utility in it, in that I want to discover the leading edge of a track, not necessarily to describe, but to know where it is, right? And the big difference between subscribe and track status is with subscribe, media objects can start moving across a wire, maybe all the way to the origin. With track status, they never do. It never invokes a movement. And that's a fundamental difference between the two. So I like the symmetry. I just like introduce the okay and error to track status. I don't think it's complex or a lot of work. It's not a mess, and it provides utility in inspecting these things without necessarily causing a whole lot of state machines to start moving.
But why do we need track status?
So you want a monitoring system to know what is the current state of.
I mean, why does HTTP have head? It just does.
It's like head, but the difference is head will pull something to the edge, right?
Doesn't have to.
I think either
It does.
It
does.
Okay. Colin?
Yeah, so I mean, I like 3's fine with me or whatever, but what I'm going to argue against 1 and 2 in the sense of, I'm assuming that if you do a subscribe with forward equals 0, I'm hoping the relay networks I'm using are going to start pulling all the media to that edge.
And the draft says it should.
Yeah. So that's a really big difference for people just checking statuses across things.
Yeah.
I do think we sort of need it. And then the other question, this is a question. Well, I thought there was some case where subscribe okay might not know the live head and might not return it to you.
The only case is if the track if the publisher's there but not published any objects. Subscribe okay can just say no content exists in this track yet. But then now track status would say it'll tell you that too.
Okay. I was wondering if there was a
right now,
symmetry,
by the
which,
way.
yeah, okay.
The option 2 does not pull the data from anywhere.
It does. It pulls it all the way
Well,
to the very last pop.
Two is distinguishable from a regular subscribe because there is that flag. The relay can know that this
So
is
it's
never in-
immediate
Oh, I see.
recommendation.
I see. Yeah, I see. Okay, I get your point.
So I think Martin's in it.
Yeah, I got in the queue. Well, I think proposal 1 doesn't work for the reasons that Colin described. Like, a likely outcome is that the relay will start pulling data. We'll turn that forward 0 to forward 1 and start pulling some data, and that's not acceptable. 2 and 3, I think, solve that problem. I think we originally created track status because we used to have all these weird error conditions if like you didn't know what the live edge was. But I think we fixed all those, and now fetch and subscribe are both pretty forgiving of that sort of ignorance. I would love to delete a bunch of code, a bunch of tests, but I can live with, I mean, we already have it. I could live with track status sticking around, but I would just as soon get rid of it.
Do you have a preference between 2 or 3? Well, that was to Martin, since you're still on.
Honestly, like I don't know that it's. I don't know we need to change it at all, frankly. Like I almost want to, if we're going to keep it, I almost just want to keep the status quo unless we demonstrate there's a problem with it. I understand
This issue has been filed because there's a problem. You can't express everything in track status that you need to be able to. So we have to make some change to it.
Okay.
Three's the closest.
Then I guess 3.
I lost track of who had their hand up.
I think it might have been me, but I have one really quick question. If you just subscribe again to a range of 0 objects, like, can you get track status back?
You mean if I send
0, 0 to 0, 0?
Well, right now you can't say 0, 0. You have to say 0, 0 and then end group 0, which means you get the whole group.
You foiled me. Okay, anyway.
The location should be location.
Anyway, okay, fine.
An observation that for proposal 2, when our forward flag is binary, right? It's forward or don't forward. But if it was a tri-state, if it was forward, don't forward, but pull to the edge, or just never pull all the way up, right? Then it would actually give us track status without incurring the penalty cost.
It's a little weird. Okay, but you're saying it would also send the subscribe.
You also tell the relay, if the relay gets a subscribe forward 0, it's actually doing a subscribe forward 1 upstream, right? Which is the intended behavior. But if we had a third state in the flag which says, don't just echo up the forward equals 0 upstream, or give me the answer because you have a live subscription, then we could actually, everything would be there. We could get rid of track status as
okay, but do you want this behavior into this proposed where the done comes immediately, or do you want to be able to update the status of the subscription later? Like,
I guess, I don't like that, the order done.
I'm not going to be able to not be embarrassed when explaining that somebody, that's how you do track status.
Okay.
Subscribe, unsubscribe.
Okay, I think okay, 3. Can people live with 3? Should we do 3?
Yeah. I have one argument for keeping track status is that I think the main semantic difference between subscribe and track status is subscribe, even with don't forward, means I'm going to want the actual data at some point.
State for me.
But track status means I want to make a decision about whether or not I want the data. I probably don't want the data. Otherwise, I would have subscribed. I probably don't want it, but there's a chance that I may want it depending on what you respond with. And especially for a multi-stream case, you're going to decide I'm always going to get this one stream. I'm always going to get the lowest res of the main video stream. I'm always going to try that speculatively. Just subscribe, and I'll get back whatever I get. But there's 5 other streams. I don't know if I have the bandwidth for all those other 5s. I want to get the track status about them because I may end up subscribing to them, but I may not, depending on how the first subscription works out. But I want to know where they are so that once I make that decision, I can go start retrieving them.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we still want if we make go 3, do we still want track status of separate authentication verb in the cat token, or would we give it the same? If you can subscribe, you can track status.
I put it in because you said,
I know.
I think it should be separate. There might be a reason you only want to let some monitoring agent do status and not subscribe. That's very valid.
Okay. I'm done talking about this unless somebody else wants to.
3. So
3. Okay. Do you want to talk about this one, or I can talk about the slide, or do you want to go to your slides? This is my last one, I think.
No, you should go then.
Okay. We talked about this a little yesterday in the context of fetch. I think we're close. So, like, do we need the end of group at the transport layer? And when you record the end of group in a cache, it helps fetch later on. So, like in the case where there is no end of group marker, I saw 20, 21, 22, 30. Versus if we have it, then there's this like special object which says I got then if later somebody comes and asks for all of group 2, in the first case, I actually have no idea. And I have to go upstream in order to find out that there were no more objects between 22 and 30. But if there is end of group, then I don't have to go upstream when I got everything. So I think, yes, we need end of group.
It sounds.
Is this an issue I filed?
Yes, you filed it.
Yeah, you can close it because the answer is yes if we're not doing 772 and we're not doing 772.
Okay.
But there's a technical question though there. Right?
Well, actually, should we also make it a flag on a normal object? I don't know.
So look, for audio, this is a total non-starter. We can't add, because there's only one.
I didn't say you had to make it mandatory. But
No. Oh, I see, optional.
The question is, should we remove the status code from the transport? and I think we should not remove the status code. You should send this if you can, and it makes sense for your track.
I see.
It's not required to send end of group. It just means that your origin may get fetches.
I see. The issue is actually, should we remove this optional end of group?
That was the question okay. Wait, to Will and then Torben.
Well, but how does it, Cullen said it's not viable for audio. So how do you signal end of group with audio? Or are you not stuck with your problem of not knowing when the audio group is ended?
Well, he's gonna put audio on datagrams anyway, so even if there's end of group, I might not get it.
No, they're going to be, they'll be in streams too.
Oh, okay.
Or whatever, like, I mean.
Why is it not, can you clarify why it's not viable for audio?
It will double the bandwidth of audio.
If it's a separate object, but then that goes to the second question, like, should we make it a
Well,
flag?
yeah, okay, I'm fine with a separate flag. If flag is no problem.
Flag on the last object.
The way it works now is the end of group object cannot have a payload.
Oh, so it's an actual object?
It's an actual object with nothing in it. Same with end of track and
I think initial versions of the PR, if I remember, it was a flag and then we converted it to an object. Maybe we should go back to that.
lost the status. Let's just figure out what we want.
I mean, a flag just seems better.
Yeah, it's a state flag.
Okay, so
I think a flag or end of group flag is quite useful for switch as well, because you would know, okay, now I can stop that track.
Yeah, even though I haven't got the next.
I don't need to look into the next object to see that I can switch it. So I think a flag there is good.
okay.
The Boolean extension?
I don't know.
Just thinking.
I think it would.
Now we have a Boolean
No,
extension.
I would. Oh, maybe it is. Victor,
Don't bitpack this today. Just put the flag in as a flag.
is it okay to put it as an object extension?
Yeah.
Or do you want?
Yeah.
It would be an object.
It would have to be
extension,
the best way to represent it is with an object extension right now.
The best way to represent in the end will inevitably be to mix it with a bunch of other bits we have in a single mandatory degree there byte, right? That is almost certainly where we're going to end up with when we optimize this.
Yeah.
Well, the issue is if you have a subgroup and you have many objects in it. Today, I don't put the status in there, or like either there's a length, or if the length is 0, it means the status is there. So I can't both have a status and a length. So anyway, I'm not sure. Victor's got his hand up. Maybe he has a solution to our problem.
I mean, my observation is like, you kind of need end of group if you want your fetch to work. So if you're fine with your fetch not working well, that's kind of.
It's not that it doesn't work. It means your origin's going to get more.
Yeah, if it's you're fine with your fetch not being, if your cache not being filled from subscribe. Like,
that sounds like we don't want that. Like, that's a bad design.
what do you mean?
We want our caches to fill from subscribe.
That would be
Yes.
nice. Ideally, that would be very nice.
Yeah, so my observation, my problem, like the flag makes sense, except the problem is then you have to admit that in some situations, your last object in the group will be just empty with a flag.
Which is fine.
Like, we have to call it out because in some cases, I don't know when my encoder is going to cut in iframe when I'm sending a.
So you need both encodings. You need empty object and non-empty object with this flag.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other problem we have is even if it's in a stream, there's delivery timeout. So what happens if I delivery timeout of the stream that had the end of group thing in it?
I mean, if you deliver a timeout at the end of stream, it's the same if you did timeout like
Anything else? Okay. You'll have to cache for more.
like you have to fetch.
Yeah.
I think flag makes sense.
Okay. We'll spit all the right on the wire, but I think I have the information I need to move forward.
Awesome. And I would encourage you not to try and optimize the wire image right now. Put a note on it. This needs to be optimized later, right? Like,
Gotcha. Optimizing the wire protocol is my version of painting the bike shed. I don't know what to do with the rest of it because I can't talk to you guys all the time, but I can tack this by myself. I don't know if you want to, so Ian has a bunch of slides. We should probably do those first. We can circle back on auth. These were all new auth related things that came up after draft 11.
Do we want to split? Yeah.
Do you want to?
I don't want to talk about the entities because I don't know enough about.
Okay. Do you want to just go through yours? Do you know the order you want to go in them?
Yeah, I think they're right over.
Okay.
One quick question back on the previous thing. So that end of group optional thing, we don't ever expect that to be used if you're not using multiple subgroups, do you? We expect that the stream fin means end of group.
I don't know how many subgroups you have.
Yeah, there's no way to know.
Especially if I have a delivery timeout, but maybe
But if
additional
there's-
subgroups that got deprioritized and dropped.
if there's app knowledge of the subgroups, the app knowledge,
The relay is the one who needs end of group to save you a fetch.
and the relay has no way to know if there's going to be subgroups. That sucks.
It does.
Sucks.
I mean, it's just a flag, or if you said, if your encoder spit out an object and then 2 milliseconds later said, oh, by the way, I'm done. It's whatever, 2 more bytes on the wire or 3. It's just like the group is now over.
So I
ABR.
filed this a while ago. I mean, there's a few variations on this, but one particular. So right now you can only have one outstanding subscription at a given point in time, and it can never be widened. And that combination means that there are some use cases, including ABR, although I'm sure not limited to it, where you're like, oh, actually, like I'm not quite ready to up switch or down switch, and I actually want one more from the current track that I am playing, and there's no way to get that extra group. I mean, that's clean whatsoever. Like, in order to get the group, you either have to like cancel the subscribe and remake a new subscription from what you've gotten so far to like the end of the next group, which is like probably risk having overlapping data and like is generally like suboptimal, or you wait until the subscribe ends and you get all the data and then ask for the next group and hope your jitter buffer is big enough. Like, I don't know, like all these options are terrible kind of thing. So
Can you clarify, why did we ever have a restriction of not expanding?
because it's racy.
You may not get
You may be past you may have passed your previous end before you got the expand. And so there'll be
Subscription's already over.
caching relay.
But that's okay. You know that as a client that it's not reliable. I'm gonna have to fetch things that came before.
Which is
The point.
basically what the point is on the bottom line.
Yeah, that's kind of number 3 is so
Yeah, with the understanding that you have to fetch if you didn't get what you wanted.
So one reason why right now there's no response message to subscribe update, which you know, the idea is it should always succeed, and that was the whole concept of subscribe update. But increasingly, I'm wanting this publish update as like a corresponding subscribe message or subscribe update ACK or whatever, which is like the counterpoint, and that would at least allow you to know whether the subscribe update actually like got processed or not. Because right now, like you also have the problem that you can send a subscribe update, and then if you get a subscribe done, you have no idea whether the subscribe update got there before the subscribe done was sent.
Which is okay because we can only narrow it. There's no way
You
to
only-
fail
yeah,
right now.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah.
But it comes from a wrong implementation of the switch. I mean, ABR, if we do the absolute joining fetch plus the subscribe plus the unsubscribe, you will never have this kind of problem. The use case is somehow a wrong implementation.
You're saying you should never need to widen a subscription.
ABR, you are not like ending your subscription before being sure that you have the other track. So you should not be in this kind of stuff.
You should not be putting an end group on.
You are not in the switch. I mean,
until you are sure that you have.
your switching point is supposed to be the absolute joining fetch, and you will not unsubscribe until you are sure that you can do this. So there is no reason. I mean, you may have other reasons to expand for one group or more, but ABR is not. That's probably why we need to write something about how to switch with the current stuff, because maybe it's unclear. But with the absolute joining fetch, you are not supposed to have this.
Yeah, I need to think about that more as to whether or not
With absolute join, do you still end up with duplicate objects with absolute, because you don't unsubscribe until after you've gotten the new track? Yeah, there's some overlap, and that's what's offered.
Yeah, this is what the phone one.
You can send the unsubscribe immediately after sending the joining fetch. So you subscribe to the new, you're on track A, you subscribe to track B, you send a joining fetch on track B, and you unsubscribe from A.
And that's your switch.
And you-
That's your
Yeah, and it all goes off at the same time.
So I think that, free still seems like sort of a little bit kludgy. I've always wondered why we didn't allow multiple subscribes at the same time, actually. I think it covers up more corner cases than just this. I do get what you were saying about this. We might be able to avoid having this case ever, but I certainly would be in favor of multiple subscriptions with the convention that if an object satisfied two subscriptions, only one copy of it was forwarded. And they'd have the same track alias.
I would contest that.
Same track alias.
So the track alias thing, that's actually why we don't have multiple subscriptions today,
Yeah.
because like then you can't tell which subscription it's associated with.
But you don't care.
If you ask for two objects, you should get two objects.
That's not a fetch. Fetch would still be that.
One at a time.
But okay, so let's carry on this conversation a little bit. So just on those points. Okay, so you have asked for this range of data from this track and this range of data from this track. Okay, and when the data is delivered, it has a full track name representing a track alias, an object ID, and a group ID that tells you where it is.
There are cases where you don't know though, because when you can subscribe with latest object and then subscribe with an absolute range, and then you get an object and you're like, I don't know yet if it belongs to this dynamically filtered track.
I wouldn't say you don't care, but
yeah,
like you got the data because you needed the data, right? And not because you were interested in the results of this subscribe, right? And so when the data arrives, you know what to do with it. So anyway, I'd be in favor of that, but I can understand. I understand the arguments why we haven't done that or whatever.
But if you just subscribe update, which one are you updating?
Well, that's based on the transaction.
Update is based on the request ID.
Request ID.
that's better.
Okay.
For updating subscriptions, I like the ability to update and expand because I've always disliked the infinite subscription. And I think in a real world use case, like, we'll see everything else, we always have this concept of consent. So if I'm grabbing something for hours, that doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to grab it for the next, 45 seconds or a minute and a half or whatever I think is a reasonable consent period for me. I'm going to grab it for that amount of time. And then I'm going to update my subscription to be another more minute or whatever my consent interval is. So I think an expanding subscription is kind of a form of consent, which makes sense to me. So I don't think we should disallow that.
But when you first join, you don't know what the group numbers are. So how would you give a range subscription?
I mean, so
you would have to go for the infinite subscription and then intentionally restrict it.
But after that first
You do an infinite one, then you restrict it, and then you expand it.
or you don't do the subscribe, you do track status.
The very first step is you're allowed to do this infinite one.
Or the first one is a relative. Yeah.
I'm not saying we disallow huge. I'm saying that we should not disallow expanding because I think expanding for consent makes a lot of sense.
So remember, we decided yesterday that if there's no delivery timeouts, then you are supposed to get everything. So like if I do the subscribe, if I widen the subscribe update on the catalog, that might have raced with objects that got published. And then now I don't know if I got everything in the catalog or not. I mean, maybe that's my own darn fault. I don't know. Like
my observation of races is that like you're gonna have some form of race regardless unless you do like a joining fetch.
There's always ambiguity for any subscriber.
Like if you're
on the wire.
Like if you're I don't see reasons to disallow like expanding on the sole base as like you have race conditions because one, a lot of those situations that is practically not relevant, and two, in any situation, like any alternative, I don't understand how you build alternatives that does not have race conditions.
I have a quick question. I'm leaning towards 3, and I kind of was when I made this slide, but I could have been convinced otherwise. But I don't think so far anyone's kind of really fighting for 1 or 2. Am I correct that if we do 3, we would like some sort of positive confirmation that the subscribe update was processed? Because like I had been sort of punting on that for a while because it didn't seem strictly necessary. But if we're going to be able to widen things, then I do think it's nice to know if your subscribe update ever actually got processed. I think
Suhas has had a chance.
I think this slide is a bit confusing. because it's talking about APR and also multiple subscription for same track. APR is for different tracks. I think if we split into those two different issues, then we fall into two categories, right? One is a multiple subscription for same track. Another is a batch subscribe kind of a thing, where you can subscribe to multiple tracks and group saying this is my APR group, and then you can do the APR for a group of tracks. I think in that case, the multiple subscriptions or more than one subscription tracks in a subscribe message makes more sense for APR kind of use case. On the update, if we're just talking about same track and update, I would say option 3 makes more sense.
Yeah, we're only talking about one track. I apologize.
I thought APR was like
on the slide. I think.
Wait, can I make so there's actually multiple decisions that are happening on this slide. Are you allowed to have more than one subscription to the same track concurrently? Are those filters for this allowed to overlap? Can subscribe update widen subscriptions? Does subscribe update need an acknowledgement?
Start with the easiest first.
The first two dependent on one. So I mean, I'm proposing we only do one change here. Is like, why make more changes than we need to? And if we have a subscribe update, I think and we allow widening subscriptions. I mean, I think that fits all the use cases I'm aware of.
Me too.
Okay, so you're saying that the only thing we need to do is allow 3, and then we don't need to allow multiple subscriptions to the same track?
I don't think so, but I mean, I could be convinced otherwise. I don't know.
Okay, so look, let me jump back to the question you actually asked, which was about like, what if we do 3, what do we need? I think 3 would be workable. Okay. And this would probably be the simplest thing to do would be 3, but I think you'd need to add a response to the subscribe update. And I think that it would still need to have basically the track head, like the live head.
The current head,
because that's going to give you the information to know if you missed the window or not, right? If the live head was before your previous limit, right, you know you haven't missed any data. If it's past your previous limit, you know how much data you've missed.
Yeah. I actually have another reason I want a reply anyway to subscribe update, which is if you try to, I was saying the other day, like if you try to request a delivery timeout of like 5 minutes and like the relay is like, I'll give you 15 seconds, then it'd be nice to know, have the relay be like, I'm going to give you 15 seconds instead of just blindly ignoring your request.
The other thing too that I've always thought we were going to end up with this. I was just going to argue it later when we got to security, but I don't see how security works without, if you're going to authenticate subscribe updates. No. You pretty much need an error code. So yeah. I just think that's the nail in the coffin. I was never going to, I plan to pound that nail later.
Yeah, I was kind of waiting until we needed it because I was like, I don't know what we're doing with it right now. So like, why bother adding a message? I don't know what to do with.
Yeah. It makes it simple too, because it makes subscribe to symmetric. The responses are symmetric and easier to reason about. Maybe you reuse the same code.
Cool. Okay. Well, thank you.
Wait, I have a question about widening. Can you only widen the end or can you widen the beginning too?
Widen whatever you want.
You're thinking about jumping the beginning backwards
No. Unless there's a good use case for doing the beginning, having tried to write this text, don't do the beginning.
The beginning is weird just because it can screw up your subgroups. And you might end up having let's say I originally said.
Whatever reasons you think it's weird, there's more. Like all kinds of things go wrong. Somebody needs a use case before we even discuss this.
Okay. Right. Does anybody have a use case that maybe subscribe forward or maybe subscribe backward rather? Okay. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay, next slide. You know what you're at for this.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you mind? Or
I should. Yeah. I can't do it.
That's good.
We'll go back.
Oh, yeah, we'll do it.
Somebody's taking notes, right?
Just want to add one point that I think you say in filter today when widen it something, if it's not there, you go to latest object. I'm just saying that if someone does back also, you start from where the latest object is. You cannot widen behind the latest object anyways.
I don't understand what the problems are. Who's got a real problem with backing up beyond the first time? Because you're not going to get that object anyway. If it's actually before the live head, you're not going to get it anyway. So there's no conflict there. If your subscription is in the future only and you backed it up to a little bit less in the future, that seems like a perfect ABR use case. I'm speculatively going to upstream. I'm going to upswitch at to 4K at this time. Oh, wait a minute, my bandwidth has a little bit of change. I'm gonna upswitch a little bit earlier because I got more bandwidth. That seems like a perfectly good use case.
Clamping it to latest is okay. Going back before latest, you create weird things.
You basically clamp it at the latest.
Yeah.
Always.
The response will be, okay, this is the head and this is what you're gonna get. You just know that you're not gonna get things before the head. What's wrong with that?
That's okay. My concern was a case where if I could set start back before head and there was reordering, then an object would come and I would have to open a new stream to send it because I had already skipped past the point in its subgroup where I was allowed to send that object.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can draw a picture, but it's bad. But if you clamp it latest, it's fine.
Yes, you always clamp it
Largest.
latest. Again, I would try to make it symmetric with subscribe. Whatever you are allowed to do in subscribe, and whatever the behavior is when you do that in subscribe update should do the same thing. So if I ask for 0 in subscribe update, it's just like I ask for 0 in subscribe. You're going to give me the head, and that's it. That's all you get. And you should know when you receive the object, that's the only thing that you're going to get.
The case you're making here made sense where you're not receiving any data. The question is all the things that happen if you're already receiving data and you try and move it back.
Yeah, I'm already receiving data, and I say 0. Doesn't matter. I'm going to get the.
Oh, but
no, actually, now
you use unstructured groups, order, etc., and then you get an earlier data in the ongoing group and object ID, then you're back to this problem anyway. So.
Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. When you say absolute start, it doesn't clamp to the largest right now because you can absolute start 0 after the track is started. Right. So then you can end up in this problem.
No, but I kind of just. Okay, so I mean, if you know that the event is at group number 15, you say, okay, I subscribe 15.0, and then you realize that it's not at 10, so you want to change and to make it earlier.
I mean, let's write the PR and see if we can make sense when you write it. But I think there's hairy cases. But some of these,
I'm worried that the edge cases already exist and we just hadn't realized them. But anyway, yes, I'll write the PR. That's fine.
Okay.
Question for the notes. Are you adding an acknowledgement for the subscribe update?
Yes, I think we, as Colin said, we were going to need it eventually, and now seems like the time. So.
You're going to make new code points, subscribe update okay, or subscribe okay?
I want to call it publish update, but we can do subscribe update okay or subscribe update act or like I don't really care.
I think I think it would make more. I think it'd be easier to explain and for people to get their heads around from an API using point of view. It's just everyone had their own response. Now maybe each one of these responses has nothing in it other than exactly the same parameters as the other one, right? Like they could all be identical, but like it seems like when we talk about it, being able to talk about
we're just saving paper in the spec.
Yeah.
Well, even the paper in the spec, you could say identical to section response.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah, I'll just make it.
I think that's what I'm going to do for track status. That way, it solves the problem.
Subscribe.
At least then you can use the error codes too, because I assume you want the same set of errors.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a new one.
Okay, so today you can't express delivery timeout per separate basis. It's basically on an entire subscription basis. It's expressed by both the subscriber and the publisher, and take the min of the two values. And so I guess the question is is this a real need that people have? Do they need finer grained delivery timeout than on a subscription basis? This issue's been open for a while, so I guess.
Should phrase it a different way. Can you live without finding control on a
Like,
subscription basis?
I mean, unless I guess another way of saying is does anyone have an actual design for this or something they want out of this? Or
So Mo, let me bounce this idea off you for a second. Is this one where we'd want to say that the base layer had a delivery timeout of 5 seconds, but that an enhancement layer had a 200 millisecond one, so that we get? I mean, is that something we?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about. So to me, the only utility of delivery timeout is I don't want these things to compete on the wire, but priority kind of already does that, right?
Yeah.
So then it's really more about my priority mechanism. I don't have faith in it, and so I want the delivery time as a harder hammer.
Yeah.
Don't ever let them compete, even if your congestion control speculates that they can live on the same window. I know they can't, so don't let them.
I think most people's priority implementation is actually going to be better than their delivery timeout implementation. I'm sorry to say. I'm just I'll throw that out there right now.
I mean, and I'll be shocked if somebody actually shows me an implementation of the exact algorithm you specified too.
I mean, in the extreme case, if you want something completely, no delivery, the smallest possible delivery timeout, you would just leave it as a datagram if it fit in a datagram. And you wouldn't even bother with a subgroup.
But that doesn't give you reliable, so.
Yeah, but if you want it to be reliable and you want to put a low delivery timeout on it, because it's less important. Again, I'd just say it's basically lower confidence in your priority mechanism. And this is more like an insurance policy that your priority mechanism isn't good enough, so I need a delivery timeout.
Well, delivery
variant
timeout also helps you
also.
recycle state, right? Otherwise, you just like keep deprioritizing this stuff. Like you keep deprioritizing and never having room to send your enhancement layer, and the relay just keeps building up this like, I've got a lot of enhancement layer to send to this guy. Like eventually you want to throw that away.
Well, the delivery timeout would throw it away.
That's right. That's right. So it's not just about not getting it to compete on the wire or confidence in the priority mechanism, but it's a way to clean things up without having having the relay say, you're too far behind, I'm killing you.
I think this would be a really good thing. I think we should keep it. This costs us nothing.
Wait.
We
Keep what? We don't have this.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, okay.
And it's going to be hard to add, I think.
We have priority on the subgroup header already.
Yes.
What would be hard about adding the delivery timeout on the subgroup header?
Oh, you want to set the delivery timeout differently for every
When you
subgroup?
subscribe, you need 2 fields. Like
Publisher.
No. The publisher can set it, but not
Only
the
publisher
subscriber.
priorities.
Yeah.
Okay.
then the
Yeah.
publisher would.
Yeah, no, there's no subscriber priorities, and there's only be publisher
We're
priorities.
not asking about subscriber anything in here, right?
Subscriber delivery. Okay.
Yes, this,
Does anybody want a subscriber delivery timeout per subgroup? Because that's going to be hard.
No,
that's gonna be impossible.
no. Subscriber don't know about subgroups. Subscriber has no visibility to subgroups until they come.
Okay.
But
So
right now, publisher, like the publisher delivery timeout is expressed on a per subscription.
it's in publish okay or
Yep.
subscribe okay.
Yep. And that seems like it's mostly fine, but
I mean, my proposal would be to drop this in the header in an optional way.
I love optional stuff in the header. I like it to
I mean, we
twiddle
can,
my bits more.
Okay. Added in a
We have
non-optional.
another candidate for a relay extension.
What's that?
Sounds like we have another candidate for a relay extension.
Relay extension?
I mean, this would be a really, really easy extension to write, but, as, like, I agree, Colin, I can definitely add it as an optional field, but like, if no one's gonna use it, then like, I'd rather not. Cause it's like more code to write and more like stuff to do.
I get it. I don't think it adds much on the, what's driving me is if we ever want this, it'll be impossible to add later.
So we haven't, I don't know if we have, I think we have not filed an issue, but we have talked about having a way to specify extensions at the beginning of a subgroup that apply to.
No, I'm sure we can add an extension, but there'll be no way to know, it will not be a usable extension because you'll never be able to know enough about your relay network to know whether everyone's going to support it.
Sorry, I wasn't saying an extension specified in some other RFC.
Oh, I see.
Do it like the gap thing where like it gets, we put at the beginning of a subgroup, an optional block of extensions that apply to all objects in this subgroup. And one of the ones you can supply is
this
a delivery timeout, which is different from what the publisher said previously.
It doesn't seem like that will change very much the code for doing delivery timeouts.
Who's implemented it? I haven't yet.
You mean delivery timeout?
Yes.
We call it cache timeout per
You
object.
know that those two different things, right?
I understand. In our code, this was called as the TTL for objects. So we do that, especially when things are not going because of water network. You're not able to deliver. We have priority queue, and we expect things out of the cache.
And it wouldn't hurt you. So your implementation would be fine if every object had, even if every object had its own delivery time. That was you'd be
For
fine.
a long time, ours did, so
Oh.
we used to deliver them in that path instead of the scribe. Okay.
So to expand on Colin's first point was that if you're receiving a layered stream, the intent of the delivery timeout is whether or not your jitter buffer is going to tolerate, a time that big or not. If beyond this time, jitter buffers, purged everything anyway and just, given up, frozen, or moved on. But if it's a layered stream, you may never want to give up on the base layer. You may be willing to expand your jitter buffer to 3 or 4 seconds to render something. But for the enhancement layers, you may not want to, if you got the delivery of the base layer, you don't care about the jitter buffer expanding because of those expansion enhancement layers. So you put tight times on those because even if you don't get them, you're going to move on. Within 200 milliseconds, you're going to move on anyway, as long as you got the base.
I mean, basically, you're trying to, and the feature in the product is, I would rather have low res video with less than 1 second latency than high res video with 4 seconds latency.
Okay, both Martin and Victor, I think
I don't know. Martin first.
Yeah, so I mean, we implemented it, and I filed an issue that it was unimplementable, and so we don't really have a working definition of delivery timeout that I think works, which seems to be the first order of business if we're going to talk about this kind of thing.
Could you talk about that a bit more?
Well, I mean, we fought an issue. We talked about it a long time ago. It was kind of a sidecar to Victor's presentation in Denver, but because you have no visibility of when objects are act, it's defined on a per object basis. Like you're supposed to essentially conceptually like have a timer for every object, but because nothing is act, you don't really know what was delivered, and so you can't verify. You can't actually like enforce. You can't say, oh, I need to send this again because, or I'm not going to send this because it's already obsolete.
So this is particularly in the web transport,
Martin, and what we said is like, look for when the kernel sent it, when we dropped it into QUIC stack, that was all sort of implementation independent, and we were totally willing to accept as once you dumped it in the QUIC stack, it was over. Like you couldn't run the timer anymore. This was how long you were willing to wait before you dropped in the QUIC stack. And some other QUIC stacks that matters or not matters, but there's text in the draft right now that totally covers that wiggle room. Right, this is about
priority, not for delivery timeout, but yeah.
Well, the thing is with delivery timeout, you could just reset the stream.
Can you elaborate? I'm not following what you mean there.
Well, so
I get what you're saying.
If everything in a stream has been, I'm sorry, I'm not.
You're tired. Let me say it for you, Martin. I know what you're thinking, which is if we sent object 5, 6, 7, and we realize that object 5 has timed out, even though 6 and 7 haven't, we can restart the whole screen because 6 and 7 are useless to deliver once you've decided not to deliver 5. So at the point that any object on a stream fails its delivery timeout, it would be perfectly fine to reset the stream and all the objects that come after it, right? Like that's the issue you were trying to get, right?
I don't know if that's what I meant, but it's way more coherent than what I was trying to talk with that.
So I think the problem that Martin has is that with web transport as your API, you might have written object 5 to the stream, and then 6. Now, once you've done that in web transport, you've lost the ability to find out if 5 will ever violate its timeout.
And we're fine. That's the nature of timeouts.
I mean, okay, yeah. What the application is going to actually do with delivery timeout is maybe choose not to send it in the first place, but often just to reset the stream. So, like this idea, like the way it's written is kind of like it's like a per object thing, but it's really not. It's a per stream thing.
Okay, in a relay that has a more functional QUIC API, you can have the timeouts running per object in a stream by having the timeout tied to an offset that you've written on the wire. And because I do have ACK level visibility in my stack. So like what I want to say is like QUIC stack, like if offset 100 has not been acknowledged in, stop retransmitting up to offset 100 after 100 milliseconds. And if later you detect that anything in that range has been lost, reset the stream. Sort of the API, and then I can set that timeout per offset in the stream. So I can get this like object level granularity. And it's probably the things where Cullen wants delivery timeout is not in web browsers. It's in relays. It's in relays, which are going to have more functional QUIC stacks. So I think the fact that web transport's a little hobbled here may be okay.
Yeah, and also the other way to think about it is that like, what's the point in your stack at which you lose control of the things? Like in relay, you have more functional. In web transport, you're much higher in the stack. So once you write the object, that object is as if it's in the network somewhere. It might get dropped at the stream level or in the network somewhere. That's what the application means. But after writing that object, if the delivery time would expired for other object or while this object has been written, then you reset the entire string.
I thought, I remember the problem
Victor has a
that
hand.
Victor was pointing out. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, so my observation was like there were two observations. One was
Your observation was the RTT mattered in relation to the delivery timeout.
a lot.
Not the delivery
I have a lot of observations. First, regarding this is like one observation that is not related to like immediately performance is that if you actually no, that's not relevant. Let's talk about performance. My observation from the previous presentation was that depending on like if your send order is ascending, your timeouts are really important to how efficient your delivery is. And to some extent, my observation was that your actual networking performance will be fairly sensitive to both when you send it to both like how the number you set and the actual definition of your timeout. So my concern would be like the reason I really don't like the way it's specified is that like timeout is not like the way this protocol is structured. This timeout is not really for myself, it's for some relay far away that's implemented by someone else that's going to handle this. So the way it's currently specified is I feel does not necessarily always lead to optimal properties and like might result in different relay implementation producing widely different behaviors for the same numbers.
I'm sorry, Alan, did you assert that relays were always going to have like act level visibility, whether they were running over QUIC or web transfer?
I sort of asserted that.
No, I didn't at all. I didn't assert that at all.
Alan asserted he already has that visibility.
No, Alan, not Colin.
Alan.
Yes, I did sort of assert that because I'm sort of assuming my relay will be the dominant one in the industry.
But even when it's running over web trans, it does
He's
that.
going to rename Meta to Mega.
What's that?
Mega Mind.
Even over web trans, it'll do that.
So our web trans.
We're talking about 667, really, not 606. Sorry, I just wanted to like
Oh,
make
yeah.
sure for the sake of notes, like.
Oh yeah, there's
I mean, the 606 slide is up, but we're really talking about 667 verbally.
which we didn't make a slide for.
I did not make a slide for it because I didn't have a.
Can you
solution.
share the issue or something to?
Hold
I didn't
on.
know how to resolve it, so like I didn't make. a slide.
Martin, you have the floor.
Oh,
The bid.
yeah, so I feel like I'm derailing this discussion, which is not what I intended to do. I think we should decide what the delivery timeout means before we debate this other stuff.
One final point on that is
I don't think we have a workable definition that can be enforced by the wide majority of implementations.
I disagree with this. I think we have a very clear definition that says you should not forward it after this time, right? And we totally understand that when you lose control, you might have lost control at the moment you landed it to the QUIC stack. You might have lost control when the QUIC stack handed it to the kernel. It might have been when the kernel handed it to the 12 layers of containers it's running in, whatever, right? Like there's, there's a point, and there's nothing we can say about that. It's fine. It's that's what it is, and that's the best you can do.
And I don't think that was the problem that Victor was highlighting in his presentation last time. I think the problem that Victor was highlighting was that delivery timeout by itself as a single number does not make any sense on its own without considering the group size, the group duration, basically the stream duration, and the round trip to the relay. Those two parameters matter critically, and their ratio to the delivery timeout is what matters. So setting an absolute delivery timeout never ever works. It's the ratio of the delivery timeout to the group size and the RTT to the relay that ends up determining when you actually get something delivered or not. And I think that was the point of his slides.
Just to ask you, right? how we set the value is not related to what the behavior of that we're discussing here, right? The value can be set. I just wanted to say those two.
I think Mo is saying that setting the value is very challenging.
You set the value, you can set the value to whatever you want, but the behavior that you're going to get out of that value depends on the group size or the stream duration and the round trip to the relay. And those two things could end up drastically changing whether an object gets delivered or not.
In our implementation, we set equal TTL, but the way we set the TTL, and the original publisher says it because it says that if anyone in the path could not deliver this on your hop before this time expires, then it's not worth. And the way we calculate the number is based on, even the original publisher setting, it's based on the jitter buffer size that we set on subscribers. So that still works, even for Victor's use case and on what we're talking. I'm just saying that we did not set blindly 10 seconds. We know our jitter buffer is like somewhere it goes between 250 milliseconds to 5 seconds, depending upon our group size. Based on that, we set. Yes, that does not include every RTT in there, but that's the tolerance level the subscriber is okay to have for his jitter buffer. And that's totally the same use case that we discussed.
We'll just highlight, somebody recently filed an issue which didn't make this list, but it said, because you say TTL, and one of the things about TTL is it usually gets decremented as it forwards through the network, but in our case, it does not.
Right.
And that means that when you say like my jitter, but like I produce this thing now and my receiver's got 200 milliseconds to receive it, but if I'm going through 5 relays, they're going to each give it 200 milliseconds.
Per hop.
What's that?
I said per hop value. That means I'm saying the 5 seconds you said, the 5 seconds towards my jitter buffer. It's not decremented every hop. No.
I know that it's not. Okay.
Even our implementation calls this TTL, but the behavior is exactly what's
okay. The other issue that was filed, just so people are aware of it, is that when you do it per hop, you're multiplying the total time by the number of hops.
Totally, no, it's not that.
Okay.
I mean, this all gets driven out of at the very most basic level. If you, at the end implementation, know that if this thing's more than 500 millisecond late, you are definitely 100% throwing that data away. And one single hop knows that it's already taken more than 500 milliseconds. Forwarding at this point is a waste of time. And this is a blunt instrument to capture that data, right?
Necessarily not sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay. Victor?
Such as like observations that it's not true, such as true if like you're building a system with really low latency, but like if my buffer size is 5 seconds and like I'm in the middle of a 10-second gap, I'm perfectly willing to wait a long time depending on where I am in the group. Like I think we had a discussion last time, so there are like it is very different for like larger groups and larger timeouts because like your behavior, like if you're at the beginning of the new group, you really don't want to give up on it because this group is 10 seconds long. But if you're like closer to end of the group, you do want to like just toss it away.
But there's no way for a relay to know the size of the group in advance.
That is true. So like I had a draft of a proposal which was based on like redefining timeout on like once you get a group and you discard or group lower than n. And that was like a alternative definition and that did not quite work, but I'm not sure if you remember, but they did discuss it.
No, I remember talking about this
like the only reason I like this issue is still stalled on me doing basically more research and trying to understand what are the edge cases and how this works.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe we should wrap up on delivery timeout given that. So and I think Martin's observation that us adding more machinery for the existing delivery timeout when we have questions about the existing delivery timeout may be premature. So can we park the issue about setting it, although it seemed like if we keep the current design, people did want it. And Victor has the ball to produce some alternate proposal for delivery timeout that works better for long cops. Does that sound like
it's also hop based, so you accrue it, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what the other issue is saying.
Yeah, but you could say, I'll set it to my player's buffer, right? Take advantage of the buffer, but if you have 5 hops or 15 hops, you're going to have a very different accrued delay by the time you get to the no component knows how many hops there are. So it's a very blunt instrument, as has been pointed out.
And it works incredibly effectively, which we'd be happy to show demos of.
For
Or
other use
ASAP,
cases.
yeah.
I totally understand. Yeah, I understand it's useless for other use cases.
974 is the other issue that basically described what you just said, Will, that it's cumulative and anyway, so we should, I don't know, maybe Colin, you can reply on that issue as well.
Sure.
You want me to go to the next
Yeah,
slide?
let's go back to the slides.
Okay.
That was a helpful discussion, but do we need to do break at some point? Or
Yeah, we're about halfway through. Why don't we take a break now and then we'll go through
Yeah.
4? Does that work? All right.
15 minutes to 55.
12 and a half.
You need to get my chair dot out? Sure. Times not from the.
The break is 638 seconds.
Like cumulative if we add another half.
Yes, not accurately.
Agnes, we don't come.
Might guess the RTT from one hop, but it doesn't know it. So we don't want to be like adding on stuff. We're trying to keep our running totals of cumulative RTT.
So it's the time of this like
It's a bit of black magic. You know that roughly you've got 5 or 6 hops by the time, or 3 by the time you get your player. You know what your player buffer is. So as a producer, you'll set your timeout.
What was the other number they cost me to look at?
Those
Nine-
really throw things away when they have spent all the time.
It's the local decision, right?
Yeah.
And if you've spent, like, you should probably throw it away if you've spent 1/3 of the time. If there's 6 relays all spending 1/3 of the time, right? None of them know that they've actually passed
And the
this.
bad
level.
thing is probably because sometimes something get delayed and something else doesn't.
Yep.
So where are you on the distribution?
Yes.
Actually, also.
I'm trying to ship some protocols. It's like you might enjoy this.
This is like the life of a modern developer, right? I mean, this is like it.
Because this is a public tool.
Obviously, security in the positive too. Yeah.
For your point about.
Good luck.
Oh, is it like once you click that button, they'll come back with answer saying that or
No, I have to like fill out a questionnaire and then they decide if they review it or not review it.
Putting out.
And is it a one-day thing or it's like a
individual?
by the time you get the answer?
Combining as many as they want.
The only ones that will say yes to this is probably security, maybe privacy. I don't know about others.
It would be rather easy also than to have a lockout, but I would.
But they usually like, they try to toss away easy things that look easy. The only people who have real approvals are the API.
The reason for low
There's a lot of
simple is because it's intended to be low overhead.
Yeah, sure,
So
sure.
this trivial to.
Yeah,
to do
and
it
it's
for
of course more important to be low overhead leave a single sample because.
And because we're doing ultra low latency, we want every single frame to be rendered. So we always look for frame boundaries.
Yeah,
To be able to dispatch
sure, but I
everything.
mean, often you need. I mean, you may bundle a few of them or something like that.
In real-time conferencing, we never ever.
No, not real time.
I get a frame in,
but
RTP.
yeah.
Get a frame in, you decode it,
Sure.
render it.
But yeah. If you do a little above that and you start using maybe some defects or things like that, then you still have.
If you have streaming with less real-time constraints, yeah, then we could start doing bigger docs.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have B frame to do it's sort of even by 18 bigger frame does
Yeah. I mean, we've looked at the frames at like 120 or 60, where the delay is not so bad. But for a 30 stream, we would never consider the frames. The base layers have to be 50 hertz. 60 milliseconds latency is a lot of latency to add for a real-time stream.
I mean, yeah, ideally, you shouldn't even have a full frame.
Except for
Two lines of
yes. Camera outputs a row, and encode the row. That's the way our original telepresence system was. We encoded one macro block row, send it out to the next macro block row, out to them.
Yeah. It's good that they get this on a time scale. I think that's nice. We get that in anyway. Especially if I want, I mean, I could think about cases where I would like to go back and forth between females and lock or something like that. To be able to have the time scales that do rounding or different time scales.
So is it easy to repackage a CMAF stream? Is it easy to repackage the fragment size? A move that's, 5 samples, repackage that as a single sample move.
Yeah, I mean,
remote.
I've been doing a lot of this because I made a rather extensive MP4 library stove and so I've been doing that before. We want to see and so on, and so that's what I do with it that I have.
That's not a
I'm really repackaging everything. I was having a similar thing with that actually where I loaded to that. I have an SI row loop.
Gentle reminder, you need to sign on Hector.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, you're right.
Before you fly, but I want to make sure you have at least to do something.
Back into my flight too. Section.
Maybe not the best if you want to.
I can modify that one if you think that's point.
Maybe useful to look at a repackage or
I think what we do for audio works same thing for video.
single sample fragments or
Yeah, sure. I mean, so I'm actually doing it already. I don't let's do it, but I'm doing it anyway because I want to be
So
flexible.
this guy do a subscribe.
Yeah.
Especially right now,
Yes, flip it around, but this does two things. Subscribes to all the audio. It also announces for the audio output.
I think what's weird is these guys are publishing,
yes,
but this guy's going to suck.
That's the thing. No,
but yeah, but for this audio, that's odd.
This is published. If you flip it around and see, right, I'm subscribing to all the mics here.
That's what's weird. Is the stuff for the audio is on this side.
I thought about. I can take this arrow and text and put it here and this one here, this side, if that makes more sense. Because this is publish happening and the other side of audio flow is not happening, right?
Isn't it? There's no subscribe to a mic. So audio input.
I'll change that one to audio input. That was supposed to be changed, but I did not change. Yes, that should be audio input.
Now it's audio output. Subscribe to audio input.
Yeah. I'll change
And
this.
then, but there'd be no, and this is.
Is publishing, oh yeah, I should not write that publish maybe, right?
Those shouldn't be there because
of the
it's
data
subscribe.
messages.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll remove this part.
Right.
Make it all names.
And then the name's consistent.
Then you can
Ignore the cameras, it's fine.
Yeah. And you can talk about the data flow. Or do you want me to talk about the data flow where I can draw another color that comes here and goes
No,
out?
it'll just be too confusing.
Okay. You just talk about the discovery and setup.
Eventually, I'm going to say there's pub, there's a sub. That's how these two connect.
Okay. There's announce.
There's an announce.
And
there's a subscribe.
That's how they connect.
That's how they connect.
And when the data comes from Homer, they know where to go. The data comes from Mike, they know where to be sent. Same thing, think about video too. Okay, I'll fix that one.
Thank you very
there's
much.
control flow and also data flow there. That's the confusion part, right?
Right. And just do the control flow.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we should try to figure out a good plan for being able to repackage look to see now.
I can tell you that if you would actually not, yeah, so if you remember, it seems like I could point to the same object. But will not.
That's what I was trying to say.
It sounds like a flat or the conversation.
It's the last header extension. I mean, has the so what you actually have on the disk. You can put that in if anything, drop it into load. The last header is just the last load header extension.
I don't want to give them like a bad. Like the way people.
The trouble is you need something to compose to reassemble the synapse because the decoder's not expecting it to be packaged. If I want to put something in and just have it play an MSE, for example, MSE would have to be binary operated for those.
You already have to have some kind of web transport apps on it. Web transport stream. So it's not an MSC.
Well, I just but right now, that also just gets compiled. Essentially, you make those files and you distribute them. What I'm saying is it would have to come out, it would have to take the header, create a CMAP.
Somebody's going over what transport. It's going to be faster than the web. You gotta step off 20 bytes.
It gives you a reader that you read. You get secure byte type. There's no rating or.
I'm not for box. There will be box, right?
We have objects.
I get right.
I can listen, but I can't do one of the other.
Box will be one of the object header extensions. And you can script those off, and then the last header extension will be snap. And then you just leave that on there. Just snap header and payload.
Do you want to extend the lock? All your boxes.
Must be the CNAP header. That CNAP header is all the boxes.
Okay, should I have an updated one? You want the graph file too?
Yeah. I don't have grapple, but thank you very much.
No problem. Anything that can make storytelling easier is good.
When we end up going, we'll either migrate to a payload header extension.
The buffer is
Not the
Really
object,
cheap to move things.
or
Can you export me?
marker headers.
Can you give me a PDF or something other than a PNG?
Headers here on.
The quality, easy to,
Yeah, easy to share or whatever. I mean,
yeah.
the quality of that may be good enough.
Give me the PDF one.
Purposes to get to. Why are you not putting that on?
I was thinking that you will be adding this into another deck or something.
Yeah, I may stick it into another deck, but you know. See.
There's no real, the one thing is that you add.
You can go on PDF actually.
The length of those headers. The number or length of those headers, where you already have a number of length of headers in the object header section. But for the CNAP.
And then you also need a file that says, here's the beginning of stuff.
Well,
So it's.
yeah, I saw your list on the mock. That's good. But with the ABR, did you mean like condition control plus priority?
Isn't it all at the end of the day?
I mean, if I ABR, I mean ABR is like.
Yeah, is that like?
Yeah, but because I was almost going to ask like, okay, the timeout.
Did I
priority,
say
the-
server side?
I think you say server side.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because that's where the priority is. Let me go.
Yeah.
Client side, there is no priority. So the condition on the priority, that's my favorite topic. So let's see how we're gonna solve that.
Well, somebody needs to fix the congestion control algorithm so I can send 10 megabits per second over a 5 megabit link.
Okay.
Problem.
Okay, that's the problem. Okay.
Just bypass it.
The minimum requirements of the app, Scott.
You can do that. Just like need to have a very active. Take out the
One more in there.
50% packet loss.
I don't need that though. Thank
You can send this 10 megabit and a 5 megabit. That's a huge amount of packet loss.
Let me see what the third side ABR.
Yeah, I should have said receive 10 megabits on the 5 megabit link.
What time do we enter?
4, I think.
Oh, yeah. It's only an hour and 5 minutes left.
How long should I plan to sort of get to the airport and go through security and stuff to the airport for a flight to Norway?
So Terminal 5, I assume.
It's on SAS.
Yeah, Terminal 5. They have the new, their security line is quite quick. Since they got the new scanners, you don't have to remove your laptop or anything. So
Into a terminal takes now.
So it's
Look forward to some exercise.
yeah. So as long as you don't get on the Arlanda Express that gets the rail and have to be evacuated, then which has happened. Haven't happened. Only one derailing, but there were one that had to be evacuated because they lost power on the tracks. Very rare occurrence.
So what? How's your plan for that?
I'm all right to just roll the dice on that one. If that happens, it happens.
Yeah. I mean, the Arlanda Express is 20 minutes. There's 10 minutes to walk from the platform up to the Terminal 5 main hall, and security should be not too bad. But yeah, I would say if you're like,
Yeah, it's true.
It sounds fairly likely I could get from here to the gate in
half an hour,
an hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you, from the climate, main stuff. Yeah.
How often does Orlando Express run?
Every
15 minutes?
Yeah, it's at least every 15 minutes, I think.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I get that. Yeah, that's
But
fine.
you need to
That's
do the gate before it takes off.
Yeah.
Maybe,
I'll give myself.
And which issue are you using for param?
Be good, I think. Leave it 2 hours.
Okay, we said that the outcome there was we were gonna write our extensibility principles on first.
I was gonna start writing on that issue, but yeah. No.
Which issue? There was, Victor had 3 different issues. There's one with group.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just repurpose one of those.
Cisco has
What about group
office there. Sure. And I'm gonna go over spend the next 2 days with them. We're talking about.
I was using one of them.
Videos.
Okay. One of them I actually commented that I'm on Saturday on my slides.
There's 78, 79.
Let me look. All right.
I think you, the one for.
I mean, the truth of the matter is,
The
I have
option
all
for-
kinds of great
Yes,
ideas.
so-
It's a lot like last generation.
Okay, what generation are you?
Okay, I was just gonna say discussed again, so,
Look, a lot of stuff comes down.
yeah,
Like, AI features for like relighting your face and things like that. A lot, I mean, it's not, it's still video content.
Okay.
Question is like, how much green?
You really took the game.
oh, yeah, okay, yes, I can do that.
That's right.
Legal codex is maybe new, so.
I mean, like, no,
Wait, we're missing some people, though.
Yeah, but
We're running out of time, so.
Okay,
yeah.
we're gonna go, you wanna go like sort of people left early, I guess. There's only 3 laptops.
Yeah, let's do.
We did ABR, some delivery timeout we talked about, flow control.
A67, sure.
Okay,
Because I think I know what I want to write, but I don't know what other people would write. All right, so flow control can interact with priorities. And there's a question open about if I have, different prioritized data and my highest priority stream, for example, is flow control blocked, but I am not flow control blocked on lower priority streams, like, do I send the low priority data or not? At least in our implementation for QUIC, that's probably what would happen unless we try to do something very, very different, which is to say, if you have congestion window and you have data to send, you will send it in the order of prioritization. And if you flow control blocks, you're not going to send it up flow control block. Anyway,
does everyone understand what the question is? I do, but I don't know if everyone else.
Yeah. So, really, this is a question of, if you have data that is high priority, but you cannot send it currently due to flow control, is it okay to send lower priority data?
That's the question.
Sorry.
We've always described, I'm going to come to the same conclusion as you, but phase slightly different. We've always said that it was about picking the thing to send next. And if something is flow controlled, it's not a valid thing to send next.
Sure. Yes, I agree. You can't do it.
Yeah. But either way, the what you should do is obvious here. Yeah.
Which is go ahead and send what you can send.
Well,
send the highest priority thing you can send.
Send the highest priority thing that's legal to send.
Okay. Does anybody want to articulate a different viewpoint?
This is fine.
Okay.
How we do it.
Okay. I mean, maybe the way to do it is because we currently have this thing called a schedulable object, and maybe we just, the way Colin phrased it is like, if you're flow control blocked, you're not a schedulable object.
Yeah.
You're not.
I think that's the right way to put it into the draft.
That sounds good.
Moving right along.
Excellent. 608, this has been open for a while. Should subgroup ID be part of the priority scheme? At the Seattle priority interim, we decided that 1 byte was plenty of space, and then we added 62 more bits.
That sounds like
on the form of subgroup IDs. And so I guess the question is, do we want both of these? At the time, we just said we would like kind of kick it down the road and maybe we wanted 2 subgroups with the same priority.
Are you trying to remove the subgroup field, or are you trying to remove subgroup from this priority? The subgroup field will be there, but the subgroup will not be part of the prioritization algorithm. Is my question clear? Maybe it's not.
Yes. I think, okay. I think those are 2 separate things. I think okay. So my proposal would be, if I had my druthers, is I would just make subgroup ID a byte. And that is also the priority value. And then we're done. And
Okay.
merge them because that's easy.
But then that means you can't have more than 256 subgroups for any group. Which is it? I don't know. I mean,
Not fine.
Is it not fine?
Not fine.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of in not fine.
Okay.
What's the use case where you have 256?
In some case, you might want to have enhancement finer. You might have enhancement layers on frame per frame or things like that.
256
2, 3, 4,
layers?
5, 6, 7, 8 enhancement.
No, but every object is.
No, it's not per layer. It's every object in it is a separate frame. So you need to put it on a separate subgroup.
Okay, so if we, well,
Okay, so
am I prematurely concluding that we need to have subgroup IDs separate from?
okay, and then now, so then the question becomes, do we need priority if we're gonna already have subgroup ID? Like, can we just have one identifier?
So, okay, so now you're saying get rid of the priority field and use the subgroup ID as the priority field instead.
Yes, which is still simpler than what I just saying if it's not, if it's more than the 256 values.
Okay, well, Sue asked us something to say.
Clarification question to Victor's use case. If each team is sent as a different object, the reason you want, but all those objects need to have different priority too?
No, they might have the same priority. Like, imagine like the simple thing is like I have one B frame like in between all of those, and each of those can be like on its own string.
Okay, but they all have same priority.
But they all have the like same publisher priority because like the only thing is that they're less important than the P frames.
So in that case, then when you put it in the priority queue, that will be done in FIFO order, right? Because they're on same priority. So why do you need a different priority? 256 like 62-bit priority.
No, I need different more than 256 subgroup IDs because there might be more than 256 of those frames.
Okay.
And I need to put each of them on its own string.
Okay. And you can send them parallelly as well. You're planning to send parallelly? Like you send the B frame, and in parallel you send the other frame with the same priority.
Well, yeah.
My question, probably the question, why do you need stream independence there?
Because they do not depend on each other. So I want to be able to discard the old ones.
Okay.
Yeah, before. Yeah.
Thanks.
I also point out that technically object ID is also part of the priority scheme because you send things in increasing object ID, all things being equal within a group. But anyway, that's so.
Well, group ideas too, then.
Yes, I know, but I'm just talking about within a group. Okay.
At least in current implementation, this actually works out very cleanly because if your delivery type is datagram, you use object IDs the same way you use subgroup IDs in subgroups. Like,
no, you don't.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
It sounds correct.
Which
because
you have
it's
two
the
datagrams.
last component of the priority. It is about like, if you think of priorities as like hierarchy, this is like the final thing.
So, I mean, how would you set the I want to send two datagrams and I want them to have different priorities.
Well, you can send different publisher priorities.
But if you have the same publisher priority,
right?
If the same publisher priority, then object ID is the tiebreaker for datagrams in the same track.
Yes.
But if we removed publisher priority, how would I do that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You couldn't remove it from datagram. Are we still Victor? So Ian is suggesting removing publisher priority. Or are you or
I'm suggesting keeping it as is because
that's what I thought.
Fine. Like everything.
You want to keep subgroup IDs as part of the prioritization scheme as well?
I mean, that doesn't matter as much, but it's like the last thing. Like it worked.
Yeah. I think it's, for me, it's just like, it's just the last tiebreaker. And I don't know what, if you say you're not going to use subgroup ID as the last tiebreaker, I don't know what you're going to use.
I mean, it's fine to use it. It's interesting that we like initially said we wanted this like small priority space. Now we have like this enormous priority space, and I guess I'm like trying to like square those two things.
I look at it differently than that as being part of the priority space, right? Like, this is about what things I might have more than, well, you can have lots of things that depend on each other since you can have 2 to the 62 streams within your group. Like, but it's not, we didn't add it because of prioritization. It's just sort of like a tiebreaker that's there because it can be.
Sure. Okay. So
we're okay.
So we are fine with the status quo as the answer. Okay.
Summarize what the status quo is.
The status quo is that there is a priority field that I think is required, or no? Is it?
It's required. It's in every subgroup and in every datagram.
Yes, at the beginning, basically in every header, stream header, there's a single byte that is the priority value, and then there's also a subgroup ID / object ID, subgroup ID for subgroups, and an object ID for datagrams, and respectively, those are the tiebreaker if the priority is equal.
Okay.
Hold on, I can just put it, if somebody wants to see it, that's the priority algorithm.
Hide that. Scares me.
Subgroup ID is already stupid.
That's what the question was. Should it be removed? You see, it's like the very last
Okay,
thing that you compare for subgroups. If everything else is equal.
I think this is my issue. Can I just close it with
Sounds good to me.
close it with no action, or you can close it with no action?
You can.
I can.
Close
an issue.
Close a few more while you're at it.
Okay, thank you.
One question I have on the bullet point 4 is that can two objects within the same group belonging to two different subgroups can have the same object ID? No, right?
No, have a subgroup. They're on the same stream. They have to be sent to this.
No, but he said within object IDs must be unique within a group.
Yeah, you can't shard an object over
Within a group.
subgroups.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving right along to.
Oh, we didn't go to my favorite issue.
Fetch. More fetch.
I'm watching too much Phineas and Ferb with my children. If you've never seen it, I highly recommend it.
Great show.
It's amazing. Yeah. So I found this issue a while ago, and I think I've mentioned it to a number of people before. If you're the original publisher and everything's going fine, but you have, a Wi-Fi hiccup or otherwise like have a temporary drop in bandwidth, and you can't publish the highest quality resolutions, so say you're publishing, 360p and 1080p or something. And so the 360p gets through in relatively real time. Say this is like a Google Meet or some other video conferencing thing that's also being recorded. But the HD only gets through for has like a minute long dropout or something. But by the time your Wi-Fi or whatever gets better again, there's kind of no point in wasting your bandwidth on the old high quality stuff at the moment, because you're just going to cause yourself congestion and no one is going to watch it immediately. But you might want to send it later, basically when the video call's over, when you have plenty of quote unquote plenty of bandwidth. This ends up in a situation where the fetch indefinitely hangs today at the moment at which you have objects that do exist but have not reached the MOQ network. At least I think that's what it does. But you don't know why it hung. It just kind of like stops.
But hang, I think it would time. I would expect the behavior I would expect is a timeout.
Eventually, it probably would time out, but you don't know why it timed out. It just kind of like fails silently.
Was that 1 minute duration that it was out?
I think it's like if I go and try to fetch something and the original publisher is using all its bandwidth to publish current things with high priority, and then I send a fetch which comes at a lower priority, that stream will get starved, right? None of its objects will ever get out because the subscription is taking all the bandwidth. So eventually that fetch will just time out.
After going all the way back to origin or joining.
It'll have to go to origin and it'll time out there.
But you won't, I don't love the fact that you don't even know, like, at least if, we could give advice. So, one option is have a object status that's like not available yet. One option is, we could add some text, basically says, if you hit this case, like reset the stream or like, kind of do something that indicates you can't service the rest of the fetch like in a timely manner. I don't know. Like,
Are you expecting the original publisher to serve some objects but not others, or you think the original publisher will just be completely stalled on everything that you asked it for?
In my mental use case, it's the original publisher wouldn't actually be serving the other object. The other objects would be like served from like a cache that's like one.
So it's just like the original publisher sees a fetch for things that it's missing from its cache, that the relay is missing from its cache, but it can't serve any of them because it's busy doing other stuff.
Right. Or maybe only that fetch only gets the relay. I don't know where it stops, but
probably will get all the way to the original publisher. The thing about making an object status is like, that whole stream has the same priority. Well, plus or minus, but like, I don't want to make it an object status because that'd be like saying, well, I'm going to give you 1 and 2 and 3. Oh, but how is the relay going to respond?
No, it almost seems like you want like a fetch status that's, come back later, come back. I'm not failing you. So if the original publisher kept all the objects, so first of all, easy case, he discarded the objects. He didn't cache the last stuff. That's easy. You fetch error and then propagate. But now you want a fetch error that says, I can't fulfill your fetch now. You can retry your fetch at a later time. I think that's better than just open-ended leaving the fetch, no response. It almost seems like a protocol.
Yeah, the no response thing is particularly bad because it's also possible that like there are objects that are like a little bit after the point in which you happen to fetch. Say you just happen to like get unlucky and you did a joining fetch and you went like 2 groups back. But if you'd gone like 1 group back, it like would be fine.
I think that's the other, I'm thinking about how the relay is going to react for this whole. So like I sent the joining fetch to the relay. It's got the first object, then it sees a hole, goes to origin. It says, nope, talk to me later. I'm too busy. What is the origin or what does the relay send back to the subscriber for that fetch? Does it fail the whole fetch and be like, your fetch is currently unsatisfiable? Do we create some status that's like
the same error?
We can fail the whole fetch, but I think
the same error that the origin gave the first relay, the relay gives back to the.
But I'm saying, is there value in a partial response? And it makes me a nightmare. It's a nightmare to think about how the relays can handle this. But like, you're like, okay, these objects in the middle are indeterminate. I asked for them. I couldn't get them now, but I might be able to get them later. And then there's some objects at the end that you can have. Or is it better to just say?
I have a question for you guys. In HTTP today, where I go to an HTTP cache and fetch a big chunk of shit, and it's cached like the last half of the file I want, but it's missing the first half of my file, and it's going to take a while to get. What do you do?
And assuming that the origin can't give it, I ask the origin for the first
given to you at the usual slow rate that it gives you to. It's feeding you data slowly as it can.
Different than this. This is a case where I went to origin. I had cached the second half. I didn't have the first half. I went to the origin and asked for the first half again, and he sat there for forever, and I timed out. I would fail that get. You're not going to get any bytes.
Right, but I mean,
the end subscriber would get a 400 or 500.
And if the origin just started trickling you data at 1 megabit per second,
and if it was coming slowly, then I would trickle it back to the client slowly.
I mean, and the world seems to work with that solution. Do we need anything other than that?
But you're not going to get any trickle slowly because he's saying the case where all bandwidth is consumed, 100% of bandwidth is consumed, and so you're not going to get a trickle at all. You're just going to get literally nothing. And you're not going to get a control message telling you anything either.
Oh, but at some point the stall will open up, right? Like the things get
either the stall will open up, or you'll get a timeout, or you'll get some
timeout will be an error, right? Because
that'll be an error for the whole fetch probably at that point.
The client has to retry it again. Like
I can live with it.
Again. That should be okay. At least a simpler rather than in between solution.
I mean, SIP would send you a 100 okay. It's all going to be good. Don't worry about it. We'll get back to you later, right? I mean, we could send an intermediate status message, but that says like everything's fine, chill. But those messages turned out to be not really very useful. The program was just going to chill anyway. The user interface wasn't going to display much difference, and the timeout still happened or didn't happen. So I don't know. I get to the question of what would you do at the user experience level if you had some notifications, and maybe you'd make a better spinning wheel. I don't know. Like I can imagine there's things you do.
Very slow spinning wheel. Slow down your wheel.
It
stops spinning.
I think as a
backwards,
user, I would probably want the available objects that it had if it knew that like really the time to get the other ones is like indeterminate. Like it's like it might happen. I have no idea when. But I think that's what it was easier. But I mean, that's not necessarily what we have to do.
I think it goes back to this part of like fetch can only give you the answer in order, just like HTTP GET can't, right? If you ask for a file and I have the second half of it, I can't just send you the second half and be like, here you go. Like I have to fill your whole thing to send in order, and fetch is kind of the same, which is a drag because you might have like later cached objects, and you don't know like at what, like same with HTTP. If I send you a range request for the second half, that would succeed, and there's no, you don't tell me that. You just say 502.
The only thing I would say is that if it's needed, if it helps caching that half of the data, then it's okay in a fetch to say, whatever you have, give it to me. It's my problem to rearrange and stuff when things come, but it's complexity is more complexity on the end subscriber though.
Is your use case going to be horrible if the whole fetch fails?
I think having it fail fast would be better than like having it hang indefinitely.
Fail fast we can do.
Hang indefinitely is the thing that I think, like, I find like very.
If it failed fast with the right error code, that the client could take a better action. Okay, I know that this stuff is not coming for a very long time. I'll start getting group, in descending order one at a time to see if any of those exist.
Yeah. Just keep incrementing your group number by one and see when it's.
No, he's saying decrement from latest.
Yeah.
And
So,
go
okay, let me see if the latest object is there. Oh, it is. Okay, let me get a few
or
more back.
remake it with descending anyway. That'll give you everything into the gap. By the way, I haven't implemented descending fetch and it makes me cry.
But as long as you got the first step error code that told you that this is not a fatal thing.
Yeah,
This is a time thing.
Retry. I mean, I think a response code like not currently available or something would be okay-ish. I don't know. Not yet. I don't know.
But
resource limit.
But a fetch error for it would fail the whole fetch.
Yeah.
Something,
I mean, that's
something that's like retryable error kind of idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Resource limit exceeded. Like that.
Okay. It's retryable, but you're not really sure when. Okay.
You can add a retry, HTTP retry after.
Sure. Yeah.
Are you good on? Are you good here?
I'd love a great solution to this problem. It's just like, it's just hard.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm suggesting some things on the next slide, but I don't think I.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Although I did this, thinking about this for a long time. What happens if I put a cache duration on a do not exist object?
You can put cache. Oh,
Because that would actually work.
Okay, you can't set your cache. You can't set.
It might exist now.
You can't. No, okay. We do say that objects. Things that are legal.
We already say that
Yeah,
once
there's
it's not exist,
there's
never exists.
there's rules for what a cache can update. This is new in 11 if you didn't see it. So if like the payload can't, you don't ever change the payload. You don't ever change like the group ID or the priority or any of that. But if you happen to get a second copy of that object, which has different extensions, you're allowed to update your cache with different extensions if you want to. And if you get another copy of that same object ID and the status goes to do not exist, then that is an allowed transition.
Yes. I remember.
But if you get a do not exist and then you later get something that's not do not exist, you assume that there was reordering and do not exist is persistent.
But if
So
I
you
get
can't go from it didn't exist to it exists.
If I get a do not exist and it has like a cache.
You might be able to work around the universe here because I'm probably not going to cache that this track has an object that doesn't exist forever. So I might throw that away someday.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Like, I don't know that I want you to though.
I'm just, I realized I didn't know if that was an intentional aspect of this product because that would like work for this case. Is like, I could just say like, give, a 10-minute, like, basically the call is 10 minutes long. I'm going to put a 10-minute TTL of, on my do not exist object. And, once it times out, then.
I don't think I'd want to do that with a do not exist because that's too many other specs, but I think make a new, like, not available now.
Well, yeah, that
cache.
That's two, right?
That's number 2. It was my not yet available object. And then put a cache duration.
Or like pending or something, like this object is like being created and you can come out.
It's probably like a big block you're missing, so you're probably going to drop one of those and then one more from the skip header that covered the whole range. And
I mean,
if you really, I don't know, do people,
I don't know how like widespread of a problem this. I mean, the situation I created was a little bit artificial, but I don't think it's so like outside the realm of reasonable. I mean, it's certainly something that YouTube would like to do if it could, which is this whole thing of like, I need the live thing to be live, but I want like the archival copy as well as the QUIC copy.
I mean, when people are off cellular connections, this must happen just all the time as they're moving around, that they go temporarily through a zone where during handoffs or whatever, they're into, actually, maybe it only happens in Silicon Valley.
No.
Trees are awful.
No trees, you're right.
At least my immediate reaction right now, Ian, is that option 1, not because that I feel that we are not clear on how to solve it. At least I am not clear. I might need some time to think through.
and we also, I don't know, we haven't yet built the software where we can demonstrate the problem.
That's true.
But the case seems valid though. It's definitely a problem.
But if you take the road of one, we still want to fail. I think do an update to say that we will fail these cases, return an error saying.
Right. So that's not really, that's more of a four.
Four,
It's like, we would like add a retriable fetch error.
Yeah.
We don't have any protocol timeouts anywhere for any control messages, right?
There are no timeouts that are specified in the protocol, but I think we say that you should have timeouts on stuff. Or we will when we have a security section.
Expires on subscribe if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's not the same. Okay. Tell me exactly what the semantics of expires and subscribe.
I need to read what it is now to.
I believe what it is. I believe that is an advisory thing that's telling the publisher tells the subscriber that after that much time, I plan to send you a subscribe done if you do nothing else.
Okay.
But it's
Yes, I believe that's correct.
okay.
And
So
you're supposed to like re-auth or something.
you better subscribe, update, or
Yeah, I
resubscribe after it happens. But
We have the same thing in publish.
what?
Do we have the same thing in publish?
I copied everything. Did we delete expires? I just copied the messages.
Okay, should have the expires.
I thought expires wasn't, I don't know.
No, the publish would have it.
It's important.
No,
Okay, should have.
the OK would need it.
Wait, expires is today set by the publisher. Why are you telling me the subscriber would set it?
No. It's set by the server. Look, it doesn't make any sense for the client to say, I need to, like, it's going to tell itself it needs to republish within this time. And it's
The way to fix it is to subscribe update.
No.
This only comes from the other way.
No. The auth's going the other way.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
But you seem to have supporters in the chat on failing the fetch. So
I will, that sounds great.
You want to talk about datagrams? Or are we,
Oh, sure, why not? I mean,
are we done with
actually, what did I put after datagrams?
unifying params and extensions with the length?
Oh, yeah, actually,
We have
can we
some
get-
stuff in the grab bag, and then there's the auth grab bag.
Can we do 971 just because it's.
Since we have like 35 minutes left, which one is easy?
I think I can kill off the unified parsing. Yeah.
Okay.
Just because it sounds like from previous conversations, we don't care that parameters and objects and extensions are parsed the same, really, or at least any more than they are today. Because today they are almost the same, except one uses number of parameters and one uses number of bytes. I don't have a strong opinion, but I was surprised when I tried to do an editorial change that cleaned up some of the wire formatty stuff to make them reuse the same data structures and everything. And then I realized that they were not the same. And then I realized that I thought that they were the same, which made me think I didn't know what we had done with the PR that related. And I guess this is a question of what did we intend to do, or what do we want? It sounds like from Mo's comments, we're going to take another stab at updating the space anyway. So
if people are already on 11, maybe we shouldn't change anything else until we figure out, till more stuff settles, especially if we're about to change extensions. I don't know.
Are people okay with not doing anything except for the Mo stuff and just acknowledging one is number of parameters, one is number of bytes, and that's fine. We don't care.
Are they efficient, right? We should worry about efficiency here. If there's a good reason to be different because it makes our protocol more efficient, yeah, there's nothing magic about the symmetry or that a developer has to only write one parser.
Yeah, I mean, parameters are a little bit, I think, argued slightly easier to parse because it's a number of parameters and there are fewer error cases and such. And so if you always are going to parse the parameters, which I think is true for control messages, I think we kind of say you really ought to parse all of them.
The one that has number of
Then
parameters is in a control message, which also has already given you its full length. So technically, one has both, and one has only bytes.
I was just going to argue that the whole point of the number of bytes was so you can skip it entirely, and you should not be skipping parameters in control messages. And if you are, you should feel bad about yourself.
Especially if we got a params for control messaging.
Just skip it. So I think the answer is we're okay with having them different because there's a reasonable reason and it's fine.
I don't know. Martin, you tend to have a thought about these things, but I know it's crazy early there, so.
I've got my second win. I mean, Ian captured it well. I mean, I think I made the comments in the issue, and he understands them now. I mean, it used to be number of parameters and number of extensions, and we asked to make it number of bytes because we didn't want to actually parse the extensions for extensions. I don't know if that is still true, given that these may turn out to be useful, but there was a time where it wasn't.
Okay, all right, so are we okay just leaving it in the draft 11 form for now and no changes?
That's fine. I'm happy to not have to change the code again.
And I think we have a reason though, which is like, you might want to skip extension headers.
Yeah.
You better not skip control message parameters.
It is not totally senseless. If somebody insisted on changing it, I think I'd want to go to number of extensions, just like number of parameters, rather than the other way, which is why I didn't like Ian's PR.
But on the object extensions, we've got to have bytes, basically, right?
Yeah.
If we want
On the data plane, we have to have bytes.
Yeah.
Well, the reason we changed the bytes is some people thought that they would skip them because they don't care.
course.
Then we added an extension that might be more useful, which is the gap ID is now encoded as an extension. And so the people who thought that extensions might never be relevant to them may be changing their minds. And so they don't necessarily want to skip them.
But we could reconsider where we put the gap identifier, right?
Yeah.
Take it out of extension.
I don't know if you can move it without making everything bigger. So,
why don't we keep it as is for now and kind of know why we can always revisit this, like it's wire encoding.
I was just thinking maybe it'd be useful to try and like get that summary of that discussion into that issue, because I know we're gonna, I can see us 2 years from now.
No, I go through all the issues I have in these and like post something that is like, whether we park it or close, I'll probably just close this because I opened this. So like, this is more just like, I wanted to have this discussion explicitly with the working group and not have some conversation in 3 months where they're like, what do you mean parameters and like object extension properties are different?
what do you want to say to future us when we watch the video? We're having a great time in Stockholm, future Alan, future Ian.
It was good.
Try the reindeer. Okay. Okay. I'm going to show two lists of, unless you really want to get through datagrams, there's the auth list. So there's these 5 issues we haven't talked about, which came recently about authorization alias, reusing parameters, duplicate token alias errors, auth token error handling, or the signature and control message one, which has gotten some traffic on the issue. Does anybody really feel like we need to, that we have to talk about one of these 5 in our
Line 68 is huge. That's not a small one to talk about.
Okay, so you don't want to get into that one today.
I will argue there's some so I've looked into this.
Okay,
There's been some debate.
And then look, I'm going to show you the other list of issues. So there's datagram ones, and then there is feature modularity, track level extensions, group boundaries, and unannounced and announced cancels request ID. So of those 9 issues, which are not all on the same slide, I'm sorry. Which ones do you want to talk about?
What was the datagram one?
The datagram one was about if you add extensions, you can blow up your datagrams.
Oh yeah.
And there's no way to find out if your datagrams are not getting through.
You want to look at that for like time box, like 3 minutes or something?
All right.
Like 5
Yeah,
minutes.
go for it.
Okay. Yeah, so there's 2 issues about datagrams, and both of them are basically like, if your MTU isn't big enough / the extension makes your datagram too big, you can get kind of silent drops today, and which either could be intermittent, look like kind of like half your datagram get lost and you don't really know why. For some reason, you just go slightly over the like MTU of the path, or it could just be like you make a subscription and you get like literally no data silently for a long period of time, and the publisher thinks it's sending you stuff and you don't understand why you're not getting anything. MTU issues are sad.
I think we have a sad answer to this question. We have a lot of experience with this problem in datagrams, and the winning answer is not, guess how much things might expand by random headers that get added along the way, and make yourself that much smaller than your MTU.
And if
that's the best answer.
And if the relay blows it up and they can't go, then they blow up, and that just happens. And
we really want to make it complicated. We can set a stream that carries that information and put the stream ID in the datagram here. So
what? Say that again.
Whatever it does not fit in the datagram, they express the header expression speed. So the things put it on stream.
Datagram overflow stream.
The datagram slop stream.
Yeah.
In the object diagram, on the other side, you'll know this.
But
Can combine those 2 things.
No, but like seriously, we have this problem on every tunneling VPN protocol, which is like how many tunnel protocols is your stuff going through, and therefore how much you should subtract off. And like, the estimates for that type of stuff looks like probably 200, assuming you have less than 200 bytes of tunneling added to your protocol is generally safe. And we're gonna have to learn what that is for relays and what they do.
But it's not just tunneling. Like here we're talking about relays can add arbitrarily larger. The only limit on the size of an extension is 64K.
And then not send anything. I think that this is like this is going to be something that you start learning about what relays do and quality of relays, and people will start to like when they, it'll be one of the things that's discussed when you're talking to your relay vendor is like, how much will you expand my UDP diagrams if you care about it, or why did they all stop working? I don't think there's. I try to get around to. I've never seen an answer that solved this problem that didn't involve knowing something about the environment and how it was happening.
The
Like,
usual,
no really good answer.
The usual IETF answer to this is PL PMTUD implemented in the transport layer. So that would be QUIC implementing PL PMTUD and exposing it to the app reliably so that the app can decide, okay, I can only send 890 bytes. What do I do? I can't send my datagram.
And this is fan out program.
And the fan out, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think this.
Unfortunately, the PLMT does not give the right answers today in any of the stacks.
That's the IETF answer. I didn't say it's a correct answer.
Part of the feature. Yeah.
Implemented in most stacks at all.
I think we have enough experience here to say like we don't have a right answer to that one. So I'm pretty sure we're not going to spend time on it.
okay, so should we, at least for 719, it sounds like editorial text to say buyer beware.
Yeah, be aware of
Go
it.
to the
Give an
next,
warrant text and
go to the next slide.
Okay.
Do you want something like 3, which is like make them small, quote unquote?
That's what
And
we do.
I mean, do we want like text like a relay should not?
No should. No should. That's the.
No 2119 language.
It's just like advisory thing, warrant thing. If you're gonna, you can blow this up if you really have a big diagram. That's it.
If you don't know about this problem, then you're probably going to screw it up anyway, even if there's text in the draft.
So I will literally write, not even should not, I will just say, a relay, if it adds too many extension headers, might cause a datagram to be larger than the downstream MTU, which would cause all of them to be dropped.
And that applied,
I think that's fine.
Okay.
and that will apply to even to the original publisher. The same thing will apply even to the original publisher.
Yeah. Okay.
Anybody adds extension, they need to.
Any publisher, period.
Okay. So that's like a buyer beware sort of thing.
Okay, what about,
Violet, extension considered harmful.
Publishers of datagrams must realize that datagrams, size may exceed MTU.
so this,
Alan, for your thing, like if that happens, should we send a reason phrase?
that's the part of the first, I didn't actually file this issue.
Nothing good ever
Magnus
comes
did.
from reasons.
Oh, no. So many good things come from reason phrase. I met my wife in a reason phrase. Okay. Best thing that ever happened to me. It's the end of the day. Do we need any special way to communicate this, that things are being dropped? Or is that also just a no? That was, I think, what Magnus
That's what
asked in
785
785.
What I heard here is like, we're just fine with it being silently dropped and moving on with our lives, but I don't know.
Okay,
It's fine.
Important thing is that if and when anyone is using datagrams, they expect things to be dropped in between for whatever reason, and the receiver should be able to handle the gaps. That's expected of data. So if they see a gap, they have to deal with it.
But there may be no remedy.
And I mean, I think what I would expect to see in operational networks is this was found in the metrics. The relay operators found this in the metrics of the relays on their, on operating those.
Packets delivered. 0.
Packets sent.
Maybe quick stacks will know that they get lost.
Yeah, I assume they'd report that in their metrics, right? Well,
It doesn't even have to go out on the network. There's QUIC has a max datagram size, which could be smaller. I built my datagram and it's bigger. I'm not even going to try it. I mean, QUIC knows before it even puts it on the network. Like this isn't going anywhere. In fact, if you, well, I don't know. It's the API question.
I think ours just tosses it. I don't know.
I think ours tosses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lucas is in the queue.
Oh, Lucas.
Yeah, kind of to what Colin was saying, but we have this problem with mask relays already. Like you could receive an oversized UDP payload that you can't forward to the client, say, and you drop it on the floor. And this is desirable because that's how the path MTU discovery works. So just keep keep it simple here and trust that clients can kind of figure this out, or servers or whatever. Like, this is an operational and implementation thing. I don't think we have any experience that we could say anything useful as a recommendation. Paint out the consideration for sure. But you know, as somebody that helped implement a mask relay, we did exactly what Colin said. We added metrics to count how many oversized UDP payloads there were, and we could then investigate that and say, oh yeah, there's this particular network or operator that is doing something a bit wonky. We're going to pick up the phone and speak to them and see if we can get this fixed, because it's causing some kind of user visible annoyance thing.
I'm going to create a mock test track for application MTU delivery. It's going to be objects that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Subscribe to this track and you'll see your MTU.
The last object ID is your MTU.
That's beautiful. I love it.
That's not a bad idea.
It's actually a fabulous idea. It'll work way better than PLMPG.
Yeah. We're going to work.
Okay. People want to talk about that auth issue,
Cool.
which I didn't make a slide for. So
Thanks for the feedback on the datagrams.
Yeah.
I think I can write text to close those down.
I expect this to be the last issue. So we'll go to what chairs need 5 minutes at the end to wrap, or 2 minutes, or
Yeah.
okay. So the signatures for control messages containing authorization tokens. Who feels like they have the best context to explain it? Or do you want me to pull up the issue?
Pull up the issue, but I was originally like, there's a lot of discussion. Gwendol is also involved and he's not here. And it came from Richard Barnes at Cisco, but there was a lot of confusion over the word signature, right? Because it says signatures, but there is a signature inside the token already that stops the token being modified. And I thought, well, that's what we're talking about. Turns out this is about proof of possession. So when a client's given a token and you want to make sure that I'm the client and I can only talk to Colin, and that's all this token's good for. Now I have to sign it that I'm going to use it. So I have to be given a token, I have to sign that token and give it to Colin. So what I need is a separate object. I need the token and I need my proof of possession. It's a binary blob that I give, and Colin will know how to, he will have his cert, my cert, he'll be able to figure out if it's valid. So I do think we need it as a sidebar. The debate, though, is it a must, which is what's being proposed, or is it a should? And the proposal is it's a must, but it's allowed to be empty, which I find as a strange normative requirement. I would rather it's a should, because if you don't supply it, you're going to get rejected. So it's not weakening security by saying it's a should.
I don't know if there's a good spot in this issue for me to show something useful or not.
We might need to get into deeper of what the issue is, but I'm not. So if it was really just about knowing it was Cullen, Depop and Cat does that. We wouldn't need anything.
But we know, I checked. With that, you have to put something in the token to say this is Depop.
Right.
And then you need another thing, which is the actual proof of possession in parallel.
I'm pretty sure that that's not what it's about, though. But I haven't talked to Richard about it. I think this is about channel binding. So the issue is that our whole authorization, the token is not bound to the request very much. And Richard, maybe I'm confused on how much those are bound together.
He reposted. If you read through what he reposted to yesterday,
okay,
then you'll see that he's actually agreeing it's proof of possession, and there's a fair amount of agreement that's happened in the last.
Okay, great. I haven't read since then.
Okay, are we saying we don't want to try to make progress here, or we do?
No, I think we do want to add. So in the serialization of the auth token, we should add another field for. We've got to give it a name. Let's not call it signature. Let's call it proof for signature.
Yeah,
proof of possession.
So we just add this field, but we don't tell you like it's for carrying
the player has
find.
If the player is given two things, here's your token and here's your proof of possession, or the player has to synthesize its proof of possession.
But I think what Richard is saying also is that like you should take like the fields of the, say it's a subscribe. You should take the fields of the subscribe, the track name, the parameters you're using, and then you somehow sign that with the token.
We're in a TLS session. Like
the reason is so that a random relay would read that, it would take your token out and then make its own subscribe that your token is valid for and send it to go get content you're not allowed to have. I think that's what he's trying to prevent. Yeah. That's why he wants to, what Colin is saying, he's trying to bind, it's not just the token is there and authorizes this thing, but it can only be used to authorize this particular message.
I can talk to that. The way Depop works is that there are two things. it basically is, it's I'm the one who wants to be sender constraint. It's called sender constraint, right? I give my public key to the issuer, and I say I'm doing in the classic Depop. I say I'm doing a GET request to the URL of resource. And what the issuer does is that he takes my my public key, creates a JWK SHA-256 fingerprint of that one, and it also looks at my URL that I'm using for resource and HTTP method that I'm using and binds those two things and gives a proof over that. That's the Depop proof. And once I get that from the server, I go to the edge relay or the verifier and say, this is my Depop proof. And for this Depop proof, this is a public key I used for. So when that goes on to the verifier knows, okay, this public key was used. Now it knows issuer signed it, and it opens that and says, okay, there's a thumbprint of the fingerprint that was the issuer signed saying this is a fingerprint of Suhas, and it knows the current public key that I gave, and it verifies, okay, whoever the issuer said is Suhas is the Suhas who's asking the request. And it also looks at that thing proof and also knows that he's been requesting for HTTP method GET on this resource. That's how it knows that it came from Suhas, it was signed by issuer that I trust, and it was for the resource that has been asked for. And all these things happen as part of the Depop. So you get almost everything. If you're just talking about sender constraint with Depop, you get everything as part of this protocol exchange. But if you're talking about channel binding, that's a different thing. So we need to. I know Richard.
Richard's, I mean, his latest thing qualifies exactly what I said. It's channel
binding.
Yeah,
they're two different things because Depop is still needed if you want to. Like, not say it's a must, but it'll at least guarantee that sometime relay sees a lot of token misuse happening. It knows that this token was associated with colon, not source, and that helps you in checking whose token is being misused. Versus if it's not sender constraint, if the token gets abused in multiple ways, you have no idea who the token owner is. But channel binding is a different thing. That basically says that this request was for associated with this channel, and that something in the middle cannot overtake that.
Okay, but your token issuer doesn't know the channel that's going to be used in the future.
Right.
The client has
That's why this is a different signature. The word signature might be wrong, but this basically happens at the client. It's not there's no issuer there. It's basically signing something saying that this is channel that I'm bound to. But Depop is the one that's freeway happening from the issuer.
So I thought this was Depop related. You're saying it's not.
And it's just a Depop.
And so I question. We're inside a TLS session. Is that not sufficient bind?
But I would like to say one thing. Even with the Depop, we need to update the cat graph to say if you're using Depop, what today Depop defines only for the HTTP URL and HTTP methods.
Yeah, inside cat there's a definition of how Depop is used.
In our the cat token for a mock that should update saying for Depop these are the proofs that we're using. We are using the subscript full track name and as well as some of the fields like the.
But this is, say I got a web client, which is all the clients we have for demos today. We can't reliably synthesize tokens in a JavaScript environment.
But the token is
the
issuer, right? But
all the time. It's not the issuer, but no, we make tokens in browser like we run libraries all the time in JSON that are creating tokens of various forms. That's very common.
Okay, and this goes to the relay who receives this token. And then can't they go then to, this is like an untrusted relay now. And they can synthesize their own proof when they use it.
No.
They don't have the secret for it.
It's just a minute.
What's the binding?
Victor has been having it for a while, I think.
Do you want to, my question is, okay, so who is the party you're trying to prove? Is it the relay or something beyond the relay? Depending on when you're as a client and you put a signature, are you trying to provide proof of possession to the relay or to some potential party beyond the relay?
Are we talking about proof of possession to be
The
standard
relying
constraint?
party is beyond it's both, it could be the first hop relay, it could be an upstream relay, but they're both relying parties.
Because if it's upstream, you cannot do channel binding.
No, you can't channel bind to TLS, but that's not what you want to do. You want to channel bind to the mock request. That's what Richard's trying to say.
Not channel.
Whatever. Okay.
Okay. Because
Request binding, let's call it.
Because if it was the first, I would just tell you to channel bind to TLS.
Yeah. Okay, we can't, yeah, of course, channel bind styles won't work yet. Yeah, so I mean, I guess bind to, I don't know, you can call it what you want.
Message bind.
At least from a mock,
Message.
from a mock transport point of view, we need an additional field to carry that some people might populate with something. And mock transport needs a place to put that.
That's a question.
Yeah. Interesting. Is there anybody who doesn't think we should add a field? Or you think it's too early?
No, I think that this is, look, I don't think we need to solve this today. I think that we need to, we need to take a big picture here and put what the TAC models are and figure that stuff out, screw them out. And when we go to write the draft, that is about how we're going to modify CAT to meet our usages.
We need to
There's going to be some things that we're going to need to update there, like which things you map into, like the claims.
Yeah.
Right. Like how we form the claims for mock and how the claims have to relate to the mock messages. That has to be defined. And we might figure out at that point that there's a place for us to carry this in CAT, or there's not. I don't know. I can't remember. We might need to add another field to transport, but no one's going to object to us adding a field to transport or whatever. Right. We'll figure out what it is. But I think we need to be clear of what all the parts are here. And I think that most of what we need to do is going to be defined in the document that defines how we use CAT in transport.
Well, okay.
So I checked with the author of CAT and he said we do need a separate field.
Perfect. Then I believe him, right?
So that's why I'm saying let's put a field in. Yeah. To me, the only debate is must it be populated or not? And I think it, but have it opportunistically used.
I think
we don't look. Chris Lemon will tell us the answer to that question in the document he writes, right? If he wants us to add in a field right now called the Chris Lemon field until further naming, I'm done.
I'd almost say
The question though is that, sorry, Alan. The question though is that, like, are you asked, when you say Chris Lemon is adding a field, are you talking about adding a field in the CAT token or?
No, I'm saying Chris Lemon said we need a payload outside of CAT if we want to do proof of possession.
Okay. I mean, and Chris is unquestioned. He's certainly right. We'll just do what he says, right? But
all I'm going to say is, like, why don't we wait until
request not into setup.
I feel like the work that needs to be done here, it needs to be done in the CAT first. And then when somebody says, like, okay, we know exactly what we're doing for CAT, this is exactly what we need. We're going to park this issue until somebody says, we've got it. Here's the text and this is what I'm going to put there. And then we'll add the field.
The CAT document will have a call flow that shows what's needed and which fields flow in each message, and then we will go make it so in transport.
Yes. Is anyone going to be okay that we're going to park this for a few until, okay.
Great. Well, do you want to move this over to CAT
for mock?
This issue?
Or maybe you create a parallel issue.
Just create a separate issue and point back.
Just do that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Was there any other ones?
There's one in the other section we might be able to make progress on.
There's feature modularity or
subscribe start on group boundaries.
Okay. Does anybody have one of these that they feel like they're
978 should be the easiest one, but I don't know about 861, so I don't know. But 978 looks like yes or no answer. Not sure.
Okay. You want to check that one first?
No,
okay, but so we added request IDs.
Which are you talking about?
978. So in draft 11, we added request ID to bind this, like, announce okay or announce error. Previously, that was done based on the namespace. We didn't change unannounce and announce cancel. So unannounce, you still unannounce just the namespace, or announce cancel just the namespace. So the question is, did we want to make that looked up by request ID also, or, and I'm not sure we thought that.
Argument.
Oh, wait, I wasn't trying to make an argument. That was a question.
You can't unannounce something you didn't announce. Therefore, we should use the same request ID as announce.
The symmetric is, can you only unannounce what you announced? The whole thing.
I mean, I don't know. I think I'm mostly convinced.
Sure, yeah.
The counter argument is that announce, like the reason why request ID was added is that you can send multiple subscribes to the same thing, and you don't want to differentiate between those.
Right.
But announce is, there's no any other parameter than the namespace. So even if you send 3 announce for the same namespace, it should be treated as one announce. So an unannounce of the namespace should cancel all.
Oh, I see. So I announced A, I announced A.
Announced 100 announce does not matter because there's nothing between those two that changes.
Got it. That's a good argument. Never mind.
That's the only reason I thought it might be okay.
Sorry.
Okay, now I'm thoroughly convinced. Okay, I'm thoroughly unsure about which one I want to pick. I mean, maybe the question is
Suhas's answer.
do we want to allow, should we make announcing the same thing twice? There's also parameters in announce, right? Your authorization token is one. So you can announce the same thing and then announce later because you think your auth is going to expire.
So I think it's a question is about if it's only talking about the namespace, you use the namespace to determine what you should do with the namespace. If it's unannounced in the namespace, that's what you're asking for. Then it doesn't matter which early request, and you don't need to catch the early request.
It's stateless.
Yes. It's only the state is your namespace. But if there is something else here that you would need to reference in an unannounced or another request. Or request
Sorry, does
response.
it announce have request ID down? Sorry.
Announce does. That's why this issue got filed. Announce cancel might want the request ID though.
I keep telling you that that's the most garbage message.
No, it's the same. I mean, you would use the request ID of the.
I'm totally not going to send you subscriptions.
Announce cancel.
Cool. I already you told me that.
Does it reference the request ID from the right announcements?
Kick that.
No, it would cancel. It would be from the one that you announced.
Is there an open issue on why do we have that, Ian? Okay, good.
Martin,
like it's actually like unclear to me what state a lot of these things has. Like, I mean, there's some like application layer state, I think, but one. I mean, to be clear, I haven't implemented the new request ID stuff for announce and all that, but like currently when my implementation currently works is I get announced and I say like, hey, application, there's a namespace that you might want. And like there's if there was a request ID, I mean, to me, request IDs are kind of a transport layer thing. So, I mean, would I keep state on that forever that like, oh, this announce I don't need to like keep the state on that announce as a receiver of an announce.
Yeah. So Martin, I do, and that's because I give the application a handle that they can use to cancel the announce, or that they can use to unannounce later. Although I guess if we do it based on name, we don't need that.
I would.
Sorry, Daniel has his answer.
This is basically the two other thing though that we end up handling is if we have the map namespace. If you re-announce the same thing, we kind of silently just update. We switch to request ID. We either need to go back and parse our announces anyway to find the track namespace to match this one announced or unannounced to all announces, or we end up with the unannounced actually only unannounces one announce and the other ones are still
Okay, that sounds really bad.
So
say like
it costs a lot. I think it costs a lot of problems we'll be handling.
Let's remove the request ID from announce any of announce messages. It does not actually add anything.
The value.
No, but you need the error.
Sent more than one.
I'm saying request ID can be removed from all, because even if your announce comes an error, right? No matter how many announce you do, error is for the same namespace.
No, I want all my errors to match. I want any error I get to be able to match to a transaction.
Right. Having the ID and request.
There's no more than one transaction for announce.
You know, if I announce error, okay, you need the request ID to do that, right? Because if the first error would otherwise wipe out both.
Let's say there's no error. I send two announces and then get an okay and an error. The one of them says okay and the other one says error. Not two announces not allowed at the same time. Like, how do they match up? Like, it's just like,
yeah. Okay. Two announces gets. I don't know why. Isn't it a bug though?
Maybe I suddenly remembered that I used the wrong token.
Wasn't this the yes or no?
Yeah.
I think we have 2 minutes left.
We have 2. I don't know that we're gonna. I think
I'm somewhat suspicious that we have a mutually agreed theory on like all these parameters and stuff for announce and like what they do and what they mean. I mean, to me, announce was just a pointer saying like, hey, you can subscribe to me here, and if I send it again, that's great. But like, you don't want to cancel. You don't want to unannounce. Like you can get there or not. So you don't want to unannounce like certain. If you have 3 announcements for a namespace. You don't want to unannounce one of them. You want to announce all of them. If you don't have them, you don't have the namespace anymore, right?
I think that sounds right.
Yes.
Okay.
Victor?
Victor's hand up.
Weren't we gonna rid of those messages with public?
What's that? Well, no, we're not getting rid of it. So
That's a good point. We might.
the current, based on the conversation we had yesterday, the plan is we're going to land publishes for a track and announce for a namespace, but we might rename announce someday to be called publish namespace.
The published namespace would have nothing to do with publish.
Do we need to publish namespace?
Is publishing
Not just publishing tracks.
Okay, the reason, okay, and that's a valid question, which I don't know we're going to answer in 1 minute, but when I have thought about it, the answer is maybe yes, because maybe there are many, many tracks under my namespace and the application knows which ones it wants and I don't want to announce the whole universe to it. Or I don't want to publish.
So it's purely a compression to avoid publishing
Sort of.
600 tracks, but
Maybe.
Or Netflix's whole catalog. It's not 600, it might be 6 billion.
they don't have 6 billion assets, but.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, I switched. So Netflix says there's this one source for all Netflix content. Come to
Send
me.
and subscribe, yeah. And I think there's also ones where people just don't want to reveal it, what exists, and there's also ones where it might be, you can subscribe to absolutely any resolution. So there's.
And we'll make it on
and we'll
demand.
make it on the fly, yeah.
Okay, those are valid use cases.
Okay.
All right.
Well, clarifying that was at least useful. I think we have direction on 978, which is we're going to leave it and close this issue.
I think, I don't know.
We'll take another
I'd like to
careful look at
text
it.
One more time and make sure, yeah, okay.
That's why I was turning.
Okay. Former AD Zahed says yes.
No, that's a prefix thing.
Technical advisor.
861 can be 1 minute though.
We're already 1 minute over, 4 seconds over.
Okay.
Let's just fix
Thanks,
modularity
guys.
real quick.
All right, let's give Martin a chance to go to bed.
Matthias,
Yeah,
do you have any question?
978 is no.
Wait, we're trying to get a notes question.
978.
Wait 1 month on one.
We don't do anything about it. 978.
I think that we're likely to, editors will review one more time before proposing close with no action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to thank our scribes. I would like to thank our hosts, Denise and Harold. I'd like to, if you have not signed the blue sheets, please click the link to the notes that's in the Google Meet chat or from Data Tracker and add your name and affiliation. But slightly before this meeting, I sent an email with like a virtual interim schedule for from here to Madrid. And there was one comment which we reflected in the final schedule. So that's out. It's out on Data Tracker. It's in your email. Everyone seemed pretty happy with the schedule, I guess, or at least by silence. Failing that, we will see you in Madrid. Anything else, Magnus?
Yep. Thank you, Martin, for staying up all night for us.
Yeah.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Enjoy your flights.